Okay, hi everyone. Hope you can hear me out here. uh, Hopefully I'm not chipmunking because I'm unable to test to see if the audio is working right now. But thank you for tuning into the very late live stream. I'm gonna go into the spiel in a bit now. Hi out there. I am Side Pocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of a group called DEFCON 201. We are a subsection of DEFCON groups. You might have heard of DEFCON. That's the big hacking convention that happens in Las Vegas, Nevada, every year, or did until the whole plague happened. Same way how we used to meet third Friday every month in person at this awesome place called Subculture. However, due to the recent pandemic and police brutality and everything, we have been live streaming our meetings since last March. In fact, yesterday we just, last Friday, so 2 days ago, we actually had our 4 year anniversary, which I still can't believe it's 4 years. And because we're running late on this, if you want to know more about us, as you can see below, that we have a website that's defcon201.org. I am going to post the website link right here in the chat. And we're also all over social media if you want to follow our updates. We have our big one of our big ones is Twitter, which is at DEFCON 201 NJ because we don't have DEFCON 201 anymore. And we're on DEFCON 201 at Instagram, on GitHub, on the hostducks.social instance of Mastodon. We have our own Tor mirror and everything. And if you want to know all of those, if you can't even be asked to go to our website, here is the link tree that has all of our live stream links. You're probably wondering why I sound like a ghost right now, and that is because we are here. I'm really excited for this. We're going to watch PancakesCon 2. PancakesCon happened near the beginning of the pandemic, where because of that, it was like one of the first hacker remote conferences. So actually, most of the big major hacker conferences either got canceled or were delayed later this year. Some of the first ones were these new experimental cons, and one of them was PancakesCon, named after I believe her name's Lindsay, aka known as Hacks for Pancakes. And it was really it's just really cool and interesting. And I'm going to flip over to the chat stream because we're going to get right into this. And also to note in this beginning, I'm probably going to go away for an hour, even though I'm going to be watching on my phone, simply because again we were supposed to start streaming at 10 a.m. but combination of oversleeping and dealing with real life home issues and stuff like that uh, caused this delay. So we're going to be streaming from now until about 6 p.m. Then at 8 p.m. tonight, we're going to have an encore by me doing the Master of Unlocking show where I teach people how to pick locks and do physical security. Except I'm going to be doing a weird experimental ASMR version of lock picking. So that's going to be really neat. But let's quickly jump into PancakesCon, and I'll show you what I mean by what kind of makes this whole let's make this full screen whole thing unique. So this is the PancakesCon webpage, and there's a bunch of stuff going on right now. There's a capture the flag, which I'm not entering just because of timing, and plus we can't live stream and show it at the same time. There's going to be multiple villages, which we might look into a little bit later, particularly the car hacking and hacking hardware village. I'm very interested about that. A lot of the stuff that's going on, which we'll occasionally check into, is on Slack. And as you can see, I've joined the Slack here under my username, aka Side Pocket. And there's like a whole conference chat here. I'm actually going to type in hello, hello, everyone. I am so excited to live stream react to this hack the planet. Um, and But the main part of the con is we're going to go to attend is this whole scheduling system. And what makes PancakesCon and thus PancakesCon 2 unique is, and I tried to submit for this year. Unfortunately, my talk wasn't accepted, neither did some of the other DEF CON 201 staff. From what we understood, I think they only have like 20 talks here, and they got like over 100 submissions, and this is literally pretty much only run by like one person with a couple of extra volunteers. It's like entirely run basically on volunteering and charity. So obviously they had to be really picky about what would be on. It was probably a lot of first come first serve. And what makes PancakesCon unique is that You have to basically do two talks around 20 minutes each unless you want to merge them together, which is something I tried to do this year. I might bring up what they were later on. The first one is something about information security, particularly for beginners, either learning new tools and techniques and or stuff that advances your career in info security and net security technologies. Then the other talk has to be something that has absolutely nothing to security. A lot of people choose a lot of homemaking stuff, such as remember last year there was someone who was talking about how do you make pickles, like physical like edible pickles, and like how to make like bird houses and cycling as a sport 101, things like that. It's pretty neat thing. So it's like you have like super intense infosec and then like a cool off period where you get to basically, no matter what you do, you learn something new. And that way, also, it's kind of a more inviting, welcoming sort of thing as opposed to just endless buzzwords and dogpiling concepts and terms that even advanced users are like, your Greek sounds Chinese to me, that sort of thing. So right now, the two topics are hacking cars and crops on a budget, and reverse engineering unknown protocols, and which their second talk is ASCII art for beginners. I'm gonna go to, just as an executive decision, we're gonna watch the hacking cars, and then I'm gonna actually put the 2 hours, so hacking cars, and then we're either gonna do security, actually, and then we're gonna do the hacking and climbing because there's two tracks. In the next couple of hours, I'm gonna have chat if they're active. If you guys are all active out there, I'm going to have you decide which tracks that we actually watch. And again, even though we are live streaming this on YouTube, we are also, this is more of just like our looking and reacting. That's why I'm sad that for the next hour, I'm going to have to go away just to finish up a bunch of stuff. So that way I can come back and watch the rest of this con with all of you. So we're going to sit back, relax. We're going to watch hacking cars and I guess farming essentially. And I'll be right back, and you get to see me hang out, relax. We're gonna chat in the chat. We're gonna check out the car hacking village and things like that. It should be pretty neat. So yeah, without further ado, let's see what's going on. Oh, also, again, I love talking to chat. So if you have any questions, comments, or whatever, please let me know in chat. Otherwise, as I always say, if you're lurking, that's fine. Keep lurking and keep learning. And with this con, we're gonna be learning a lot. So let's check out how to hack cars with, I guess, corn cobs or something. And I'll see you all within an hour. Peace.
Has a different opinion. For me, it's what kind of work do you put in during the time that you're preparing for that cert? It's not just that you passed it, but in my own journey, what I found is that doing that that self-care and commitment, you end up learning so much more. So for anybody who's new to the field, who's trying to get into information security, keep at it, take advantage of learning opportunities. It may not have to be a high price cert that takes you 3 months to prepare for, but just these little steps like attending a con like this today and kind of learning about some new things that maybe you're interested in, or pursuing that next cert. My personal opinion is that doing something like a network plus security plus is a really good starting point because it's vendor agnostic and it focuses on the fundamentals. And I think that's one thing the information security community could do better on, right? You have a 10-character password policy, but you want to go cloud first. Or you have Windows Server 2003, but you're going to implement DLP, right? We got to get back to the basics. So, um, my talk today is in my journey as sysadmin blue teamer. I find myself doing a lot of tasks, maybe repetitively, and finding opportunity to automate those tasks. And so this past year during the pandemic, I pushed myself outside my comfort zone and I started developing tools that I used at work and making them be applicable to many situations and then sharing that on GitHub, right? So it's not sensitive information, just the frameworks or theories that other people can benefit from. So what I'd like to do today is demo a new tool that I've been working on. This is an improvement from a previous tool. I used to search for files. I knew where the file location was and I knew the file name. and I needed to get rid of it. So I came up with a script to use Windows RM and pass that script to a large collection of servers. And instead of going manually to each server and doing this action like the old school days, now we're working with 1,000 servers, passing a script block, and really being efficient and getting repeatable results. And so I came up with an idea to. It's kind of sparked in the past months where several large name vendors have had compromises, and um, CISA releases indicators of compromise that everybody needs to look for and detect. In some situations, you don't have, an EDR tool, enterprise detection response. You don't have a way to look for hashes, or maybe the tool that you have only supports MD5 hash and not SHA-256. So this tool will help you do that. It does make a couple assumptions. It assumes that you know the path that you're looking for and you know the hash that you're looking for. So let's go ahead and check that out. I've posted it on GitHub right before my presentation. I call it Hash Huntress. I think it's really cool. The PowerShell open source logo is this really awesome character that just looks like a huntress, and also kind of inspired from my daughter. She's just awesome. And so that was the fitting name for this tool. So let's go ahead and check that out. I'm going to switch over to a video real quick. So bear with me a moment. So the first part of this got a little choppy because Cam Studio doesn't like when you don't have anything active on the screen, the refresh rate flutters. So again, the part that was missing was that this tool assumes that you know um, the location and the hash that you're going to use. But let's play the video. And I recorded this because the demo gods, I don't know if I have enough karma to do well. So let's let the video do the work. Sharphound, found in Windows System 32 directory. And also Mimikatz, placed in the public downloads directory. So let's go ahead and take a look at the script together before we run it, just to show you some of the basics. So this script has been designed as a function. So you'll import the function into memory and then execute that function. To identify the indicators of compromise and file paths, as discussed before, I've set up a framework for you to identify areas to place SHA-256 hashes and file paths. If you need to modify this for different algorithms, you can do so just by placing a different algorithm in the hash value. You'll also notice that we're defining a script block named Hash Huntress. Script block will later on be passed to a collection of member servers using the invoke command script block parameter. We'll also be taking a transcript anytime that this script runs. It is difficult to capture the output from a script executed on a remote host, so we will be transcribing the screen output to document for later incident response use. If we look here in the script, it starts to test that path that you defined to see if that path exists. If that path exists, it will continue on and it will enumerate the contents of that path and pass it to the get file hash commandlet. Those contents will be stored in an array. If the path does not exist, that check will fail, and this portion of the script will be checked and defined as false. We talked about the array of hashes, and we also talked about our check here. So this means that the path must exist to continue on to eliminate errors. Now that we have our array of hashes defined, we will use a for each command to iterate through each hash identified in the directory. We will then evaluate if that hash matches the hash value that you previously defined. If this turns out to be true, we will write an alert on the screen, which will facilitate documenting this in our transcript. And we'll also list the path of the hash match and the host name that matches on. This may seem trivial if you're working with 2 to 3 hosts, but in a large domain with 50,000 member servers and a large number of workstations, you definitely will want to have those uniquely named host names in your log files. So this second loop does the same as the first, and I'm just demonstrating that you may encounter situations where you need to search multiple directories with multiple hash values. Now again, this script is a proof of concept, and I've posted it on GitHub. So if you like the idea and want to expand, please feel free to do a pull request, to do a fork for yourself. The reason I'm sharing this is that I think it can help many people and also help you expand your PowerShell automation skills if that's something you're looking to do. So as we move down, this contents that we just went over define the hash huntress script block statement. Now, as we move down to the bottom of the script, we'll see here that we are dynamically identifying our domain. This means that this script can be moved into different domains, and this is one last value that you have to update. As I mentioned earlier, we can define a collection of member servers that we wish to pass this hash huntress script block to. Here I have done a simple example using our domain variable to then define the distinguished name of the organizational unit that you wish to query member servers and assign to an array named servers. You'll see here the naming criteria are simply name and operating system, which we then evaluate to identify if the operating system match Windows Server 2012, 2016, or 2019. We then select the object properties, name and operating system. This qualifiers right here may match up with different CISA alerts or different incident response bulletins that you may receive. You can help to tune your criteria. Something that may affect Windows Server 2012 may not affect Windows Server 2019. You can then filter that out to make your results as accurate as possible. So moving on down to the end of the script, we reference our servers is the collection that we just created, and we say for each individual element in the array or each individual server, we want to invoke the command defining computer name, and from our array, this is why we take name and operating system. We say server.name to pass to this command, and then we define the script block parameter, and then we pass the script block of hash huntress to the collection. That will go off and do its work, and we'll see that here shortly. And then just something to close this review of the script out with is when you're using the start transcript and stop transcript commandlets, since we made this script into a function, when the function gets loaded into memory, it goes to evaluate the stop transcript commandlet. That will throw an error if no transcription is taking place. So what I have done as a workaround is at the top of the script, I dynamically assigned the file name that we will output our transcript content to using a timestamp and then using the directory that you're running the script from as the base path, and then adding the name #huntress transcript and timestamp. This serves two purposes. This allows us to have a uniquely named file in the same directory. So if we run this script multiple times, we don't get an error stating that the file already exists or is locked by a process or so forth. This also allows us to define a valid variable that we know is going to exist, which we can then get around the shortcomings of the stop transcript commandlet and state that if start transcript is not equal to null, and we know that this is true because we defined it, we want this statement condition to evaluate to true. So therefore, we have done a workaround to stop transcript once the script finishes. I hope that makes sense. So let's go ahead and get to the fun stuff and take a look at our script here. Now you'll see right now we do not have any transcript file in this directory. So what I'm going to do is import this script into memory. As I stated, this will pull everything into memory into a function, which we can now call this function by simply calling #huntress from the command line. You'll see that the script generates the transcript file and starts querying through the directories and evaluating hashes. We've already found our first match, which was Mimikatz that we saw, matching the hash that we provided. The script is moving on to the Windows System 32 directory, and then continuing on, as you'll see, we have web server, and then we're moving on to file server. Now this is a small test domain, but if this were a large production domain, this would take much longer as it cycles through the large collection of servers. So we'll wait for this to finish, and then we'll go check out our transcript. It looks like we have some IR work to do after this script is done generating results. You'll notice this is taking a little longer since this is a remote host and we are iterating through the contents of the Windows System 32 directory, gathering hashes, and then comparing these hashes to the hash that we defined. The video feed's okay. My screen filter turned on at the end of the recording and I didn't want to stop. So just a note there. Okay, our script is finished. My screen is fading. We can see here that this lists the username that we ran the script with, the timestamp, also lists the host name that the script was run from, and then we also have the results of our script that generated for our file. And we see that these are 2 IOCs found on each host, and now we need to engage our IR team to go and identify what else we need to do. I hope that you find this script useful, and please do a pull request, do a fork, and thank you for watching. All right. So that was Hash Huntress, and I think you can see the concept of the tool is to make things easier to detect IOCs at scale. So I was working on trying to iterate through all directories and then check hashes. I've been struggling with that because while you can define um, so many levels deep in a directory, if the file remains in that directory one more level deep, it won't find it. So I'm still thinking about that, but I know there's a lot of smart people out there, and if you know a way to do that, do a pull request. I think this tool is good to use. It has a purpose, right? It's not a showstopper, and it's not the new hottest thing, but it is effective, it is efficient, and it works. So I hope that this is something that you can use or someone that you know can use. Um, and I'd like to transition on to talking about carpentry. I mentioned that my background was in the construction industry. I used to do remodeling, build homes, framing, trim carpentry, commercial remodeling. And in 2007, the US economy took a turn in real estate. And so I had to find something different to do. And I had always been good with technology, good with computers, and happenstance watched the movie Hackers and just fell in love with the culture, right? Just that clever playfulness, right? Understanding something well enough that you can find ways around things or be a better defender, right? And so, but carpentry and construction has will never leave me. Over the pandemic, my wife and I remodeled our bathroom upstairs, and so for part of the project near the end, I knew PancakesCon was coming up, so I used a GoPro to, if I were to be selected, which I ended up presenting, use a GoPro to document making these custom shelves that we built in our bathroom. And I think that this could be something that you can do as well. And so I'd like to play another video. I will do a little narration on there, and let's check it out. So give me a moment here so I can share that video. Share screen. All right, so at the beginning here, I'm doing a layout, and one of the important things about doing your layout, especially when you're attaching things to a wall to support weight, is you want to find the studs in the wall. Now, stud detectors work, but only so well. So I like the old school method where you use a hammer and a nail, and if you'll notice, I'm doing it right above the laser line because I'm going to be installing cleats for the shelf, so you won't see it. So if you watch here, you'll see that I do strike out a couple times on this inside wall here, but eventually you'll know that sound because also you'll be pounding the nail and it'll stop going, right? And you'll see me struggle to pull that out. So again, the importance of this is if you're putting things on the shelves, and also wear a mask. So we're transitioning here to manufacturing stock for the shelves. So when you buy lumber from the store, um, typically if you get clear or S4S, that's square four sides, the edges will be very sharp on all corners. So to take care of that, you want to use a random orbit sander. Random orbit, similar to a random number generator, um, oscillates and changes direction that it's cutting the grain of the wood. So it doesn't reduce material like a belt sander would to remove material. The orbital sander kind of opens up the pores of the wood. So it's stain important because you want to let that stain penetrate the wood. Or if you're painting, you want that primer to absorb. That primer gives you that good coat to get your finish paint coat on there. So you'll notice here that I'm cutting these. I've done my math and done my measurements. They'll be different in your home. So, but I'm doing my measurements here to make my pieces now that I've sanded them down and I've used a table saw to cut them to the proper width. We're now making them all the same size. right? And that's kind of something that I carried from construction into infosec. Is sometimes it's important to be able to build a scalable solution, to start with small pieces, get them uniform, find out that template, that pilot, and then build up from there. So you'll see this later on as we install these shelves. So right now, I'm sanding the tops of the shelves, again, using that random orbit sander. You'll notice that I'm moving the sander in an up and down direction. If you were to be using a street sander, you would want to maintain the same direction. You'll notice the grain of the wood is going perpendicular to my body. You wouldn't want to go across the grain with most sanders. You can do that with a random orbit sander because, as we talked about, it cuts that grain of wood in a different way. So this tool here you'll see is called a Craig jig. This allows you to make pocket screws. And you'll notice the angle that this is drilling on. The beauty of pocket screws is it allows you to join two materials together in a secure fashion without having to nail through or screw through the face of the material. And so after we finish drilling these holes and using wood glue, it's always important when you're working with raw wood and assembling it to use wood glue. Wood glue does some special bond between the fibers that really is very strong and will help to make sure that over time, if there's moisture changes in your environment, that the seams that you create don't separate or expand. And that really makes a difference when you're doing finished products like we're doing today. Also, my garage has been my office during the pandemic. So I had to protect everything with drop cloths and tarps to not get sawdust everywhere. And yes, it was cold during the winter, but there's many worse things that could happen. So you'll see one of these is assembled. And if you'll notice here, you'll see those screws are on an angle. That's that pocket screw that allows to have the travel ends up going to on an angle up into the face of the wood that you're attaching and securely attaching it. So I'm using an impact driver, and an impact driver is different than a screw gun because it operates on resistance. There's an anvil inside the head of the tool that hits on the spinning mandrel. And when that happens, it creates a lot of torque, which can securely tighten screws without stripping. And so that's how these Craig jig screws, you may notice that the end of the bit is a square drive bit, and that's to make sure that that torque, if you were to use like a Phillips or a +2 standard head, you may end up stripping that screw head. So that's the beauty of the square drive. You also notice that I have adjusted, you'll notice that I'm going to back out one of these screws because the face wasn't lined up correctly. So that's one of the things too with finished carpentry is you need to use your fingers a lot and trust your instincts, right? If it feels right, it's most likely going to be right. But if it feels like there's a big ridge or things aren't even, it's a lot of work. So you can see here that I got this as close as I could. Now I'm using that random orbit sander to sand these now two joined pieces of wood together and get them on the same plane on top so that when we paint this at the end, we'll have a nice even. So here we're talking about when I talked about earlier about scaling up and starting out with a template format and then scaling up. You'll see that um, my layout has now transferred using the laser level, which really helps you when you're trying to attach pieces of wood with precise tolerances. That laser level lets you use your eyes to get it right instead of holding the piece of wood up and then putting a level on top and trying to balance that and using the nail gun. If you're going to do a project like this, I recommend looking at a laser level. You don't have to get the most expensive one out there, but they will make a big difference, as you can see. So the benefit of us finding our studs in the wall is now we know for sure that we are attaching these in a secure manner. So if we put weight on these, we don't have to worry about them coming loose. And it's very important. Now, on this outside wall right here, this is the back of a shower wall. So again, this is why it's very important to make sure that you're hitting studs and not metal pipes. Now, if you're using the nail and hammer, you won't go through, you can go through a water pipe, but you really have to work at it. But if you're using a nail gun, you can go through a water pipe very easy. I have done it before. It is not fun. So please make sure to take the time and know what's, that collateral damage that could happen in the surface beyond what you're working with. It's very important. It's also doesn't take a lot of extra time to do. Now you notice here I'm pointing to the screen, you can't see that. I'm scraping off the extra construction adhesive because if you let that dry and then go to put the shelf on top of there, that construction adhesive is going to be very firm and it's going to work against your level layout that you've done. So just make sure to clean up any excess there. And also when you're using wood glue, which I highly recommend, here we've got and wood glue really only works on raw surfaces, raw wood to raw wood. If there's primer there, you can use sandpaper and sand that raw and then use the wood glue to get that bond, but it won't work if it's primed trim to primed trim. It doesn't work the same way. You would want to use a construction adhesive. So here you'll see that we have our 4 assembled shelves that we put together. And when you cut these to width, give yourself a break. You can have a 16th to less than an 1/8 inch on each side because your walls aren't always going to be 100% straight or 90 degrees all the time. So give yourself a break. When you're using paint grade trim, you can cover up any of the extra gaps within reason. I say 1/8 of an inch is about as far as I would go. You can fill that with caulk, and you'll see that in a little bit here. I'm going to show you how to finish this really precise manner. And this is, I really enjoy this. I know it's tedious work, but for me, it's soothing. So I really got a lot of benefit out of this project. Working on the weekends, I started in July and just finished at the beginning of the year. And it really helped me to have kind of an escape, not an escape, but something to do and while I'm at home and be productive. So I'm priming the shelves here. It's important to use a primer on raw wood. It gives seals up the pores. And then after that dries, you can sand it. And now you're creating a nice base for your finished paint to cover. So you'll see here, get yourself a small roller. You don't want to use a 9-inch roller on 23-inch shelves. You get the small little 4-inch Wizzo rollers, and they work really nice, can get into tight spaces you'll see here. And now I'm working with putty. There's a specific kind of spackle that I like. It's the DAP Pino patch. It smells terrible. Wear a mask when you use it, but it really, it doesn't shrink. So you'll see that I'm pushing and wiping in that putty into the nail holes. It doesn't shrink. So once it dries, you can scrape the excess off and then go ahead and sand, and you'll see us get a nice smooth coat. And you want to go and cover all the nail holes Easier to do it now than after you get a finished coat of paint on and then have to putty it and then sand it and then paint it. And then if you have any seams here, you're not always going to get your seams perfect. And that's the beauty of paint grade. So you can then go and get that putty in the seams, wipe it in there. You know, you want to fill that gap and then just let it dry. If there's excess sticking up, also important to wear a mask. This stuff, sanding, respiratory, we've been dealing with respiratory issues. Please wear a mask. I didn't do it when I was younger, and I do it now because I feel terrible. A couple times I haven't worn a mask. You feel really bad after. So I'm demonstrating using a sanding block right here. Sanding blocks have foam ends. When you're going up against a painted surface, use that foam end against the painted surface. That way, if you're rubbing on it, you won't scratch the wall. Now, in this case, it's okay because I'm going to be painting it, but that's just a trick that may help you out. And you can see I'm scraping off some of the excess of the putty there. Now, this hand sanding gets old, right? So after a while, we're going to break out the power tool. It's also good to keep an old beat up sanding block. There's some times where you need to sand something very lightly. You don't want to use a brand new sanding block. So those old beat up, I have a couple of them laying around. They come in handy. They're like really soft. So you'll notice here, here's the random orbit sander again. You can go in any direction with a random orbit sander. Just make sure that you cover all the surface. You'll be able to, again, trust your instinct. For a little while, go ahead and feel that surface. When it feels smooth enough, it's good. You're good. You don't have to sand down till the primer is done. So right here, I'm using a Dremel Multimax, which I really like. As you can see here, it has a triangle sanding head. This comes in very handy for small spaces. You'll notice that I'm going to stand underneath the shelf and get into the tight area. Standing there with a block underneath and doing this and holding your arms up is really tiring. So being able to use a tool like this. So I also recommend vacuuming your surfaces before you paint them. Using a shop vac, just getting a good vacuum of everything. Now, yes, did I sand the bottom and then go sand the top? I did. Is that the right way to do it? No. Use common sense. Again, I probably vacuumed it a bunch of times. So here's where we're talking about caulking those gaps that you may have on the side. It's very easy to do. You don't have to be a perfectionist with the caulk gun. You'll notice here that I didn't put enough in here. The caulk will let you know you didn't put enough in the area. So you'll see me apply some more and keep a wet rag with you. You use your fingertip, press that caulk into between the areas, the crack, and get as much as you can out. Wipe it off on that rag, and then go back and touch up that area with the rag, because anything that you leave high on the shelf or high on the wall when it dries, it'll be a line in the area, and you don't want that. So you can see here, just doing some finish work, wiping it off. And if you get some on the wall, that's okay, as long as it's smooth. If you're going to paint that surface afterwards, that's okay. So painting, it's very important when you're painting to keep that brush wet. It's made to hold paint. As you can see here, that nice first even stroke, it's a good base on there. Now, a couple tips when you're doing brush work is you want to get as much paint as you can on quickly, because as that paint starts to dry, it starts to get tacky. And as you go over it, it starts to make more drag marks. And your smooth painted surface becomes harder to obtain. So you want to work fast with the paint And as you see here where I'm laying the brush flat, that's about the only time you want to do that, is on the big surfaces to get that paint out and onto the material. In painting, everybody says, oh, I got to tape the wall. Try it out. You may not do well at first, but really you got to just look at the tip of the brush and look at that line that the paint is giving you when you lay it onto the material. And you just look at that line and follow that line with your eye and follow along with your arm. As long as you've got enough paint on there, it will flow and help you keep that straight line. I give that to you as a challenge. It may be easier than you think, and it's less time and less money. That blue tape is crazy expensive. It has its purposes, but um, that's just my thoughts. So we're just touching up the paint here. When you're doing brush work, you want to make sure that you get off any excess or any drips. You want them to be smooth, and always go back over your surface because there may be some high points when you're done that you didn't see. So this is what I was talking about, following that line, get paint on the brush, let the brush do the work. Hold your arm steady and just move your arm along. Come back the other way. Now, I've been painting for a long time, so I've been doing it for a while, but it gets easier the more you do it. Don't give up first try. So we're just finishing up the job here. You can see that now we're painting the wall. It's also important, I see people painting all crazy on the home do-it-yourself shows. Don't do that. Go up and down. The paint is designed to have a stipple. The finish needs to set up with a consistent coat. So you'll see that I'm going over and back rolling everything. That's how it's supposed to look. Don't go zigzagging all over the place, and that's not how you do painting. Here's the finished product. After everything is dried and done, this was designed by my wife. We went over it, went over the layout, and this is how it looks, the finished product here in our bathroom. So I have the materials here that I used. Came out to about $151 plus tax. And then here are all the tools that I used. I didn't put the pricing on there. I've had a lot of these for a long time. All right. So let's go back to wrap it up here. Let me get my last slides here. So thank you, PancakesCon staff, for making this possible. I really enjoy this. I think it's such a great way to let people showcase some of their InfoSec related skills and then hobbies and passions. My name is Blake Regan. You can reach me on Twitter at Crash Override, also on LinkedIn. And this is one of my favorite sayings. It's actually a shirt that my daughter has, so that's why I said anonymous. Do good, be kind. Right? We need each other. We need to build each other up. The InfoSec community needs more people. If you're here and you're new, you're in the right place. Keep putting in that hard work and take chances, right? There are a lot of good people in this industry that can help you get to the right places, but you have to be willing to move outside your comfort zone. So thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I'd like to open it up for questions.
Wow, that was great, Blake. One of the questions was, why not sand, prime, and paint the shelf before putting the shelf on?
So it's a great question. So for me, coming from being a carpenter and painter, as I mentioned, not all the, your wall may be 23 and a half inches at one spot and then 23 and 5/8 over here. So you may have to trim you may have to trim the material as you install it. And for me, as I mentioned, I like what I found to be successful is that methodology where you start and you scale up. So that's just the way that I like to do it and have found to be successful. You also may install something and have to take it out. And do you want to paint it and prime it and sand it twice?
Good point. Um, back to the PowerShell portion of the presentation. What level was that, would you say? I mean, is that, kind of beginner level or?
You know, it is, I would say it's moderate. I would say it's beginner, moderate, advanced. And that's one of the reasons that I like sharing my scripts is it has I like to use some easy stuff and then I tie in some more advanced stuff, but that's the reason, right? If someone knows how to if they can learn how to create file directories by naming them dynamically on a variable with a timestamp. That may be advanced for them right now. But if they use that code and they're like, okay, this is how I do it. Okay, I can build from here, or like the invoke command and passing a script block. That blew my mind when I learned how to do that. So I know there's a lot of people out there that are good at PowerShell, but maybe they don't know about this. And there's so many things to learn. So I would say moderate. I would say moderate, and that's the way I wrote it too. It's not a super complicated tool, but you can apply it to different situations too. It may not just be for indicators of compromise to make sure that you're, not having an incident going on. You
Right.
can use it to detect software like, hey, do we have this old version out here? Well, our licensing tool isn't picking it up. Well, do we know the hash? Yeah, okay, you can put it in that script and go in and get a report, right? So it kind of just enables you to do more with less.
Right. Well, thanks so much, Blake. Beautiful shelves and awesome automation. Have a
Thank you.
great rest of your day and thanks.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone. Up next, we have Hacking Cars and Crops on a Budget with Griffin Payne. Welcome, Griffin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So thanks everybody for taking your time out of a Sunday afternoon to join us. And thank you to the PancakesCon organizers and volunteers for putting this all together. It's good fun. So today we're going to be talking about hacking cars and crops on a budget. So let's begin. There you go. So who am I? I'm Griffin Payne. And in my professional life, I'm an associate director on Protiviti's attack and penetration testing team. And what that means is I spend a lot of my time on the phone and doing PowerPoint presentations and not so much hands-on hacking these days. But in a former life, I was a pen tester. And previous to that, I've done IR, blue team, compliance, and everything in between. Oddly enough, I never wanted or intended to be in security or IT. I wanted to be a video editor when I was in school, but trying to get a job doing that in Cleveland was a bit hard. So I got a job doing help desk and kind of progressed through the years into security, and here we are. In my personal life, I'm a husband and father of 2 young boys, so I don't have much free time at all anymore. I like to collect art and scotch, so I'm pretty excited about Nick Britton's rare collectibles talk here in a little bit. I like growing plants, which you will see here in a moment. I'm an outdoor lover. I'm living in Denver now, so lots to do out here. Big fan of animals. I have some dogs and cats, and I'm not a very serious person at all, as you can tell from this picture of me in a hot dog suit at DEFCON China a few years ago. And we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So before we start, I'd like to throw out a disclaimer. So what is presented in this content, what I'm going to be talking about, could be used for nefarious purposes, and you are solely responsible for what you choose to do with this information. And it's all made for educational purposes. There's plenty of research online that you can go find that will help enable you to build these things, but it's entirely up to you what you do with it. So with that, a lot of the techniques and tactics I'm going to talk about on the automotive side are dated. So there's nothing groundbreaking or 0-day coming out here. It's all things that have been out in the wild for a long time. But the intent of this talk is to show you what you can do with a very small budget and a little perseverance and dedication and willingness to learn. So a lot of these techniques still work on older models, but some of the newer models have mitigated a lot of the things that we're going to talk about or just scrap the technology altogether. Now, with that being said, so when I used to present to automotive companies, OEMs, as they're called, original equipment manufacturers, to talk about testing and why testing is important to them, this was the pitch I would use to start. So here we go. Imagine you're driving down the street, nice summer day, you got the windows down, you're just listening to some music, and all of a sudden, the music cuts off. And you get this weird error message on your infotainment screen. You're like, what is that? You start tapping on it. Boom, ransomware. In my car? How is that possible? And when we used to say this to the automotive companies, they're like, yeah, right, ransomware in a car. But then it started happening to refrigerators and thermostats and things like that. And they're like, okay, maybe this does apply to us. Maybe we should listen. Now, to give a little backstory about when I first got into automotive testing, I honestly didn't think I would ever be able to do it. Like, I never thought I was a good tester. I'm still not a good tester. There's plenty of people that are way better than me. And then coming from traditional IT systems into the automotive world, knowing how much time and money is spent producing these vehicles and airplanes and things in the transportation industry, I assumed it would just be like top of the line technology and state of the art tools and software. And in reality, that's not the case. So when there's a software vulnerability, people like Microsoft or Cisco will push out a security patch in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever, and it fixes the vulnerability. In automotive or transportation or gaming with slot machines and things like that, anything that's built on hardware with software overlaid isn't as easy to fix. So when a vulnerability is found in a piece of hardware, you can't just push out a software patch and fix it in a lot of cases. And once it's discovered, it's out there. Recalls are really expensive. The production life cycle on vehicles and planes and trains and things like that is really long. It could be anywhere from 1 to 15 years from product inception to design, requirements, definitions, prototyping, test, prototyping again, and then production. So when a vulnerability is found, it's a long time coming before you can push out a fix for it. And then when you're building these things, you don't anticipate what the attack surface or the techniques are going to look like in 10, 15 years. So when I began testing automotives, I didn't think I'd be able to do it. But then you jump in and you see things like Telnet and clear text protocols and Linux operating system with SE Linux features turned off because it makes the infotainment unit slower to boot. And it's a lot easier to test than you might think. So get the preconception out of your head that you won't be able to do it, because anybody can do it. And we all start somewhere. If you want to get more into automotive testing, I highly recommend popping into the automotive village, the car hacking village. Those guys are way smarter than me. They virtualized a lot of things so you can get in there and play with stuff. And it's really good learning experience. You're not going to break anything. You're not going to hurt anybody. So absolutely talk to those guys, pop in there and ask questions. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get into it. So the point of this talk is to show what you could do on a very limited budget on both growing crops and hacking crops. So our first example is going to be a homemade passive keyless entry start amplifier / relay. Now, if you're not familiar with a passive keyless entry start, I'm sure most of you are. It's when you walk up to a vehicle and the keys are in your hand or your pocket, and you touch the handle of the car and it unlocks, and you didn't do anything with the keys. Or you get in the car and you don't put the keys in the ignition, you just push the start button. Now, the way this works is the car emits a high frequency signal when you're in close proximity, and the keys respond with a low frequency signal and say, yeah, we're right here, open up. Now, when this technique was first hitting the scene, 10, 15 years ago, whatever it was, police were dumbfounded when they saw the home security footage of these criminals going to houses and holding something up to the side of the house. Another guy would open the car, start it, and drive off in less than 2 minutes. So when they found one of these devices, they figured out that's what was happening. And then we were talking to OEMs about this, and everybody always downplayed it. They're like, oh, it's not going to happen to us. It takes very sophisticated equipment, or it's really expensive, whatever the case. We're like, well, hold my beer, watch. So we built this using really cheap components. So what you see here is a spool of copper wire, a breadboard holding all these components together, a microcontroller with about 30 lines of C code, and a battery. And it's all stuffed into a defibrillator case because that's what we had laying around. So all of this is done for less than $20 and less than a day. And this is what it can do. So in this video here, the keys are inside the house. This green thing in my right hand acts as a receiver. So it takes the signal from the vehicle and amplifies it through the box to the keys in the house, which then respond with the low frequency signal, which travels further. And let me show you how this works. And that was all done in less than 30 seconds. So this is, a serious problem for car thieves. And newer cars have mitigated this in the new key fobs, but this is still a very prevalent attack. My wife's friend out here in Denver actually had her car stolen a few weeks ago, and this was the suspected technique because no signs of forced entry. It was in and out in less than 2 minutes. Still a very real attack. Another point to mention there, if you heard the two beeps in the car, I'm not sure if you did, it's the car alerting me that the keys aren't in it. As a thief, I don't care. I'm driving this to a shipping container, dropping it off, getting paid. I don't need the keys. But it's an audible alert because you can't disable the vehicle while it's in motion because it's a safety hazard. So this isn't going to stop anybody from stealing your car if you're so inclined. Now, the next technique we're going to talk about is using software-defined radios. Now, this will be the most expensive tool in the bag. They range anywhere from $30 to $350. The Hack RF1's probably my favorite and one I see most often in the field because it operates at a really nice wide operating frequency from 1 megahertz to 6 gigahertz. The price differences you'll see in these basically gives you more operating frequency. Now, with that, you get to communicate with more things on those channels. Some of the cheaper ones, the $20, $25, they'll operate at a very specific frequency. So if there's not something talking in that range, you won't be able to communicate it with it. But the Hack RF1, for example, has a really wide range, so you can talk to garage door openers, cars, whatever. In this example, we are targeting a tire pressure monitoring sensor. And that is the little sensor that's in your wheel that will detect if it's beyond the recommended tire pressure sense. So if it's higher or lower, you get the little alert on your dashboard. Now, I was doing some research on this particular product or whatever for a vehicle before this talk, and I hadn't seen anything new, so I think they scrapped it all together. But at the point in time when we were testing this, it was a self-inflating tire system. The way it worked was there was 4 sensors in the tires, a central control unit that received the messages from the tires that then talked to a pneumatic control unit who would inflate or deflate the tire based on need. Now, this picture is just an example. It's not what we were actually testing, but the applications for this were military, commercial, and heavy machinery. So imagine you're in a battlefield situation. You don't want to get out of the car and pump a tire or change a tire if you have a flat or if it's, overinflated. So they had this, the system that would inflate or deflate based on need. So we're testing it with a software-defined radio, and we were able to, capture the communications from the tire pressure sensors that were going to the central control unit. We were able to spoof those and trick the tire pressure control unit into thinking the tires were underinflated or overinflated. So think about the implications for that in a battlefield or in some heavy machinery. So we trick the tire into thinking it's underinflated. It just keeps getting pumped up until it explodes. So if you're in a battlefield, it's the last thing you want, which is why they probably scrapped this technology. At least I hope they did, or figured out a better way to protect it. And all that was done with a software-defined radio and a computer. So not a lot of specialized equipment. Next, we're going to talk about the CAN bus. Can't talk about cars without talking about the CAN bus. So in a traditional IT network, you're thinking, cat wiring and things like that. In a vehicle, everything is, a CAN bus. The ECUs, which are the electronic control units, are basically little computers that control various functions of the vehicle. There's various networks in a vehicle. There's, besides the CAN, there's LIN, FlexRay, most. The easiest to interface with, at least in my opinion, is the CAN bus because you could talk to it through the onboard diagnostics port, which I'll show you that in a moment. But this is one of those things I thought was just going to be super expensive. I'd never be able to do it because when you take your car for an emissions check or for maintenance, they plug it into this super huge machine that's got to cost thousands of dollars. When I first got into this, I didn't think it would be a realistic thing to do at my own time. And then I found things like the CanTech for $75. I personally used Canalize for $60. There's the Cannibal here, that's $80. And what this does is connects into the ODB port in your car, which can be found above the footrest. And it's always accessible because it's used for diagnostics. So it's not going to be any screws or anything holding it in place. It may not be as easy to see as this picture here, but it is always going to be on the driver's side somewhere on the dash. And this device will plug into that, and then it has a USB adapter that plugs into a computer. Now, things like Wireshark have native CAN, support. There's other tools like CAN Utils that have CAN dump and CAN send, so you could send packets and capture packets. If you want to play with this more, again, pop into the Auto Village. Those guys have various components in there right now that will let you play with canned messages. You can replay them, spoof them, and try to figure them out. Now, with canned messages, they're not straightforward. There's not a standard used across all the OEMs, so they're not going to be able to find a cheat sheet to see what things mean. And when you first plug into it and start capturing the data, it looks crazy. It comes in super fast. Nothing's very clear. Like the IDs are all over the place. You don't really know what the messages are saying. But if you want to play with it, you could do it in your own car, plug in, and then do things like turn on the windshield wipers, or do your turn signal, or put the car, push the brake or push the accelerator, and just keep doing that over and over, and you'll start to see the same frames over and over again. So then you capture those, you can replay them, you can put them into a loop and just blast them in there, and then it'll start to do things to your car, and you can identify which message is doing what. Now, through the CAN bus and the ODB port specifically, you can do a lot of things. You can unlock and change features. So like in my car, for example, I could change, what the key press does on the keys. In the picture before was from an Audi forum where a guy was flashing an ECU to do a turbo boost unlock. You can do actions such as triggering the airbags, the brakes, through the acceleration. And when we were doing automotive pen tests, that's the type of stuff we were looking for. Could you communicate with something through the CAN bus to trigger the airbags to pop? Because ultimately, safety is the most important thing in a vehicle. And if you could impact safety through something like the CAN bus, then it's a major problem. So one of the other disclaimers I'll throw out here is playing with your vehicle and the ECUs could lead to potential damage long term. I've never done it personally. I've never broken anything in my car playing around, but I have seen horror stories where people have break the ECUs and they've had to tow their car to a dealership to get it flashed, and it's cost money. So, proceed with caution. There is a lot of techniques now and tools where you could virtualize these. You could buy ECUs off of eBay for $40, $50. There's a resource I reference at the end of this talk that shows you how to set that up, throw some 12-volt power on it so you can have it on your test bench and you're not actually playing with the car. And then there's other great places, again, like the Auto Hacking Village and, forums and groups like that where you can play online and not actually do any damage. Next is the infotainment system. So when, I guess the last few vehicles I had didn't have an infotainment system. And when I finally got one, I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, how do I interface with this thing? It's seamlessly integrated into the dashboard. There's got no ports on it. Like, what am I supposed to do? To play with this, you don't really need anything besides a computer. And if you want to figure out how to get it apart, look up a YouTube video or Google, how do I replace my infotainment unit? And you'll see things like step-by-step guides. So in this particular vehicle we were testing, it just showed these two little yellow clips that held this piece of plastic in place. So you just put a little force and pull it off, and it came right off. Nothing broke. And now we have the infotainment unit exposed to us, and it was held in by these two screws on each side. So what do you do when you have this device? Well, you pull it out. And it's basically just like a little computer. It's in a chassis. It's got screws and everything else. And what do you do with the computer when you want to play with it? You take it apart. So pro tip, keep a jar or a little magnetized pad there so you don't lose the screws. Every time I take something apart, there's always extra screws when I put it back together. Don't know where those come from. But, once you take it apart, you'll start to see things on there that you might be familiar with, such as an SD card reader. And once we found that, we popped the SD card out, put it into a laptop, and what did we find is a Linux file system that was readable and writable. So once we mounted it and started playing around, we found all these binaries that had vulnerabilities, or we could decompile the code on and play with them. Once we did that, we just put it back in the file system, put it back in here, put this together, dropped it back into the vehicle. Boom, we owned all the applications on this thing. We had root access. We could bypass paywalls that the automotive manufacturer had through the store. So we could abuse features, do some monetary impact. We weren't able to communicate on the CAN bus because of whatever limitations we ran into through the test. But you can do a lot without any specialized tools when it comes to the infotainment system. So next, we'll look at wireless. So anybody who's done a wireless test in the past will be familiar with these devices. Alpha is probably one of the most prevalent. There's also the TP-Link there, which is only $15. Anything that does packet injection, you can do a wireless test with. So in this particular example, We were testing a handful of vehicles. So there was simultaneous tests going on. There was destructive testing of a team tearing down an infotainment unit. We were doing wireless assessments. People were just looking over the whole vehicle. While we were testing, we observed that the infotainment unit was beaconing for this access point. It wasn't ours, so we used the wireless USB dongle, used host APD to use that access point name, and as soon as we set it up, the vehicle connected, no username or password. Once that happened, we did a port scan. We observed port 22 was there. We tried things like root admin, eventually guessed it on like the 5th or 6th try, and we had root access to this device. So while we're doing that, the team doing the destructive testing was checking out the data sheets, realized the chip used in the infotainment unit, IVI's in-vehicle infotainment, allowed for ad hoc mode, and that was disabled via software. So we got to thinking, let's enable that, and we did. Use the same access point name that the car initially connected to, and then the car was acting as an access point. Now, all the other vehicles that we were testing connected to it. With that idea, we decided to push some malware to the vehicle. So we did, and then it propagated to the other vehicles. So we actually created this wormable exploit that connected to all the vehicles. And if you think about it, again, this goes back to thinking that you're not going to be smart enough or have enough skill to test a vehicle. All of these are basic security best practices. Wipe the infotainment unit before it leaves the factory. Use a strong root password. All of this could have been prevented, but it wasn't. And it's just basic security missteps that allowed us to take over this fleet of vehicles. So to summarize, none of that was very expensive, was it? I think the most expensive thing is the Hack RF1, and it's $320. Everything else can be had for less than $100, and you can do whatever you want with it. So again, pop into the auto hacking village, play around. Don't ever feel like you're not smart enough or you don't know enough to do it. We all start somewhere. I still don't think I know anything about this stuff, but you just jump in and start poking around. That's how you learn. You try new things. So let's switch gears. My other passion of mine, growing plants. I love plants. When the pandemic hit, we would go to the store to buy food. Nothing was available. So I was like, okay, we're really going to have to kick this into gear. We're going to need to learn how to make bread, everything in between. So this picture here, you'll see a banana tree and
Hey everybody, I'm back.
Which aren't native to Cleveland.
I'm having a crazy time, and apparently chat imploded while I was away, so I'm going to go and work on that.
I don't know if you've ever
fun
been
story
there or
to
from
tell
there, but the weather's
in a bit,
really
and I need to
unpredictable.
fix my
You could
hair
have
at some
3
point.
months of no
Jesus.
sunshine. It could be freezing in the middle of summer. Growing outdoors wasn't really tenable. So I moved it all indoors. As you can see in this picture, these are a bunch of tomato plants and a banana tree in my closet. And they don't look like they're doing very well, do they? The tomato plants got really tall and fell over. I was like, there's got to be something easier than this. There is. Enter aeroponics. So aeroponics is a version of hydroponics in which there's a container that holds plants in these pots that allow the roots to be exposed to a constantly spraying mist. And in aeroponics, there's 2 types. There's low pressure and high pressure. And what we're going to be talking about is low pressure, where it's a 24-hour spray of mist for these roots. Now, once I found out about this, I was like, I got to get one of these things. Let's go buy one. But for $940, like, that's crazy. Look at this thing. Like, it can't possibly cost that much, right? Right. So let's show you how I put one of these together for pretty cheap. So first, you're going to need some PVC pipes and connectors. You can go to any home improvement store, your Lowe's, Home Depot's, Menards, whatever you have available. 10 feet of 1/2-inch diameter pipe is $2.40. I use less than 20 feet, plus the elbows, the T connectors, and the ends. It all came to about less than $10. Next, you're going to need the sprayer nozzles. Like I mentioned, with aeroponics, you want to create this fine mist. So these nozzles go into the PVC pipe.
Thank you for the hair comment. I'm just a little busy because I'm trying to fix the chat.
Nozzles and creates this fine mist. So 40 of these is $6 on Amazon. And if you'll notice, it says 360 degrees. So they make these in 270 and 180. They do a really targeted spray, but in the aeroponics system, you want a full 360 degrees because the roots get wild and you want to make sure they're all being sprayed because dry roots are bad. Next, you're going to need a submersible water pump, and it has to be submersible because it's going to be in this water solution all the time. So if you get a dry pump, it's not going to work. This is something else you can find at your Lowe's or Home Depots. You typically find it in like the outdoor gardening. You'll see it in koi ponds or waterfall features. You can get this one on Amazon for $24, and it does 400 gallons per hour. You may not know how many gallons per hour you're going to need. It depends on how much piping and how far away your water tank is from the plants. But 400 worked for me, and it comes with all the features and the connections that you need. Next, you're going to need something to hold the plants. So you see here, this one is $18, and it'll work just fine. But I opted for this actual plant table for $100 from Botanicare. It's 3 feet by 3 feet. It's a lot sturdier than this flimsy black plastic, and it's got really good irrigation channels, as you can see here. Now, pro tip, again, I wouldn't use this had I done this again. My initial build was a flood and drain table. So the plants sit on the table and the water would flood it for 10 minutes every hour, and then it drains. Now, when I did this, I didn't realize how big of an impact the light hitting the plants and the medium holding the plants would be, and it turned into an algae nightmare to the point where I couldn't even clean it. I had to throw everything away. But I didn't want to buy anything else because I'm cheap, and I made it work. And the next slides will show how I made that work. But if you're going to build this, something like this would work, and you just cut holes in that and drop the plants in there. So the net pots. So, in your typical garden plant that you buy from the store, it has a little plastic container that the plant sits in, and it's got a couple holes in the bottom for drainage. In an aeroponics system, you want something that's like this with lots of slots and a bunch of holes. You can get 50 of these for $10 on Amazon. And why you want it like this is so the roots get exposed to the mist and they can just grow through it freely. Next, you're going to need a medium for the pots. So I chose clay pebbles, which are basically just little clay rocks.
Okay, chat's finally fixed.
This
Now I can
10-liter
catch up with
bag
all
is
of this.
$15, and 10 liters translates to like 40 pounds. So this is going to last me the rest of my life. If you go this route and use clay rocks, rinse them before you use them because they're really dusty and that's bad for the water. So just, get enough for the pots. As you can see here, they just sit in there. This is what the roots look like. I'll show you another picture of that in a moment. But rinse them off and then you're good to go with that. Next is something to hold the pots in place.
I don't know if
and
it
to block
skipped,
light
but my
from,
apologies.
the water solution, everything like that. We're all familiar with cardboard. They make corrugated plastic, which is essentially the same thing. It's got the little ribs between. It's waterproof, it didn't grow mold, and it was easy to cut. And I also bought a little circle cutter from the same, Home Depot, Lowe's, whatever. And it puts a little hole in the center with a razor blade. It spins around so I could cut the circle for the net pots. So this thing's less than 25 bucks for the cardboard or the corrugated plastic. And this is a big sheet. It's 4 feet by, I don't even know, 96 inches, so 6 feet. And I cut it down to 3 by 3, and I had some left over for whatever else I needed it for. Next, you're going to need a container for your water solution. One of the things that appealed to me about hydroponics or aeroponics is that it's kind of low maintenance. And once you get this all set up, this thing will hold 20 gallons of water. So you don't really need to water it often. You just come down and check, make sure the water level is higher than the pump because you don't want it to burn out. And it's pretty much set it and forget it from there. And finally, you're going to need a light. So the pictures you saw earlier, I was using a high pressure sodium light. When I first got into this hobby, LED lights weren't a thing, but now that they are, this is absolutely the way to go. A 500 watt is $50, 1,000 watts, $90. I think I paid like $400 for a high pressure sodium for a 400 watt, but it's a tank and it's lasted 20 years. So when it finally dies, I'll replace it with this, but this is absolutely the way to go now. Now let's put that all together. Remember the pre-made system for 940 bucks? Ridiculous. This entire homemade system with a light is $250 and you're done. Now, the only thing that doesn't factor in here is the time it takes to put it all together. And I apologize, I didn't realize I'd be doing a talk on this, or I would have taken more pictures of the build process, but let's go through what we have here. So you take your container that's going to hold the plants that the sprayer will be in, you measure it, you get the PVC pipes and you cut them. And it's like playing leaky pipes on a Windows system back in the day. You put it together, doesn't look right, pull it apart, try it again. It's like, oh, this T goes here, this end cap goes here. You figure it out, boom, done. Next, you're gonna need the sprayer nozzles in. So you just get a little drill a hole, pop those in. Whoops. There we go. And then if you could see around here, I use a pure silicone caulk, and just to keep seal the gaps. So I don't want any water leaking out of there. I want it all coming out of the nozzle. And then this is it all put together. So you see the corrugated plastic, the net cups, the rock or clay pebbles, and I put little PVC pipes in here to support it because they started to sag a bit. And now you're basically done. So sit back and watch your hard work come to life. So after a few days, you start to get some sprouts. You could start the seeds in, a wet paper towel or something like that if you want to just drop seedlings in, or if you just want to put seeds into the net cups, that works too. So feed and pollinate, those are key things to growing plants. So when you're doing this, you don't need plant food, but the difference between using plant food and not is night and day. Your plants will be humongous. The more fruit, bigger
You're now
fruit
learning about
if you
plants.
use plant food.
I
Now
actually
it's
know how to
important to
garden
use
and plant
a
like crops,
hydroponic
so this is
based or a food
kind
made
of
for hydroponics.
cool to
You don't want to
see.
use something that's made for soil because it may not be as water soluble. It'll clog your sprayer and your pump, and that's just a nightmare you don't want to deal with. Now, the other thing with aeroponics and hydroponics is it's a soilless growing system. So there's nothing absorbing any of the nutrients. It's all going straight to the plants, and you'll see that here in a second. So this is, week 1, I think. I think this is week 2 or 3, and just see how big these things are getting. So if you see here, each one's next to each other, and I didn't plan for how big they were going to get. So in the next picture, I had to, weed out the ones that weren't doing too well. And when you're growing plants, you'll notice that some are doing better than others. You just get rid of the ones that aren't doing well to make space for your healthy ones. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever grown peppers before, but these things got massive in this aeroponic solution. So like a typical pepper leaf, when you're growing it outside, is like as big as your hand. These things were like 2 dinner plates. Like I was cutting them off and showing people because it was just so impressive. Now, when you're growing these, the canopy will get really dense and the leaves below will start to die off. It's important to cut back on those because you don't want the plant to focus any additional energy trying to keep those alive. You want it to spend its energy on growing the healthy leaves and foliage and putting all the energy into fruiting and the vegetables. And I'll show you a picture of that later too. So do you remember this picture? The tomato plants. They got 5-6 feet tall. I never saw a single tomato, and I couldn't figure out why. I didn't realize how important bees were, and I didn't want to bring a bunch of bees into my house. So easy solution, $5 electric toothbrush. Once your plant starts to flower, this is a green pepper. It grows these little flowers with little pollen sacs, and in nature, bees, birds, all those creatures take that pollen and spread it around. In your house, you don't have that luxury. I didn't know that. And an easy solution was a $5 electric toothbrush. Once your plant starts to pollinate, you just take the electric toothbrush, turn it on, hold it next to the stem over here, shakes the pollen loose from these flowers, it pollinates the other ones, and now you have fruiting plants. This is what happy and healthy roots look like in an aeroponic solution. So this is the underside of the corrugated cardboard in the net pots. The roots just run wild underneath there. Like it looks like a tangled mess. It's insane. But these all hang and the solution just sprays constantly around there. There's nothing stopping you.
A reminder to brush your teeth at least twice a day.
Of the nutrients and everything. It's just straight roots and water nutrients. Now that you've fed, pollinated, all that, you start to get your fruit. So this, I don't remember exactly the timeline here. I should have chronicled it better. But I think the life cycle on the green peppers was 60 to 90 days to maturation. Another thing I didn't realize was green peppers, red peppers, and yellow peppers all come from the same pepper. So I was saving seeds from green peppers and red peppers that I was buying at the store and planting them, and they're all green, and I couldn't figure out why. Go figure. You just leave them on the plant longer, and they mature and sweeten, and they turn red and yellow. But you can see here, they're starting to grow, and they're looking healthy. The plants will continue to flower all the time. So if you see here, like there's little trimmed roots, there are trimmed branches and stems. And like I mentioned, once the canopy gets really dense, the leaves start fighting for light and they'll start crowding each other out. Just want to trim those back so the plant is focusing on the healthy leaves and putting all its energy into growing the vegetables. Now, after they look ripe and you're happy with them, you can enjoy. So you just pull them off, add them to your food, and you're off to the races. So in summary, back to this picture of me in a hot dog costume in China. laying on top of the test vehicle in the automotive hacking village. Information security has taken me all over the world. I've been to China, England, Poland, Germany, everywhere in between, all because it's a highly in-demand field and your skills are appreciated. Get out of your own head if you don't think you're good enough. I still don't think I'm good enough, but that doesn't stop me from getting in there and trying. There's plenty of people that would love to help. It doesn't matter where you're starting from or what your background is. All you have to do is put in a little effort, a little dedication, and try. That's where we all start. You just start poking around and it'll take you places. Finally, some references, and I'll leave this slide up for a moment for anybody who wants to take a screen cap. But Car Hacking for Pories, Charlie Miller and Chris Valsic, they're great. They're the ones that did the GPAC a few years ago. But Car Hacking for Pories teaches you how to buy an ECU for cheap, set it up on a 12-volt power supply on a workbench so you're not testing an actual car, and you can poke around. There's other resources out there that'll show you how to virtualize it so you're not messing with the actual car. You can virtualize infotainment units now. You can download, images for those things and play with them in a, virtual box or something like that. The relay attacks on passive keyless entry and start systems. I think that's what gave us the blueprint for building our remote keyless entry system. Everything's out there already. And like with anything hardware based, it's kind of a test and discovery. Once the initial vulnerability or technique is found and put online, all the hard work's done. You just need to find it and put it together. You don't need to do all the research yourself. Somebody else has done it and you just need to put it together. As for the crops, I didn't use any of these resources when I built mine. I'll admit I actually purchased one of those solutions in the past. It was a little 4x4 one, so I didn't spend a fortune, but it was still kind of expensive. And I realized how it worked, and then I put a bigger one together. But I did a little research on these before this talk just to make sure that these would be good to provide some guidance. And these all had really good, plans and explanations as to what you're doing and how to build it. Now, with that being said, any questions?
Awesome presentation, Griffin. There are a couple. So first one was, are bugs like fruit flies and gnats an issue with aeroponics?
No, they were. I did actually have some flies. There's some little fruit flies in the basement, but I wasn't sure if it was from the liquor collection down there or what. But it wasn't a big problem because they would just land on top of the plastic and drown. So it wasn't overwhelming. I didn't really have any issues ever with that though.
Okay, great. And do you have any best practices for trimming or pruning plants?
No, just get some spring-loaded clippers because the other ones are a little hard to deal with. But if it doesn't look healthy or if the leaf's starting to wilt or turn brown, you don't want the plant spending too much time on that. So just clip it off. And I feel bad doing it because I don't want to hurt the plants. I actually spend a lot of time with these things. Like I say, it's really low maintenance and you can set it and forget it. But I was down there all the time and I would just sit because it's like fake sunlight. And you're talking to them and you can actually see progress like every few hours. They're bigger and bigger, which is crazy
Talk
to
to
me.
your plants.
So yeah, you just care for them. You're doing the best for them. So you cut off the dead or dying leaves and branches and they get stronger.
Question about, let's see. Oh, well, someone commented and said you need more bees in your presentation. So next time, more bees.
Next time I'll do them in the house.
Oh no,
I
not
was
the
like, what can I
bees!
do with this? Like,
Not the
bees.
bees!
That seems like a great idea.
Ah!
And where do the extra screws come from?
I think they're just hidden in the chassis somewhere and they fall out once you take it apart. Just the manufacturer's just messing with you to encourage you not to play with their stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I had a question for you. And so for anyone, I guess, who might be, for the younger folk, how far back would you have to go to get a car that isn't susceptible to the hacking that you showed today?
I mean, I have a 2018 and most of that stuff still works. So not too far. And like I think I mentioned my wife's friend's car being stolen. Hers was like a 2020 and that relay technique still works. So, more of the higher end manufacturers started to put like the rolling crypto keys and things like that into it and like time-based responses. But some of the other ones just still don't care or it's too expensive to go back and retrofit into all of these existing cars.
Do you have any recommendations for some PCAPs with CAN traffic for playing around?
I would talk to the auto hacking guys. They probably have better answers for that than me. Most of mine came from just trial and error. I would just connect to my car and start playing with things. Like I push the gas pedal down and like it would flood, CAN traffic when I did that with certain IDs. So I knew that had something to do with it. So I'd get those, trim out the ones that weren't related to that, replay them and see what it did. So it's kind of trial and error, you just play around, see what works and what doesn't, and make sure your vehicle's in park.
Right. Okay. And then have you made anything delicious out of your own plants?
I use peppers all the time. So nothing super delicious. It's just saves me a trip to the grocery store. And it's nice being able to enjoy the fruits of your labor, no pun intended.
Or
But
vegetables? Yeah.
yeah, it's awesome. Like the banana tree, I've been to 5 or 6 banana trees. I've never got them to the point where a banana will grow because it's like a 5 to 7 year process. But I'm really
Keep
looking
saying
forward to that when it
bananas,
finally
someone from
happens.
the Yuga clan's going to show up.
And you mentioned, I don't know if you started the aeroponic. Did you start the aeroponics in Cleveland or in Denver?
I did. So I just moved to Denver in November. I've been doing aeroponics for like 15 years now. So
So my question is, does the air matter? So now I know you're 52, 80 feet above the ground. Does the air matter?
that's a good question. I have no idea.
Okay, let us know.
The aero comes from the aerosol, I would assume, spraying of the mist, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Right? Does it matter at higher elevations?
I've never tried out here yet. Like we're still settling, so I haven't got the whole setup built
All
back.
right.
But soon, I'll let everybody know
Stay
next year.
tuned. All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Griffin. This was a
Thank you,
wonderful
everybody.
presentation.
And I'll be on Slack if you have any other questions, and I hope you enjoyed. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So that was, as I cycle through stuff, the Hacking Cars and Crops on a Budget by Griffin Payne. And I'm going to go try to attempt to take this picture. And then I have a fun story to tell about what happened here. So the fun part for me, and we're going to switch over to the other stream in a moment, is that, so remember how it was like, which is true, that I'm like, okay, I'm super, I'm going to be super busy. I had to move a couple of stuff downstairs, things like that. Let me mute this other thing. Like that went fast. Like I got that done in like a couple of minutes, which is why I thought, actually, I'll tell you this. So I got that done in like 20 minutes. And then by the way, the next one, and then we're gonna have a vote later, is we're gonna look at, because it's hacking and climbing, which is on track 2, which I'm gonna switch over to now. But yeah, I got all the remaining stuff that was driving me crazy this morning completely done. Like there was no actual problems with that. The problem, ironically enough, was I was like, you know what? I can't think of a better way to celebrate PancakesCon than than to have pancakes on the stream. Now, if I actually woke up earlier on time, because I'm dumb, I probably would have done a pre-stream where I would have taken a remote camera and you would have watched me cook pancakes live because I'm known for making really good pancakes. But I didn't have the time for that. So, ain't nobody got time for that. So what happened is I was like, okay, where can I go to get pancakes? Now, unfortunately, I can't go to the McDonald's that's near me because it's already past the breakfast menu, and McDonald's stupidly decided to kill their all-day breakfast menu, like basically right when the pandemic started, which, would have been a godsend. It would have made them a crap ton of money. So, once again, McDonald's leaving money on the table. And then I'm like, okay, so this is longer away, but it might be worth it. The only other place I could think of to get pancakes and I'm actually gonna go on face cam right now. Uh, would be the IHOP that's a couple of blocks away, and I also have to fix the chat on this. If you notice, all the chat's been going crazy right now. I have no idea why that happened. We basically knocked out 2 bots that apparently showed up when I was away, and things just went stupid. So I'm gonna have to fix that chat later post stream. But anyhow, so I'm like, okay, I'll go to IHOP. Now, I have not been in an IHOP for at least a year and a half, 2 years, and I especially have never been inside an IHOP during all of this pandemic, right? So I'm just thinking, okay, I know from walking by it a couple of times they have like pickup orders. So I will just go in and order a stack of pancakes or like a root and tootie or a breakfast sampler or whatever, and then leave out. I go into that IHOP, and I swear to God, every single person in Jersey City is in this IHOP. It's so bad that everyone's wearing masks. Everyone's trying to social distance, but they can't social distance because the IHOP was not designed for people to be spread out. It's like 50 people to be spread out 6 feet at a time. So I was like, between the long wait time and the potentiality of getting COVID, F this. And so I had to basically settle for I went to the local, walked a couple more blocks, went to the supermarket, scrubbed through 8 billion waffles that they sell at the supermarket, and wound up with these really basic pancakes. So here is the actual pancakes, which I just took a picture of, that I'm going to be eating for PancakesCon. So yay for PancakesCon 2. I can't believe we have to have a sequel to PancakesCon because people can't stop licking doorknobs and things like that during a pandemic. And so, while I enjoy these motherfuckers, without further ado, let's go back to the stream. And again, we're going to look at this stream called Hacking and Climbing, which is on the second track. After that, we might check out some of the villages um, from Wendy's. I'm not going to go into it, but like I used to really like Wendy's, especially their. I mean, they still have good deals with their $4 or $5 deals. Between the quality and a couple of other things, I now use Wendy's as a last resort, which is sad because I like Wendy's food, but it's way too complicated. I'll message you later about that, Ms. Jackalope. And thank you for attending the stream. Because guys, you can go watch all of this on YouTube. I even debated of turning off our own YouTube, but I thought that would be like a disservice. I might privatize the video just because. Um, but yeah, we just figured, PancakeCon is not on Twitch, it's not on DLive, it's not on Facebook, it's not on Diode Zone, it's not being broadcasted through Tor. So it's similar with Libre Planet. We thought, hey, let's try this. So we're gonna go look at this other talk here. We switch back. I'm gonna switch modes, and let's see what track 2 has in store for us. Lift it. No, don't do that. Let's try this again. This is track 2. There we go. Right, let's get this audio going.
Room. So you have some coordinators and scribes, ops support. Basically, they're running more or less incident response for this, right? And sometimes they're going to run around doing visits of facilities, server rooms, and so on, right? And the scribes will always be relaying information between them. So again, everything is about a controlled environment. So let's say you're getting this dreaded call. Hi, this is Joe from Quality. The auditor has a question on topic X, and you're listed as someone who can provide some answers. First thing is breathe, right? This isn't like a building on fire situation. You are not expected to rush to the interview room in the next 5 minutes, right? Usually your back office will tell you at what time they're expecting you, but it's not like run down, right? Before you do anything else, clarify with them what the scope of the audit is, on what topics you will be questioned, right? If you're expected to provide any additional material, right? And once you know that, you can start preparing for it, right? Prepare yourself, anything you need or have been asked to provide, get yourself a notepad or something like that, and then clear your schedule.
Head, depending on how you handle your emotions, you might be screaming or laughing, depending on if you're successful or not. And the other
That was
part
the
of
wrong
that
talk for a
spectrum is
second. That was a weird glitch.
While it's
It's
not
like
all that
today's just been
exciting
nothing but
and it's
glitches,
not
both virtually
all
and
that
in real life.
techy,
Eh.
in the sense of,
Anyway, I'm going to enjoy these pancakes while I
1s and zeros
watch this.
flying through the screen. Finding somebody signed into Facebook and posting as them, that's not hacking either. It's just it's just plain jokes. So anyways, I thought that was a kind of a funny meme. So let's get through to the 7 phases of penetration testing as per the pen testing standard. I'm going to go through these one by one, and some I'll spend more time on, some I spend less time on, but this is a good overview of the steps that we're taking whenever we go on a pen test engagement. I'm not going to read off the slides here, but it gives you a good understanding. So let's just go to step 1, pre-engagement interactions. I like to joke around. This is the part that a malicious actor is never going to do, even though they're following more or less the same methodology that we do. A malicious hacker is not going to sit down with his client to discuss, the rules of engagements and who to contact if something goes wrong. It's just not going to happen. But us, as people that come in and we're getting paid to do an engagement, this is probably one of the most important parts, is setting client expectations. We want to, make them understand what they can expect from this engagement. A lot of times, depending on the client, I'll go in and they have no idea what a pen test is. They just know that they need to get one done. So it's really important for us to sit down, talk to them, talk about the goals, what they want to accomplish. Is this because of a regulatory body that wants them to have a pen test? Is this because one of their clients is asking to have one? And our approach might be different depending on why they need a pen test. One of the most important parts here is rules of engagement. What am I allowed to do and what am I not allowed to do? If you follow security news, you'll remember about 1.5 years ago, there might be some people from that company that's listening to this talk right now. There were a couple of individuals that went past the rules of engagement, and they ended up in a situation where they got arrested and basically brought out to the local police department. Everything at the end turned out great, but just to show that if you don't follow the rules of engagements, there might be some serious consequences. So very important to take in mind. Once we've sat down with our client, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here as I go through these steps, I'm just going to reiterate them just to put you into context. So bear with me. So once we've sat down with our clients and we've gone through scoping, time estimation, what they expect of us and everything else, we can start in our actual pen test. And the first step that I typically do, and that's a good thing to do, is to gather intelligence. At this point, we're not even touching their systems. We're going online and we're looking for information about the company. Why are we doing this? Well, some companies, most people will hang a lot of really important information out in the open. This is what we call open source intelligence. What am I looking for? I might be looking for job postings. You might wonder, what does a job posting give me? Well, if they're looking for somebody with 10 years experience in Cisco gear, well, there's a really good chance that there's Cisco equipment in the environment. If they're looking for a senior PHP developer, there might be some really good indication that they have PHP in their environment, so that I can gather all that information and start painting a picture of what their infrastructure looks like. To be honest, most of the time when I go in to do a pen test, I know this already. Because in the essence of time, they'll give me some network diagrams, they'll give me some information on their infrastructure. But this is just to show in a pen test, just to show what somebody with no information whatsoever could find. Other things that you can think of, support forums. Here's a snippet of our configuration on our firewall and it's not working. Can you help us? Well, as a pen tester, if I have a little bit of their config file that's on their firewall, that's really good information for me. So once I've gathered that information, I'm going to do a little bit of threat modeling. This is not something that I spend a whole lot of time doing. I like to call it a mini risk assessment. Mostly, the way I use this is mostly to understand where I could focus my time. I'm going to identify the assets that's in play. So if they have health information that they're trying to protect, I'm going to spend most of my time, or I don't want to say most of my time, but I'm going to spend a good majority of my time focusing on getting to that information, simply because that's the information that an actual malicious hacker is going to try to get to. So I find that it's good. It's a good way of
This guy's voice is
understanding where
good
to focus your
ASMR.
effort. Simply because as a pen tester and as somebody who's on getting paid on contract, I only have a limited amount of time to do my tests. And a malicious actor might have a year to a year to be attacking this environment. I really need to make the most out of the time that I'm given, whether it's time or money. So that's why we want to do a bit of threat modeling. So we've sat down with the client, we've gathered all the intelligence that we could online. One thing I didn't touch on is looking through breach databases. You might be able to find passwords hanging out in the open. That's good information. I mean, you can actually imagine why you wouldn't want to have a username and password when you're doing a pen test, but that's another thing that can be found there. Did a little bit of threat modeling, and now we're really getting into the meat of the engagement. We're actually attacking their systems. So the first step is we're going to check the doors. I like using analogies. In the vulnerability analysis stage, I'm actually testing doors. I'm looking for places where there might be a way in. So I'm going to check if the door's unlocked. I'm going to check where the windows are and everything else. In a more technical sense, I'm looking at services, ports, software that's installed, things that are unpatched, things that are misconfigured, any type of technology that I can use to my advantage or misuse to my advantage to gain access to their systems. How do I do this? I can do this with automated tools, or I can do this manually. There's great tools out there such as, Nessus, Nexpose, OpenVAS, if you're looking at open source stuff, that's going to scan a network. It's going to be fingerprinting services and technologies. We're looking for names and version numbers. Once we have that in hand, we might go online, look at your CVSS database to see what kind of vulnerabilities it lies in, I don't know, Ticket Lord 1.2, their ticketing system, and see if there's anything of use there, any exploits that I could use. I'm not using those exploits yet. I'm just, again, painting a picture of where I could focus my attention to try to get into the systems. Common misconfigurations is important too, especially in an
Hello,
Active
Blacks and
Directory
Cybersecurity. We're just chilling out watching this
environment where
track
you
on
can be completely
PancakesCon
patched,
about
but if it's misconfigured,
like
there
proper
might be
like
ways
white
in.
hat
So we're
hacking
testing all of
and
these things.
I believe
Now,
mountain
this can
climbing,
be
I think it
active
is.
in the sense that I'm actually sending packets, I'm hitting systems and they're responding back, or it could be passive. I could be sitting in an
All I know is
environment
I really
somewhere
want
and
this
just
guy
sniffing the
to like
wire and
read
seeing
me bedtime
what kind
stories
of
so I can go to
protocols
sleep.
are
His
being
talk's not
passed
boring.
around,
It's
what
just he
kind of
has such
things
a
can I
like a
see passively so that
he
I
has like
don't
an
get caught.
anime cool
And that's an
protagonist
important
voice,
point,
like that
getting caught.
like
I'm talking
Spike
about
from
pen
Cowboy
testing. I'm not
Bebop.
talking about red teaming. Pen testing, you're not trying to be silent here. You're just trying to find flaws. You're trying to find vulnerabilities. You're not trying to evade intrusion detection systems. You're not trying to evade their web application firewall. You're actually trying to find if the web application has a flaw. So you're not trying to be silent here. This can be very, very loud. It would be a lot different in a red teaming environment where you're trying to be silent and you're trying not to get caught. This step would be very, very different, but you would still go through this step. Next up, we've sat down with the client, we've gathered intelligence, we did a bit of threat modeling, we have a good understanding of where the flaws might be in their systems. We're going to try to exploit those flaws. One of the ways that I like to talk about exploitation is you know there's a door there. Now we're trying to pick that lock because we know the lock is easily pickable. We're going to try to pick that lock,
By the
open
way,
the
if you're
door,
curious, there's
and
also
stick our
like a
head in,
really
try to
big
see what's there.
there's like a big
This is mostly all manual
how would you
work, and
put
this
it
is where the creative part of the pen
talk
testing
that
comes
I'm
in. You have to
fascinated
think
with
outside the box.
Libre
You're
Planet,
trying to
and
make
so that's
system.
why I have the headphones
You're
on.
trying
I'm
to make
essentially listening to two talks
have
at the same
systems
time,
do
which is
things that
something
they're
I've
not
learned to do
designed to do.
volunteering at
So
the
you're
Hope
trying to
Conference.
bypass security mechanism, and sometimes you have to think outside the box. You have to be creative. You have to, you know, try it a certain way, and if that doesn't work, you might want to try another way of doing things. So there's a lot of creativity that can come into this phase, the exploit and the post-exploit phase. Um, some exploit code might need to be modified. You might have to write some exploit code. That's more of an advanced pen testing thing to do. You might not have time. Most of the, I mean, if you're going to start writing exploit code and you have 5 days to pen test a full environment, you might just not have time. So this is something that security researchers might do on the side and then release to the public so that I can go in. And I mean, call me a script kid if you want. Scripts are easy and fun to use up to a certain point. And proof of concept code is always popping out. Just grab it from reliable sources. Make sure that it's, you know, review. You don't want to send something into an environment that might infect them or whatnot. Just make sure that you review those exploits that you're running against their systems. So what do we do once we've exploited a system? You know, we've found those flaws, we've exploited the system, we're in. Well, I mean, why not move in? You see Buddy here in that photo, he's moving his boxes in,
Just making sure
and
you're
that's
still
what we're
talking.
doing at this point exploit move. We've gotten access to a system, whether it's a low privileged user or it might not be a system that seems that useful to us right now, but we just want to make sure that we can stay in and that we have access to it for a little bit of time. I don't like to read from slides, but this second sentence to me is very important. So we're talking about the value of the machine. It is determined by the sensitivity of the data that's stored on it, but not only that. If you get into a system and there's no, you look around and there's nothing of use here, you don't want to back out because this system might be your pivot into further compromising the network. It might be a dual home machine that has an internal IP that you couldn't see from where you're sitting. So you might be able to use this machine to look further into the network or to move laterally into other systems. There might be some scripts lying around with passwords. There might be all kinds of stuff you can do with this machine. Even though the machine itself doesn't look very useful to you, doesn't mean it's not. It means that it might be used to do other things. And that brings us to our next, it's not a phase, I guess. It's more that we're going to go back to our vulnerability analysis. So we've looked at all the exploits or looked at all the vulnerabilities inside of their systems. And we've exploited one of them at this point. Just for an example.
Also behind
We
the
were able
scenes,
to
I'm right
do a
now
little bit of
trying to check something with the car hacking
post-exploitation.
Discord, so I'm
Now
doing
we
some
have two
Discord
choices.
management right now.
Are we going to take this new machine that we have access to and run vulnerability analysis from that viewpoint in further into their network? Or do we want to step back, look at our vulnerability scans, and find another vulnerability that we might exploit? So either way, we're rinse and repeating. Do vulnerability analysis, do exploitation, do post-exploitation. We keep going round and round and round. I don't know if I'm doing any copyright infringement here with this try harder, but what you want to do is try again and try harder. Keep going until when? Well, until you run out of time, right? Because this is a paid engagement. They only have a certain budget and you want to be able to hit everything and hit all the goals and do everything that they want you to look at. But at some point, you're just going to run out of time and run out of budget. So that's when you're going to stop. As opposed to a malicious actor who's going to stop when he gets bored or he gets what he wants. We're just going to keep going and give value to the customer for as long as we've got time. And last but not least, we need to give a report. Again, this is self-explanatory, but I like to laugh a little bit because it is a dreaded question sometimes. When can we expect the report? when I'm done a pen testing engagement and I'm done to writing the report, while writing the report can be it's fun by itself, I'm a hands-on guy. I just want to go on to the next engagement and do all the cool stuff, like not flying down tunnels of ones and zeros, but trying to exploit vulnerabilities in systems. The report is not very a technically challenging thing to do, though it is a very challenging thing to do right. Again, you can be creative here. And why is the report important? Because, again, reading from slides, the report is the tangible output of the testing process. It's the only real evidence that a test actually took place. If you've done your job right, you're leaving no trace. There's no indication that you were even ever there. Maybe a little bit in the logs, but the logs, they'll get flushed out eventually. But the report's always going to be there, and the report's going to show that the test was done, and we're going to be able to show it to all kinds of people, including auditors, including regulatory bodies that need you to be pen tested, clients. Um, we're going to give
See,
a
this
layer
guy is chill because he has a fireplace in the background.
in the report. What you want to do is you need to assume that there's three types of people that's going to be digesting that report. We're going to have senior management. They want to have the executive summary, non-technical. Are we good? Are we bad? And most of the time it's bad. How bad is it? IT management, they want to look at what the system looks like and be able to budget time and budget people to be fixing those vulnerabilities. And then a really, really technical section where it shows you exactly how to reproduce the results line by line, what scripts were run, what did you see, what did you do. For the IT staff that's going to fix the holes, they can go in and really understand what's going on. So I'm right in the middle of my presentation here, and I'm basically done on the pen testing methodology. As we can see, all the steps are laid out in front of us. If we follow these steps, there is room for creativity inside of each of these, but we definitely do want to follow these steps to make sure that the product that comes out at the end is repeatable and something of value. So I'm going to thank you for this part of the presentation. You've got my LinkedIn here, Twitter. I just got a Twitter, I think a few days ago, honestly.
Oh,
and
my
I'm gonna
condolences for
start
him
posting
if he
some
just got a
content on
Twitter.
there.
Dear Lord.
Most of the content that I
Poor
post
dude's going to be
up now
scarred
is
for
on
life.
LinkedIn. So let's please think of questions that you might have, and we might have time at the end to do some questions. If not, we can take them to Slack. But I'd like to get to the other part of my report here. Give you a big warning here. I go from dark mode to light mode. The next slide is going to be very, very bright.
Oh
so
God, I
you might
actually
want to
don't
put
know
your
where my
sunglasses
shades
on,
are. I
shield
think
your
they're-
eyes,
Ah!
or
Jeez.
just be careful. 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get
Climbing.
my shades.
Some of you might know why I call this talk, because it's there. Because it's there has been called the 3 most famous line in mountaineering. In the 1920s, George Mallory set out to climb Mount Everest. He went 3 or 4 times. I forget. My history is not that great of climbing, but he went out to climb Mount Everest. And at a press conference, there is some question whether he actually said this or not, or if it was paraphrasing from the reporter or whatnot. But it came out in the news later on that when he was asked, "Why do you want to climb Mount Everest?" he answered, "Because it's there." And I feel the same way with hacking sometimes. I know that as I was a kid, and I know a lot of people that started out in the industry by just looking around their desk and looking around, no internet, nothing, just a few games. It was there. So we just wanted to try and hack it and see what we could do with the system, see if we could push it to its limit and see if we could bypass certain things. So why climb stuff? Because it's there. Why hack stuff? Because it's there. So I thought it was a good way to call this this talk. Quick disclaimer: climbing is dangerous, and I have no credentials on the subject whatsoever. I used to have a certification for, it was called Climbing Wall Association Lead Assessor or something like that, internal. That's been elapsed a long time ago, but I just like to go out and climb. Another thing I didn't write here is that I haven't had the chance to climb as much as I've wanted to in the last, I would say, 2 years. So if ever you do run into me at a cliff somewhere at a climbing gym and I'm barely making up the wall, it doesn't mean that I don't like climbing. It just means that I haven't had time to go out and climb. By the way, most of the photos here are photos that I've been taking on trips that I've been on. So what's on the agenda? I'm going to talk about the types of climbing. It's a little bit like
Freaking
information
light mode.
technology or cybers, the cybers, like one of my podcasters that I love says. Climbing is a little bit like IT, where you might run into somebody that says, hey, my brother's a climber. He's been up Mount Rainier out west, and you're a boulderer. You don't really have the same skill set, though a lot of people that do mountaineering will do bouldering too, but same thing as IT or cybersecurity or anything like that. You might run into somebody and they'll say, oh yeah, I know somebody who's in IT. He's a developer and you're in tech support. Well, you might not have the same skill set. So climbing is a bit like that. It's a catch-all term, and there are a bunch of different types of climbing. One thing I want to go through too is why I call climbing methodical and why I call climbing creative. Same as pen testing, there is science and there is art to climbing. One thing that I find fun about climbing is the vocabulary. Like any esoteric type sports or endeavors that you might do, there's some pretty funny vocabulary sometimes. Feel free to ask me about this on the Slack channel later on, but there's one here is probably screaming out to you. It's screaming, obviously. It's called the screaming barfies. It's an actual technical term. It's a term used in ice climbing. So when you're ice climbing, you've got these ice axes. I have a show and tell here. So you have these ice axes, and you're swinging this on top of your head, right, all the time. It's cold. Your gloves are not that insulated because you want to have a good feel to your hands and everything else. So hands on top of your head, really cold. Blood drains out of your hands. You get to the top of the climb. Shake out a little bit. Either you anchor up there or you get lowered down. And then all of a sudden that warm blood goes back into your hands. Your hands are freezing, no blood into them, pins and needles. Warm blood comes rushing in. It hurts. Well, they call it the screaming barfies because you want to scream and barf
I will
at the
say
same time.
screaming barfies
That's
sounds
basically what the term
exactly
is.
what
So
I would figure puking
again,
monkey's son would be
dino,
called.
dirtbag is a good term. Just feel free to reach out and we can chat about these things. So let's go through the types of climbing. The types of climbing, I've ordered these in terms of complexity and commitment. Commitment in the sense of being out in nature and being in a place where if you get hurt, it might be hard to get rescued, and in commitment in the sense of how much money it takes to get into it and how much knowledge you need. So first off, gym climbing. Gym climbing is great. It's a great way to get introduced to the sport. Safe way to do it. There's always people out there to help you. You can take courses. There's not a whole lot of objective hazards such as falling rock, uneven terrain, and stuff like that. It's a great place to get started. I highly recommend anybody who's interested in climbing to at least go out to the climbing gym and take a course or just find somebody who's interested in going. Next up on our journey, we're going to talk about bouldering. Bouldering is, well, climbing a boulder, right? No ropes, no safety equipment except for the mat. Here you can see that as I'm climbing this rock, there's a mat at the bottom. So if I do fall, or when I fall, in my case, I'm not going to hit the hard ground. I'm actually going to hit this pad that's there. And yes, that thing does fold up and you put it on your back just like a backpack. And you walk up to the boulder and you go out and climb. So you don't need a whole lot of equipment. You don't need a lot of knowledge on how to set up systems, security systems. You can just go out and climb boulders.
So it's literally a deployable
interested enough, you
fallback
don't even
box.
need a mat. I mean, the only problem with bouldering is every fall you hit the ground. And at my age, I don't boulder as much because hitting the ground hurts. Next up, we've got top roping. I'm going to take the laser pointer here just to show a little something. So top roping, as you can imagine, gym climbing's in the gym,
That
bouldering's
has
in
my two favorite
boulders, on
words:
boulders,
top
top
and
roping,
roping.
the rope's on top of you. So in this case, you can see that as I'm belaying my daughter here when she was younger, the rope goes all the way up to the top of the cliff and back down to her. There's an anchor up there that was set up. So you need to know how to build a bomber anchor. You need to know how to belay using a device like this, like a belay device. And you have to own a rope and everything else. But if or when she falls, the rope is, she's not falling, basically. She's just leaning against the rope. There might be a little bit of slack in the system and the rope will stretch. But in this sense, it's
Ew,
really
slack.
safe because you're not falling. You're just leaning against the rope. And it's a great way to get really comfortable outdoors. You can top rope in the gym also. So this would be your next step. Next up, we've got sport climbing. I'm going to keep my laser here. I know it's annoying when it's on the screen, but sport climbing is when the rope, you're bringing the rope up with you as you climb the cliff. As you can see here, the rope is not going to the top of the cliff. My lovely wife here is actually bringing the rope up as she's going. And what she's doing is that people that have developed these cliffs, these climbing areas, they've actually drilled bolts into the rock. And as you go up, you use a quick draw to clip onto the cliff, and then you clip your rope here. So this really protects you. You could hang a semi truck on these things. So it's not a 110 pounds falling woman that's going to rip this out of the cliff, right? But the reason I call this a bit more committed is, as you can see here, where she's standing, if she were to fall, she would fall and kind of swing a little bit, right? Because this is the part that's going to secure her. Now, if she keeps climbing here and she gets to this part and she's already not clipped into another piece of protection, the fall is going to be a lot more committing, because she's going to fall all the way down to this piece of equipment, then all the way down that same length, all the way down here, plus the stretching the rope, she might end up down here. That's a serious fall, and that is extremely scary when you're on top of your last piece of protection and you're looking at a fall, and you're looking at a 10-foot fall. A lot of things can go wrong in that type of fall, but it's still very, very safe. One thing to keep in mind here, all this equipment, the rope, the harness, the carabiners, the bolts on the rock, they're all there just to protect you. You're not using those pieces of equipment to pull yourself up the cliff. You're actually using only your hands and feet. Now we get into trad climbing. If you get into an area that has lots of cracks, there's a nice little splitter crack here, and you see all these pieces of equipment. Well, these are pieces of equipment that you put in yourself. So you're looking at a cam that actually goes into the rock, and as you pull on it, the lobes kind of push out, so they really protect you. But that's a lot more committing. You've got nuts that you're just going to slide
those nuts into that crack.
Here, slide into the crack like this, and if you fall, it's going to hold you. But you still really need to know how to,
Just
put
shove
these
those
pieces of
nuts
equipment
in.
so that they'll hold. And that's why it's a lot more commitment on the safety
Expensive
side.
nuts you're
And these
shoving
things
into
cost
those
a lot of
holes.
money, so it's going to cost you a lot of money to get into here. But at this point, if you're lead trad climbing, you've been climbing for a little while already. So as you can see, we started off in the gym, falling on mats. We had people helping you out and everything else. And now we're out in nature, probably by ourselves, putting our own pieces of gear on the rock. And it takes a lot of more mental fortitude and whatnot to be able to do this type of climbing. It's a lot of fun though. Scream Barfies, look at that. I'm just gonna take my pointer off here. So ice climbing, this is the type of climbing that I refuse to bring my kids climbing, because basically you're strapping 26 knives to your body and you're crawling your way up the ice.
So I'm waiting for Nintendo to make a
as we
sequel
looked
to
earlier,
this
this ice axe pretty sharp
BRB,
at
I'm
the
gonna
end.
rehydrate.
And
Yeah,
then you've
climbing
got
is
these
expensive
things in
and
your
scary.
feet. I don't want my son to throw a tantrum and start kicking me with these things. So I'd rather not bring him ice climbing. Plus, it's cold.
Oh, so it's New Jersey.
Miserable. For him, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, so that's ice climbing. Other types of climbing, alpine climbing is out in the high mountains. It might take you a day or two to get, or maybe a full day, but it's a full committing thing. It's not parking your car, walking 5 minutes to the local cliff. This is actually going out in the high mountains and hitting a cliff wall, whether it's ice or rock or whatnot. Mixed climbing it's a mix of ice and rock. You still have those crampons and those ice tools in your hand, but you're wedging them against the rock in the rock sections and hitting them into the ice in the icing sections. Mountaineering, it's not as technical. Again, in the high mountains, you're roped up to other people because you're on a glacier. You're doing glacier travel most likely, and there are crevasses that you can fall into, hidden crevasses under the snow and the ice that you might fall into. So you're strapped to other people. And aid climbing is a very different type of climbing where I was talking earlier about putting your pieces of equipment into the rock, but only using that equipment as protection in case that you fall. Aid climbing, you will actually put some weight on that equipment and pulling on that equipment. So instead of just using the rock and just using your hand and feet, you might be putting a piece of equipment and pulling on that piece of equipment to bring yourself up the cliff. So basically, those are the types of climbing that are out there. There are other forms and other terms and other ways to mix all of these ones up, but it should give you a good understanding of why climbing is a very wide sport, and a boulderer might not have the same skill sets as a trad climber, which might not have the same skill sets as a mountaineer. But something that's in common with all of climbing is that we're building systems to protect ourselves, or in the case of aid climbing, to actually go up the cliff. So it can get pretty complicated. One thing that I really, really like about climbing, and it's also one of the things that I like about IT, is sitting down and talking to people. After a day of climbing, we'll sit around the campfire and talk about the newest gear, the newest methods, why a knot, like a knot that we would use in a certain situation. They did some tests in the lab, and that knot is not good for that situation anymore because they've noticed that in certain situations it's going to fail. So you should use another knot. And it's a very, very technical sport in that sense. And I mean, you saw me pushing gear up. There's a lot of gear and a lot of gadgets, right? So in that sense, it's very methodical. If I get to a cliff, first thing I want to do is make sure that it's safe. Make sure that if I build an anchor, I build it the correct way with the correct knots.
Just got some locks to pick while I watch.
Forces and it's all physics, and so it's very methodical in that sense. But at the same time, climbing can be very creative, mostly because, well, you look at this climb here. That's a cool little climb here in Atlantic Canada. It's called Goblin's Cave. It hits all the nerd things.
Precious.
And
the worst Gollum voice because it's way too early still to be doing impressions.
As you can see, I decided to climb up this. I'm going to take my pointer again here, my laser pointer. So I decided to go up here because for me it fits. Somebody might have decided to climb this crack here. Somebody might have decided to, pop out and climb the Orat here. There's multiple ways up, and you got to pick the one that works great for you. Another thing that I've noticed is, when you're working on a problem in IT and you wake up in the middle of the night and you
wake up in the middle of the night and you start screaming.
You wake up in the middle of, sorry, I've got chats. I should have turned that off. But you wake up in the middle of the night and all of a sudden you go like, wow, I solved the problem in my sleep. You weren't even dreaming of it. You just woke up and go like, I know the solution. I've been in situations when I was climbing, trying to solve a problem. There's a sequence of moves that I can't do. I can do all the moves leading up to it. I somehow shimmied around it or pulled on gear, and I can do all the second part of the climb, but that one move, I just can't figure it out. I've had multiple instances where I wake up in the middle of the night and I've solved it. I know exactly why. I was using these two fingers and I needed to use these two fingers instead. And my weight was completely changed and everything else. Next day, I go to the gym or the climbing area, and lo and behold, I've solved the problem in my sleep. So, in that sense, it's also very creative. I think we have a few minutes left. I see here I did have a few questions. Just gonna, first of all, thank you. There's my socials. Again, like I said, my Twitter's pretty bare at the moment, but I'm gonna be using it a lot more going forward. And any questions? I saw a couple come in.
Yeah, so here's what we've got for questions. Do you find OSWE type of trainings to be useful for your team now and in the future?
OSWE, definitely. Any hands-on training.
I'm going to attempt the
Certs,
question.
like I said, is big in the consulting world, but anything from that actually gets your hands on the keyboard, tests your technical skills like OSCP, OSWE, OSCP, all of these certs that have actual real-world lab work, definitely something to look into.
All right, and from the same person, what are your thoughts on free soloing?
Free solo, I knew that was going to be a good question. Don't do it. It's extremely dangerous. If people don't know, free soloing is using just your hands and feet with no protection. There's a movie that came out called Free Solo. Alex Honnold is the world's crazy person in free solo. There is no reason, unless you want to push your own personal limits, and I cannot condone doing free soloing. I've never done it. I like my life, and something really, if a minor thing goes wrong, the consequences are really bad. So I can't in any way say that you should go out and free solo.
All right, I think that's all the questions that we've got from the chat. If anyone else has any questions, just pop them into the Slack channel.
I did see your questions around the types of fun. Do we still have a few minutes?
Yeah, we've got about 6 minutes. Take your time.
Perfect. So I saw here that a friend of mine just asked me to talk about types of fun. Hi, Jeff. Types of fun. There's a climber called Kelly Cordes. He could be a comedian. He's one of the funniest person I've ever heard talk. First of all, alpine climbing to Kelly Cordes is the reason you wake up early. I'll give you the real reason why you wake up early to go alpine climbing. It's because there's a lot of hanging ice and stuff that can fall down. So you wake up really, really early. You start the climb in the middle of the night. And by the time the sun shines on the face, you should be off the face or pretty safe. Kelly Cordes says that the reason you wake up early to go alpine climbing is because by the time you wake up, you're halfway up the cliff and it's too late for you to turn around. By the time you get to your senses, it's too late and you can't turn around.
Just ask the question.
So
I hope it gets asked.
Funny guy. He's got a theory on the types of fun, 3 types of
There's
fun.
different types of fun now. Kinky.
Fun while you're doing it. It's drinking a good cup of coffee. It's drinking one of your favorite adult beverages on a sunny patio. It's fun. You wake up maybe not wake up the next morning and it's still fun, but it's always going to be fun as you're doing it. Type 2 fun is when you go out and it's not that great. You're suffering. It's not, childbirth could be considered type 2 fun because when you wake up
Only
the
a
next day
man
or
would
a week
say
later, you think
that
back
childbirth
fondly on
might
the
be fun.
experience. While you were having that experience, it's not great, but
seriously, I think better is like lockpicking, where your hands are cramping and you're being annoyed. But as they say in Hellraiser, there's just some pains you have to endure in order to get to the pleasure. Basically, some of the parts were worth it.
Sometimes
So
hacking
that's
is a
that.
lot of
I
type
wouldn't
2
say
fun. While you're doing it, you're
pregnancy or
frustrated,
childbirth.
you're hurting,
Jesus Christ, are you
you're
kidding me?
suffering.
All the
But then you
vomiting
look
and
back
stuff?
on it and
No.
it was worth it. So I definitely like to live in the type 2 fun place.
Yeah,
Awesome.
my
So
question.
final question. Have you ever done any spelunking?
Spelunking? No, I haven't had the chance to go spelunking, though it is very interesting to me. Again, the systems are interesting. The anchors, setting up the systems.
So the main thing I've learned from this talk is to use the right nuts in the right
I've never
situation.
had the chance to go spelunking. Well, I think people do it around here for some reason. It's not anything that I've ever had the chance to do.
Awesome. Well, again, if anyone else has any questions, drop them into the chat. For now, thanks for your talk. I will not attempt to butcher your name because I cannot speak a word of French despite growing up in New England.
You can call me Julian.
Julian
Richard. Everybody
Richard.
calls me Julian Richard.
I bet I can
that means that
pronounce it. I
works.
took French in middle school,
I'll
and I can
stick with
still
that
do the
then.
pronunciation.
All right, we'll see you in the chat. Up next, we're gonna have our shift changeover, so I will no longer be.
I like the background there. It's like generic Arch Linux background that with Mate installed, or good or Gnome. That's kind of hilarious. So yeah, that was let's look at my notes here. That was the because it's there hacking and climbing. It was interesting because I didn't know what they were going to do with the hacking. I was pretty sure climbing was going to be about mountain and cliff climbing. But the hacking thing was shockingly about just sort of like, basically how to white hat 101. And even though that's not my complete cup of tea, it was fascinating to learn a bunch of things. Also, because I'm like, as far as I know, because I've got tested for this multiple times. I don't have any sort of like ADHD or anything, but sometimes I do like to fidget things while I watch topics. So when I watch things, so I got some tool practice locks here just to kind of go through. It's also nice practice because again at 8 p.m. is going to be my show, The Master of Unlocking, and I'm doing a special ASMR episode where it's something I found. It's like Bosley and Bill actually did this a couple of months ago, where it's like you have these like repeated, very like concentrated high level sounds. So I figured, the sounds of me picking and decoding the locks probably would make good ASMR. And then like I am also a big fan of binaural beats, so I thought I'd play some binaural beats in the background while I pick locks. So that's gonna be really trippy. um, what we're gonna do now is, to be honest, I'm looking at the schedule here, and while I am interested in baking French bread and exciting train facts, I think we're actually going to use this hour to A, explore a bit more of PancakesCon, and B, I know we're supposed to be focusing on PancakesCon today, but there is a very, very, very like good talk that's literally going on right now about on Libre Planet about the man who made Pantapulkik, which is like a sort of it's one of the EFSF's not browser extension. It's like a website, and it's one of the websites that I use to test like, is there cookie tracking? If your browser has cookie tracking, what type of cookies is it tracking, and that sort of stuff. It's like a browser testing platform, and so that's going on right now. So actually, what I might do is that's actually what I am going to do. We're going to do is we're going to just go on hold for PancakesCon a bit. We're still going to engage with PancakesCon, but what I'm going to do instead is I'm gonna reload the page, and we're gonna go back to Libre Planet. I'm probably gonna play at least just the audio of the talk in the background, and then while that's going on, we're going to go into the Slack, because as you saw earlier, I sort of figured out things behind this. Why the no all hands? No. Last thing I want to see is any text below a picture of Ted Zodiac Killer Lion Cruz. Like, that's the last thing I really want to see. Thank you, Firefox, for showing me that. Triggered. So yeah, we're gonna go to Libre Planet, and I'm gonna probably just play the audio in the background because I don't know if we need to look at any of the slides. And then while it's going on, we're gonna sort of engage in the Slack chat, and we're gonna talk to users and stuff. I'm gonna try to get. So that's what I was doing earlier, which actually I'm gonna get rid of this now. As far as I know, is that I thought the car hacking village, per usual, might be running under Discord, but it seems like everything is in their Slack channel. So I'm gonna see how they're doing all of this, because I'm like really curious right now. So it's like, basically I guess we're gonna chill for like an hour, and then starting back at because I keep forgetting they're in Chicago time. So like right now it's 2:32 p.m. Over there it would be 1:32 p.m. So in the next hour, when it's going to be 3, it's going to be 2 over there, which means they're going to be on 14s. And there's going to be 2 talks: the lucky socks for bug bounties and fishing with caricatures. I'm leaning towards fishing with characters, but again, when I bring up these talks, if anyone in chat wants me to particularly look at a certain talk, that's what we're going to look at. But again, basically right now we're going to go and kind of take a break We're gonna go back to the Libre planets if it will let us. And we're gonna at least play this because this is a talk. This is like the big talk. To me, this should have been like the keynote. So I'm at least gonna play the stuff like that. Now it's just telling me reconnection successful. So if there was a little gap, I apologize. That also probably means our PeerTube just got knocked offline. So I'm sorry for all the people at PeerTube. I'm probably gonna have to like clone this over to PeerTube, kind of like what I did with the our live stream last time because it's all going crazy. All right, so. We will be back at, let's see, one. So for them it's 2. So for us it's going to be 3:15. Oh, pi. We're going to be back at pi. So we're going to go engage this back at pi. But what we're going to do instead, in the meantime, and actually just to make sure we have enough bandwidth, I'm actually going to. Oh, Kirby. Ah, wait a minute. Avoiding burnout. That's spooky. Oh wait, I think that's the thing from like one of the earlier talks. Let's see. Yeah, that's an image from one of the earlier talks. It's probably not. Yeah, it's not playing that now. That's just a bullcrap thing. So I'm just gonna take these YouTube pages out just so that we have a little bit more processing. And I'm just gonna let this play in the background. At 3:13, we're gonna go back to the talk portion of PancakesCon. So yeah. Nope. Oh come on, you can do this. Don't do this to me. Did you guys screw up? I hope they didn't just screw up right now. This is Free Software Foundation. They never mind free software, but Free Software Foundation. Something is going to crash. All right, so it is. Check the time because I know they're running on our time. So they're doing. See, it's 2:35, and okay, so and 2:35. So they're probably switching over, and they probably did a goof, and that's why their stream is not running. See, they probably switched over and they made a network goof right now. So I'll just play this in the background, and then in a bit I'll go back and check the chat, and we'll see how that goes.
This vehicle technology that the
we'll come back and
to
check
repair
Planet at,
and transparency around the software
I'm gonna now
hardware
switch over to
that goes
Slack,
into
and then later
those
on,
needs to be
if
part
they
and
bring up the
parcel of
talk that I really want to
we can't
hear,
trade one for the other.
just
And we
check
hear
to put
this
these,
this kind
headphones
of
directly on.
just give us a monopoly and we'll make sure it's the best,
to the
cleanest,
computer here,
safest,
because
most
before they were
coolest
on Bluetooth
monopoly you've
mode
ever
for a different
seen.
device.
But we need the monopoly, and the answer is no. That owners have a right to fix their own property, maintain their own property. Period. Stop. If you can't deliver a cool feature without monopoly, maybe you shouldn't be able. Maybe you should.
So this is the Slack channel, by the way. And that's where we're going to be poking around. We're going to be poking around on that in a bit. And of course, Libre Planet is way too loud. Everyone, that's why I love Libre Planet. Everyone's at like completely different volume levels. That's what was so frustrating trying to stream it last time, was that everyone was on so many different goddamn volume levels, and I was just trying to adjust constantly, and it was so so what we're doing right now is we're taking a break from the streaming at PancakesCon, and I'm just playing because there's supposed to be a good security talk for the people at the EFF, and that's what I really want to see it, because no offense to the people doing the talks at PancakesCon, but the talks that are going to happen until 3:15 our time are not exactly my cup of tea. So yes, they are. We are actually part of the Electron Frontier Alliance, which is a subset of the EFF, which are like independent groups that fight for digital rights and stuff like that. So we try to promote digital rights, privacy, and security activism in our state of New Jersey, as well as help other organizations. You can find that out on our website and social media, which I just posted in the chat. And what we're going to do is we're still doing PancakesCon, though, because we are going in and we are checking out the Slack channel. So again, it seems like everything is in Slack now. As everyone knows, there's two things about DEFCON 201. Everyone should know. These are like I think the two hard rules that me and GI Jack, the two co-founders, came up with a while back, that we are never, ever, ever, ever going to change. Like we rather have the group die than to do this. And the two rules is that we're never having a LinkedIn, We're never having like a LinkedIn group, and we're never having a Slack channel because both of those drive us insane. Those two softwares together are basically like the online version of Black Hat. But I am on Slack. I have an account on Slack and stuff like that, but I barely use it, especially since how much space it takes up on my phone. And I barely use it for a lot of different things. But because PancakesCon is using it, we're using it. Okay, so they're on break. So hopefully if we go back to this, it's still not running. Wow. Did something happen with them? Did EFF get like yeeted into the moon or something? Because it's supposed to be in Saturn here. It's supposed to be an information theoretical model of privacy and security metrics. And it's supposed to be going on in like 5 minutes. But what's interesting is that instead of just the room just being on like chiptune music mode, the entire room died. I also really want to see the Tech Learning Collective, but I can do that on like my phone or something while something else is going on. What time that's going to be at? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's going to be at 4 something. And let's go back to the schedule. What's going to be happening around 4 here? So remember they're an hour ahead. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to be watching this. So I'll watch that part of Libre Planet separately. But I'm going to be disappointed if like the room crashed. Oh, is it? No, that's the Jupiter room. Okay, now they're back. All right, they were just like pants on head stupid for a moment right there. As I might put on the shades again because our co-founder has no concept of closing doors, and our co-founder is also very blind, even blinder than me without glasses. So he literally has spotlights everywhere. Like this room here is never this bright when I'm in it. It's literally only this bright because I'm what do you call it? I am doing the live streaming, and we do actually have, thanks to DEFCON 201 member Zero Cell, our own O-ring, which I might test tonight if I have time, even though I don't really need it, because this is probably going to be the most hand-centric episode of Master of Unlocking I've done. But yeah, like the reason why we have all the lights on in here is so that you can properly light to see most of what's going on with the camera. Here we go. Which cons return next summer? Almost all of them, because to some degree they're all going to be virtual. And for example, Black Hat's doing this. Even if they're not virtual, I mean, like not purely virtual, they're going to be hybrids. Like I think in the future, almost every single HackerCon, at least for a while, if not forever, is going to have a physical and virtual element because that's how much like this paradigm shift has changed thanks to the pandemic. So I think all of them are going to come back, but whether they're going to come back in person really depends on optimally everyone gets vaccinated between May and June. So everything August and after should be fine. But you also have to factor in with cons that a lot of conventions are prep work. Like basically as soon as, for example, DEFCON ends, they're already planning the next DEFCON. Like literally the next day they have a meeting about planning the next DEFCON. So it literally takes a year. Hope takes literally a year and a half, which is why it's normally every other year. I don't even know how they're going to do it this year, if they even do it this year, because it's supposed to have like an off year. It's going to be really weird if they do that. If they're committed to that, I should say. So So that's why I think it's going forward. So we had a bit of a talk there. I don't know what. I guess they're having all sorts of tech issues. So I'm just going to let that run in the background. We're going to check out the chat. And then when it actually works, I'm going to turn on the desktop audio so the rest of you can hear. Or maybe I have to. Let's try actually reloading this and just see if anything changed. Nah, they're still having issues. All right. So again, this is the Slack that's in that's been my day so far, and I just woke up. See, this is another thing. Like, it's been a year since the plague, right? And it's like, okay, most hackers either A, especially during the plague, are waking up like past noon, and B, even if they're up in the morning, like some of us who like work remotely, most of those people get off of work between like 4 p.m. and like 8, 9 p.m. Um, what that means is that why the hell are we still having to have CODs that take place in the morning? Like why is it like why know is why is it Pancakes COD like Chicago time like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. or something like that? That everyone would be awake. In fact, that's what I've noticed is that in the morning there's always like attendance for all these virtual cons. Like this happened at Hope all the time. We're at like 9 a.m. in the morning. It's like there's like 30 people watching, and then like literally in between like 2 and 3 p.m. a billion people show up, and then again between 7 and 8 a billion people show up. That's exactly why most of our like show broadcasts. I mean, we've always had. Normally, we would have the actual in-person DEFCON 201 meeting take place between uh, we usually do 7 to 10 p.m. just because one, it's after work. It gives people an hour to get there on crappy NJ Transit, and then it ends an hour before all NJ Transit either shuts down or goes into night mode where everything runs slower and there's less tracks as the new instant reward pops up. So we're already used to doing things after 7 o'clock. But one of the other reasons why we do our live shows after 7 o'clock is because after 7 o'clock, we can guarantee that people across the United States and most of the world will actually wake up and be awake. Like it's going to be like midday or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, and thus you can actually see everything. But yeah, and also again, as you can tell, I really like talking to people. Up, the talk's going. Yay! Here we go. We're gonna look at the Slack. I'm gonna be adding rooms.
Or how I learned to stop worrying about password meters and love the dice. I'm Bill Buddington, and I work for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So if you don't know us, who is the Electronic Frontier Foundation? Well, we're a digital rights nonprofit based in the San Francisco Bay Area. We comprise this mythical triforce of technologists who create
Triforce.
products like CertBot, if you might have used that one, which brings HTTPS to websites throughout the web. Lawyers who have worked on such historic cases as Bernstein versus the USA, Department of Justice, which has ruled that code is a protected form of free speech under the First Amendment, and activists who try to make a better legislative landscape, both internationally and in the US. We fight for encryption, privacy, and security on the internet. You can find us at EFF.org. So who am I and why should you listen to me? Well, I'm a senior staff technologist at the EFF's Threat Lab, which is a team within the EFF that fights to, for instance, eliminate stalkerware and expose government plots to infect users with malware. We do reverse engineering of malware. So EFF Threat Lab does a lot of important work. I'm also a digital security trainer, so I work with activists and lawyers and journalists across the world to make their digital security and privacy better. And I'm also a privacy and digital security auditor. So I've looked into the Ring doorbell app and found that it was packed with third-party trackers and reported that that was widely covered in the media. I worked on HTTPS Everywhere from 2015 to 2018 as the lead developer, as well as Cover Your Tracks, which I'll explain now. Cover Your Tracks can be found at coveryourtracks.eff.org and is a project that was formerly called Panopticlick. What it is aiming to do is to let users know how there are little bits of information that are left behind by their browsers, and when stitched together by remote sites and trackers, can lead to a unique identifier, even separate from if they have cookies enabled on their browser. So this uses different characteristics that are found in the browser, from web headers to JS-derived properties, and it combines these characteristics, as I mentioned, stitches them together into a unique fingerprint of their browser. So it compares browsers' fingerprints that we derive from these properties against other browsers' fingerprints that we've seen previously. And in that way, we were able to tell how unique your browser is from all the other browsers that we've seen across the web. This is what it looks like. Cover Your Tracks got a recent new redesign from its former iteration, Panopticlick, and we tried to make it more approachable, more understandable, add more graphics and explainers along the way so that people, if you get a general sense of what cookies are, you can come to the site and learn what fingerprinting is as well. Here is an example of my browser's result. When I took the test, it appears to be unique amongst the X number of browsers that we've seen in the past 45 days, and it conveys 18.11 bits of identifying information. So that's a little confusing, and we'll get into what bits of information mean in a few moments. And if you scroll down on your results, you'll see individualized results, such as, I was talking about before, your fonts, for instance, which is derived via JavaScript. You can also get different information about, say, all these different metric piece of information that your browser leaves behind. So web audio context fingerprinting, or the content types that your browser accepts. Those kind of little bits of information and how they lead to your fingerprint being generated. So fingerprinting is a result of these two methods of getting information about your browser. One is through JavaScript and the other is through your web headers. The JavaScript can be either something that is directly queryable by the remote website. Say, a website wants to know what your CPU class is. It can just query navigator.cpu class and figure out what type of processor you have. There are other more complicated ways to get properties from JavaScript. For instance, font detection can be, the list of fonts that you have installed can be figured out from this method that you have a bit of text that's rendered into a span, an HTML span, and the CSS and JavaScript changes the font that span is rendered in very rapidly and sees that the span width changes. And if it changes, that means that font is in fact installed on your browser, and it can add that to your fingerprint. So those are different types of JavaScript derived properties. There's also the list of headers that your browser delivers every time it visits a new website. So it'll, say, here's my user agent. This is the browser that I'm coming in on. These are the different types of content that this browser accepts. These different types of things that help a website render content properly also help a remote website identify your browser amongst other browsers. So when we're talking about entropy, we're talking about a real solid mathematical quantity that will allow us to identify a person's identity uniquely. We also talk about surprisal, which is a quantity that measures how entropy changes when we learn a new fact about someone. So, it's not just in the browser. We can take this generic equation and apply it to identifying a person. So this is surprisal is derived through delta S is the log base -2 of a fact being what we expect it to be. So for instance, or a fact being true or not, basically. So for instance, a star sign, surprisal of learning someone's star sign is a log base -2 of the possibility that their star sign is a Capricorn. Now, ignoring that there isn't an even distribution of birthdays of humans, we can kind of say that the probability of someone being a Capricorn is 1/12. So that gives us the fact that log base -2 of 1/12 is 3.58 bits of identifying information from learning that someone is a Capricorn. So the surprisal that we get by learning their star sign is 3.58 bits. We can also get some information about about them through their birthday. So say we learn that their birthday is on January 2nd. So the surprisal of learning about their birthday is log base -2 of 1 in 365, and that's about 8.51 bits. So that's kind of getting some more information. But ordinarily, if these were independent facts, say the first, instead of star sign, we knew that that person's favorite color was blue, and that was 1/12 calculation. So we would learn that 3.58 bits from the favorite color being blue, and their birthday gets us more information that we can add those bits together because they're independent facts. But in this case, learning that someone is a Capricorn, if we already know that their birthday is on January 2nd, doesn't give us any more information. So we only had those 8.51 bits of information because they're not independent facts, they're entwined together. So surprisal is this kind of interesting quantity that we could use to get a solid statistic about how identifiable someone's browser is and someone's identity is. What's interesting here is that the possible states that a certain metric can be in does not equate to how many identifying bits that we can learn from that fact. So take cookies being disabled. If someone has cookies disabled in their browser, that's pretty rare. That's either a true or false when we store it. That's one bit of information when we store that in a database. But the fact that they have cookies disabled is a lot more than one bit because it's so rare that it leads us to learn a lot about their identity. Even though we can't learn because, cookies being disabled is such a rare thing, we learn a lot about them. So, and likewise, if you have cookies enabled, that's such a common fact that we learn almost nothing about the identity of that person. So I have cookies enabled in Cover Your Tracks that garners us only 0.13 bits of identifying information. There's an analog to identifying people in the real world here, which is green eyes. Having green eyes is incredibly rare. Say that there's only 10 possible eye colors in the world, so that'll be some bits of information, but we'll get much more information by learning that someone has green eyes because it's such a rare quality. Green eye color is such a rare characteristic that we learn a lot of identifying information about them just by knowing that. So this is kind of a typical email that I'll get on the panopticlick@EFF.org email address. I kind of get this all the time, but it's indicative of how people get confused here. So supposing, the quote says, supposing I wanted to make my browser blend in as much as possible, what is a good source of the most common user agents? I'm having trouble finding good sources thus far. So this is an interesting question because this person is trying to make their browser look like the most common browser user agent without necessarily changing a lot of other information. What I think the takeaway here, or the lesson to be learned here, is that customization is not recommended because say you have Safari on iOS and it acts like Safari on iOS and it sounds like Safari on iOS, but it has the Chrome Windows 10 user agent, which is the most common browser in the world, right? So there's a pool of users that look like Safari on iOS, and maybe that's only a million other users. But because you fit into that pool, it's big enough for you not to have a identifiable fingerprint because your browser, ignoring the fact that cookies are a thing, your browser the fingerprint will look like a bunch of other browsers because, of the fact that Safari on iOS has a pretty common fingerprint. But if you take this one metric and make it the most common metric, you actually fit somewhere in the middle and you're extremely identifiable because you have the only browser in the world that looks like Safari in every other way except for a user agent that's Chrome 10. So it becomes actually way more unique on than just saying you have Safari on iOS and leaving it as such. In an effort to become more common, you make yourself more unique. This is why customization is not recommended, right? You're not going to blend in. Don't try it. So in order for fingerprinting to work for trackers, to work, it has to be unique enough for it to be identifiable to a single browser and not this pool of other browsers. And it has to be consistent enough to not change all the time so that they can actually use it as a real identifier. So Tor browser takes the anti-fingerprinting approach of making all of Tor browsers look almost exactly the same, modulo the operating system. So if you're using Tor browser on Windows, you'll look like every other Tor browser on Windows. If you're using Tor browser on Linux, you look like every other Tor browser on Linux. In this way, it makes this wide, disparate array of different browsers on different people's computers look like the same exact browser because it has the same exact fingerprint. And this is a really good technique for protecting yourself from fingerprinting. There's another technique that was found to be really effective too, and that's randomizing the fingerprint. So instead of breaking the property of it being unique enough for it to be your browser, making it random enough not to be a persistent
I'm going to have a lot of good comments after this talk.
identifier that follows you around. So this is a technique that's used by a lot of add-ons like Canvas Defender, for instance. Changes the canvas fingerprint of your browser and thus the fingerprint overall of your browser if that's used in the fingerprint calculation. And Brave browser also uses this, and Brave browser does it in a really particular, interesting way. So they randomize your fingerprint, but the randomization algorithm is based on the first-party domain. So when you're reading all of the metrics, a lot of those metrics are randomized based on first party. So if Facebook is using, Canvas fingerprint or audio context fingerprint or other different methods that your browser gives off, other different bits of information, then because of Brave's randomization logic in the browser, if it's loaded on example1.com, it'll look like one particular hash. But if Facebook's tracking code is loaded on example2.com, it'll look like a very different hash. But Google's loading, Google loaded on example1.com will look the same as Facebook loaded on example1.com, but it randomizes based on the first party, right? So there's no useful information that Facebook can get out of this because it's changing all the time. It's not able to track you across different sites. Not only is it changing modulo the first party domain that you visit, but it's also changing if you close down your browser, reopen it, it'll change completely too in the next iteration. So in this way, you kind of have this randomization take place on every browser session. And it looks kind of like a scramble suit. If you've seen A Scanner Darkly, a 2006 movie, this is a depiction of a scramble suit that protects the identity of the speaker. And it looks a lot like that where it's just kind of changing all the time, and it doesn't provide you with enough solid information on that person being the unique person that you're looking for, that persistent identifier. So the view of Brave from trackers is very effective, right? It's very effective at breaking trackers' ability to track users in most cases. Dumb trackers, it'll be like, hey, check out this weird trick. Trackers hate it. And it's extremely effective. But smart trackers can actually do something novel right here, right? They can actually kind of figure out that you're using randomization and at least use that as a fingerprinting metric in and of itself. It's not going to be as unique as your actual Canvas fingerprint is, because that's extremely unique, but at least it can use your Canvas fingerprinting result and pool that with all the other people that use that same randomization technique, right? So Brave is unable to do that, to prevent that really. But Brave's outlook here is that it's okay if they know you're Brave, just as long as you're using Brave, just as long as they don't know that your browser is you and this is you following you all over time. So the goal is, in both these instances, Tor browser and Brave, and all sorts of different anti-tracking, anti-fingerprinting, to reduce the amount of usable information that trackers can gather on your browser, right? And what's interesting here is that you can take browser fingerprinting and extrapolate it to different forms of fingerprinting, right? To different forms of tracking. In the case of browser fingerprinting, is based on browser characteristics, but you could also think about behavioral fingerprinting, right? Separate from the browser, what behaviors do we exhibit when we're using the browser that can be combined to identify particular users, maybe even across browsers? Cross-device tracking works this way. And likewise, what can be done in the browser to kind of mitigate some of the effectiveness of these, user behavioral tracking methods? These are some of the considerations to account for. We're talking about behavioral fingerprinting. You might be talking about highlighting text while reading an article, like, oh, I highlight some text while I'm reading an article. That's something I do. That's a behavioral fingerprintable characteristic. Or typing speed and cadence. We're typing that's also something that can be fingerprinted. Cursor movement, or, you fiddle around with your cursor. Scroll pattern, say you scroll up a paragraph every time you read a news article, or switching of tabs, knowing that, oh, I switch tabs in this kind of particular method, and things like that. Those are considerations, and entry calculation here is the same, only it's user highlights text while reading an article. But what's interesting here is that when we're talking about user behavior, human behavior, it's limited by these predefined parameters. When we're trying to consider entropy in this case, and when we're considering user behavior, it misses a lot of the valuable information that might be between the lines. So a user highlights, if we take the last, highlighting text while reading an article. Well, that might be just highlighting text randomly, right? But most likely it has some pattern to it. Like a user highlights only the first word of a paragraph, or the user is, usually their cursor is in the middle of a paragraph and they only highlight the middle text in the paragraph block, or, every morning after they drink coffee, they're fidgety enough to highlight text, but they don't do it any other time. So these entropy considerations, unlike browser characteristics, they're not confined to discrete states. They're really open-ended and complex, as rich as human behavior itself, right? And by open-ended here, I mean that there couldn't be a pattern. There could be a pattern that isn't just easily recognized. There could be a deeper pattern that we don't, foresee or understand yet. So Stuart Kaufman talks about these different systems, different types of systems. He describes, these in his book, At Home in the Universe. He's talking about chaotic systems, which if you, say have a matrix of different states, that if you switch one, light bulb in a light bulb matrix, it'll have cascade effects, which change the entire system very quickly. And then there's things like ordered systems, which are very rigid and are not subject to change. And if you flip the state, somewhere in the middle of this, light bulb matrix, that'll stay very localized and won't change very much. It'll be confined. But complexity emerges at the edge of chaotic systems, in between chaotic and ordered systems, and that's where the most interesting behavior emerges, most interesting to us as humans, also most complex, in terms of analysis of those behaviors. And this allows us as humans to be really adaptable and resilient, adaptable to changes, and resilient enough to not just kind of fall apart at something unexpected. Human behaviors are really complex, right? It allows us to adapt and navigate to our environment, both our physical environment and our social or group environment, our friends, our neighbors, our tribe, and also our society in general at a broader scale. Our language group or our international context, things like that. So when making the shift of thinking about kind of human neurology in terms of entropy calculations in privacy metrics to human neurology and security and passwords, we have to take into consideration that complexity in the sense doesn't lend itself to good password choices. For cryptographic applications, we're trying to use passwords that actually have this property of strong randomness. It's necessary for us to have strong randomness that is not as confined and predictable as human behavior is, as human password choices are, for instance. And in fact, NIST, who sets the standards for government in choosing passwords, actually recommends now that password complexity requirements on websites that you choose a exclamation point or whatever will actually reduce complexity. We don't use necessitating uppercase letters, symbols, etc. Reducing password complexity, both for the reasons of that it's not going to get you anything in terms of security, of real security, it's pseudo security, and because it's less memorable. The complexity makes it less memorable and increases the likelihood of password reuse. So, you think about password and human neurology, think about these typical passwords of troubadour &3, right? So this is an extremely cryptographically unique, weak passphrase, but it also exhibits this extreme bias. Say someone is, has been
in a couple of minutes, we're going to check out the car hacking village because we kind of figured out how that finally works, and then we're going to hop back into the PancakesCon talk. So stay tuned.
Choose the word troubadour than something else.
I'm just
right?
on
or
break
than,
and
than if
doing
someone
some
hasn't
other
been a
stuff
poet
now.
in the past. So there's these patterns.
Plus, this is really cool with
that are kind of like
EFF
unexpected that
Libre
you
Planet
might
talk.
see through someone's password choice. And password meters on human input are just incredibly bad practice, right? So this is pure security theater. You must have at least one letter, one capital letter, at least one number, can't have any more than 3 same characters in a row, can't be the same as the account name, and must have at least 8 characters. It sounds very, necessitating complexity, but actually, if you think about it, Ocean's 11 in this case will be a perfectly valid password, perfectly allowed and would validate. So password meters like this, or password are just checkboxes essentially that don't necessitate anything more than non-memorability of your password. And KeePassXC, which is a program that I use to store my passphrase in my password database, has a password meter.
That's my favorite one too.
Trying to calculate the bits of entropy that a password that's
best password
entered
manager
by a
ever
human exhibits. What is really funny is that in this case, possibly the most quoted phrase in the human language, "to be or not to be, that is the question," is measured at 123.21 bits, which is almost AES secure. This is of course not the case. This is an extremely much less secure passphrase than the password indicator would indicate, or password meter would indicate. The password meters intrinsically, or they basically have to apply intrinsic criteria to an extrinsic data set, right? Something that is internal to the state of that password meter has to be applied to something that they don't know about and can't know about. So in this simple example, the word question is measured as log base 2 of 26 to the 8 bits because, question has 8 letters, and the possibility of, each of those letters, that's 26 to, 26 different possibilities in the English language character set. So it's 26 to the 8 bits. And that's kind of what the simple example of like only being confined to intrinsic criteria that is trying to measure this more complex pattern that it can envision, and apply that to this extrinsic data set. And in fact, they also don't even try to attempt to determine the source of entropy. The fact that humans are extremely biased, right? I think War Machine is extremely objective here because he's the best Avenger. War Machine rocks with an X.
I love how much of a total geek he is.
So the fundamental principle here is that any entropy calculation that's run on an open system will necessarily fail because it can't accurately model the source of entropy and the data set available to that system because it's open-ended, because there's it's ever changing, and there's all these different things that are being introduced to the system that it can't possibly take into account. And this isn't just theoretical. This has extreme practical implications, right? Like any mismatch between pattern recognition of the meter and that of attacker generating passwords to attack a target automatically leads to enormous advantage of the attacker. This can include any personalized knowledge of the target, anything that they post on a website publicly or is on their Facebook, or anything that the attacker knows about that person personally because maybe they know them in real life. And this is actually accounted for by programs like CUPP, which is, I just got it actually, which is a program that is able to generate an extremely personalized password list and apply that, and maybe in combination with more generalized password lists, a personal generated password list based on the person's first name, last name, their nickname, their dog's name, what dog, what their first car was, this kind of information, and this can be combined with a generalized password to make a much more robust password list about that person. So, personalized word lists are extremely common offensive security practice. What is interesting here is that password reuse is also extremely common, right? So that 65% of people reuse passwords across different sites, even though they know they shouldn't. They do it anyway because it's the most practical thing. You are going to expect it to know passwords across 50 different sites. But this, has extreme consequences too, because 81% of hacking related breaches are, in fact, caused by compromised passwords and reused passwords. So, password reuse is an extremely common yet dangerous, in terms of practical implication, thing to have happen. So why leave the choice of good random passwords to chance? If you were an organization attempting to mandate good security for user accounts, generate random passphrases for your users. And I'll get into how you can generate random passphrases in a moment. If you're a site maintainer, well, there's a few different options, but it's a little bit more complicated. You can use a good password-based key differentiation function like scrypt, and that'll kind of save your users in case of database compromise. You can also use a combination with that and server-side rate limiting, which will help with brute force attempts, and
a little bit behind. Just give me a couple
IP
more minutes, and we're gonna go back to
blocks. If you
PancakesCon.
see a brute force happening, these in combination will protect users' security, account security, but it still won't help against password reuse of someone trying to get into an account based on their password being compromised on some other site. It won't but you could also possibly do something like mandating universal second factor, U2F, but that is a pretty kind of frustrating thing to mandate because everyone has to have a U2F token or app on whatever as a second factor. These are kind of frustrating the possibility of, okay, if it's important for you to gain users to make it easy for your site to be accessible, these are kind of some pretty hard kind of balancing tests to apply. Or you can highly encourage a user accepting a randomly generated passphrase, but actually just have a fallback if they want to generate a less.
Okay, we're going to switch back over because the phishing thing's going on and there's a demo and I'm really excited for it. So I'm going to finish up and then after the end of this talk, I'll make some comments and we're going to check more things out. So let's go back to PancakesCon. And again, I love talking with chat, so I keep checking. If you have any questions or comments or anything, please let me know. Otherwise, let's lurk at the pancakes.
.com. The verification doesn't have an I in there, so it's verificaton.com. But as we all know, who really checks the spellings in an email? In a bit, I'll show you how this really looks like. But this is how most phishing attacks are done. My goal is not to spoof an email. Spoofing is mimicking someone else's corporate email address. That surely will get blocked. I don't even try that. I just buy a brand new one because people are not looking at the domain. But nonetheless, this is my server for my mail. So this is the mail server that's running. I don't use services for this because most services like Mailgun and so many others, they all get blocked. So I set up my own. This is what the mail server looks like. This is mailinthebox.com or similar. And it's just showing me simple statistics on the back end. Once I have my two servers up and running, I can start my attack. So my attack starts with a campaign. So let's look at some of my email templates. First things first, you have to formulate a template. Let's just look at one of my existing templates here. So a template would be in HTML. I would code it in HTML. I would look at how it views. I would send a bunch of test emails back and forth. This is an Amazon phishing email with a $50 gift card in it. And I can put whatever I want here. And this would be how the email would be sent. Then you have landing pages and stuff. Let me go through an actual process. So let's go through a campaign, a live campaign. Hopefully this works. Let's copy this. So what I'll do is I'll start this campaign. You name it something. Let's call it PancakesCon to LinkedIn demo. I have an email template that I've created, which you will see in a bit. I have a landing page, a fake LinkedIn page comes up. This is the URL that comes up. So I can put anything before the main domain that I like. So since this is for LinkedIn, I'll put linkedin.verification.com because this is what they'll see when they hover over it. I have a sending profile, which is my email profile, the email server that I set up. All the SMTP details are in there. And I have groups. So let's make a test group here. I have a test group with a fake account that I have by the name of Adam. This is my sock puppet account. So I'll send it to that. And I do launch campaign. Are you sure? Yes. Let's launch it. So campaign has been launched. Ideally, I would put in here a couple of hundred emails provided by the client themselves, and this would now go out. Since this is just one email, now I start seeing statistics in the backend. This is what I'm after. I see one email was sent, nobody opened it, no one clicked it, and no one submitted any data. Here are the details of that. So now let's go and check that email. Did I really receive that email? So here is mail.com. This is where that person is. So I just got an email, LinkedIn security alert. This is that phishing email. Now let's look at it real quick. On the surface, it looks fine. Hey, Adam, you have successfully turned on two-step verification. That's a good thing. Everyone should have it turned on. But if you haven't and you get this message, it means someone else has. So it raises a few flags. At the same time, it looks quite legit. Everything's mimicked as LinkedIn would send you. There's no spelling mistakes. Hopefully not. I copy pasted an actual email. There's no alignment mistakes or anything. So this looks perfect. These things are edited out so that it raises some alerts that somebody was using Firefox, Linux from Moscow, Russia, and a date that's not accurate. These things should raise a few red flags. The moment they click on something, I hover over this and nothing kind of comes up. You can see in the bar below a little link that says linkedin.verification.com and stuff like that. It kind of looks legit. Let's check who it's from. It's from LinkedIn Security Alert. And the email address is also linkedin@verification.com. Kind of looks legit. It's not one of those .ru.cn.v, whatever weird looking domains. So at first glance, it looks quite legit. I click on this. And if this was another mail server, it would have just gone through mail.com, redirects it first. So it's redirecting, and it came to my phishing page here. Now, before yeah, go ahead.
Just one quick second. It looks like your screen share may have paused for us.
Oh, really?
Perhaps you could jiggle back.
Yay! It's never an online con without technical errors.
And reshare again.
This is really cool about phishing, though, because I still
I've
think this is like social engineering is still so highly underrated as like an actual tool set for hackers.
But hey, what's a conference without a technical issue or two?
Exactly.
Let me know when you see it.
I haven't seen it yet.
Shit breaks when you see it.
And see if the chat sees it.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna hydrate for one last time.
Several people are typing. No, it doesn't look like it's showing on their end.
This should be playing like Benny Hill music right now.
I think it was.
It should come right in a bit.
That's gonna get us DMCA'd, isn't it?
Well,
every freaking time.
Quick from my end.
Should I share again?
I am the lore keeper.
Yes.
Be right back a moment.
Apparently, it had been stuck on the Go Fish console.
Okay. Let me know if you see it. Mine, it says you are sharing your screen.
Oh, there we go. We have Go Fish again.
All right, let me stop my video. Maybe that was it. All right, so yeah, let me go back just a few clicks. So this was the Go Fish screen here. I received an email in the inbox, which was right here. I look at it, quick 5-second glance. I click on it. When I click on it, the landing page comes up. Now, all of this is being hosted from GoFish. I see the bar up there, linkedin.verification.com/some random characters. Now, before I click through, let's go back to the GoFish screen. And it says email opened 1, email clicked 1. So these are live statistics being gathered. And if I refresh this, it's fine. So it says clicked from a Windows machine using Firefox. I'm on a Mac. This is not Windows, but I have a user agent switcher here, which says mimic a Windows machine with Firefox. That's why it's showing this. I thought I'd demo that as well. Good OPSEC is always preferred. So that's why this is showing that. Let's change that user agent to default. And let's go back to this LinkedIn screen here. Now I could enter in my actual password here, which is from my password manager. It's like 40, 50 characters long, and it would redirect. But just for the heck of it, let's enter something random. So I'm entering a random password and I click sign in, and I've basically been redirected to the actual LinkedIn page. Now it says linkedin.com, and here's my two-step verification page. I look at it, everything looks right. And I'm actually signed in because I was previously signed into this Sock Puppet account. I can go back to the actual LinkedIn page. Everything's fine. Nothing's really wrong. I can continue with my daily life after this. But if I look back here and I refresh this, it's already here. It says submitted data, one person submitted data. I go back. Remember, I changed it from Windows to default. Now it says Mac OS, so I know my user agent switcher is working. I look at the details. I captured the username and I captured the password.
I am back.
This is what I just entered in randomly.
Keep working on these practice
and
lots while I watch
now
this awesome phishing
this is a
attempt.
full end-to-end phishing cycle. Phishing basically stops at this point. Once I run this through for a week or so, everyone gets a chance to click it or not, or report it. If someone reports an email, I can manually put that in here. These statistics, this data goes in the report. The client gets to see this, and then the remediation piece starts. We start resetting passwords of people who actually submitted it. We get to see if the
That's always
passwords
a
were too
difficult
weak.
question. Were they
Were they
long enough?
Many different things could come out of this. Education is the main thing here. So those are the things we want to go over with our client. And this is an end-to-end phishing lifecycle. And that's what I basically do. This is fun. This requires a lot of back-end work, a lot of reconnaissance. Where did I learn all of this? My primary resource, the one thing I would tell people who want to learn how to fish right, is a book by Chris Hadnagy, Fishing Dark Waters. It goes through all the techniques, whether it's a beginner fishing email, intermediary, advanced spear fishing or whaling type of emails, the tools, the tricks of the trades, influence versus manipulation. What are we really doing here? This was more influence tactics because nobody got offended, nobody felt manipulated with a gift card or those type of things. We just got in, got their credentials, no one noticed it, and we were out. So I highly recommend this book by Christopher Hadnagy, Fishing Dark Waters, if you want to really up your game on the fishing arena. That's what I had with this. Now, a lot of this is very stressful, and a lot of work goes into this, programming, OSINT, pen testing, all these things. In my spare time, I like to draw. I like to relax, something that takes my mind away from all my technical stuff that I do. So recently I picked up caricatures. I'm not good at caricatures. I'm a good artist, I want to say. I draw realistic or lifestyle and cartoons, pretty much everything. Now I have kids, so I draw a lot of cartoons with them, spend some time there. But caricatures were something that I wasn't ever good at, but I wanted to up my game there as well. The main focus on caricatures was not about drawing what you see. It's drawing likeness. It's not about exaggerating. It's not about distortions or magnifications like we think, making the nose big or the head big or small or whatever. It's not that at all. It's actually just the likeness. And the focus is on differences rather than similarities. And that's what was kind of unique to caricatures, because I draw similarities. What I see, I draw. That's real life portraits. But caricatures, no, that's based on differences. And I wrote a small article on caricatures on LinkedIn. Like you see this image of Slash.
Took me a couple
drawn
seconds
by
to realize
Tom
that was
Richmond,
Slash. I
and there's
literally
not
thought
even
that
a
was one of those
face in
weird
this,
fry
and that's what
links
blew
from
my
back in
mind.
the
I'm like,
70s,
wow,
like those
the
McDonald's
caricatures I
commercials
thought was all about
where they
faces,
called
but
Fry
there's no
Guys or
face.
something.
It's just the presence of the person.
It's a good drawing. I
Know
just
that this
literally
is
thought it was one of those
Slash.
McDonald critters.
And then people started drawing me in that class that I took. And you can see every single drawing is different. It's unique, but most of them, if not all of them, kind of look like me. You can pick me out from a group if you see any one of these caricatures, but they're all different. None of them are realistic, but they all have a unique characteristics. So with that, I said, okay, let me start drawing caricatures. On my LinkedIn account, on my Instagram account,
I wonder if
I
he's going
started
to draw
drawing,
them live. Maybe I should contact him to
different
draw a
caricatures
caricature of
of
the various DEFCON
famous
2-1
people.
members. That would be cool.
I
Oh, we should have
record
had
the
that on our
process. I
anniversary
go
stream.
over Procreate.
I'll have to do that next time.
On my
Get like
iPad,
a
and I start
sketch
drawing.
artist, because I have friends that do
it's
that
fun,
and like
but
draw
it's
us
not
all while
easy at
we're
all. This
presenting and
takes
talking.
several
Man, why did I
attempts
think of that
to
now?
get it right.
I need to
and
write
it's
that
easy to
down.
draw well-known personalities. It's easy to draw when you look at other caricatures, but it's challenging. At the same time, the end result, when you see it, it's fun. So I started taking this up. So my best thing in this was, I'm like, okay, who should I draw for today's conference? So I took Chris Hadnagy, Fishing Dark Waters. I said, let's draw him as a caricature. So first I need reference photographs. So I met him a few times. I took his classes, and so I had pictures of him. So I took these two pictures, images, and I put them in my iPad, and I started drawing. Caricatures start off with a rough head sketch. Basically, you have to get the idea of what am I going to emphasize in this caricature. So for this, I saw a bigger lower half of the face than the upper half, and perspective can vary in this. So I started drawing this out, and this is a time-lapse drawing. Then you start to map out where the main features would be, the nose-eye relationship, the mouth, everything else, and you start building it from there on. And drawing somebody when they're looking straight at you is more difficult. I'm not an expert at this, but the 3/4 view is always much better because all the features kind of pop out. When you're looking somebody straight on, none of the features are popping out. They all look flat. So you have to use a lot of imagination. So as you can see, I tried many attempts at this, and that's the key to this. You have to keep drawing over and over and over again until you're satisfied.
Practice makes
until
perfect.
The person kind of looks like the person that you're drawing, and not just to you. I had to ask my wife a few times, does this look like this person? And she's like, nah, not really. Then I had to redraw it over and over. And you can see every time I'm drawing the face, I'm changing something about the features that I see. Sometimes I make the lower half bigger, I make the nose smaller, the eyes bigger, more squint, and then the face, the mouth, the style that he's smiling. Things change up, and there's something sensitive about drawing caricatures. That's why I didn't draw them for a very long time. People tend to get offended if you draw their nose too big, or themselves too fat, too thin, too tall, to whatever. But I know Chris is a nice guy. He's hopefully not going to get offended by all the screw ups that I'm doing right now. But hey, this is part of it. This is the fun part. You get a good laugh out of this. So as I'm trying different ways, you can see all my failures at the bottom. I keep them next to me so I know what to adjust. I look at all the rest and I say, okay, the chin here looks nice. I'll take the chin from this one. I'll take the eyes from the other one. Then I'll redraw it. So I keep redrawing it, and this is all practice. If I was a pro like Tom Richmond, who I learned this from, it would take me one shot to get it perfectly right. But certain times, you see, I purposely screw up because I want to stretch it. I want to take it to the limits and see which one feature really defines the presence of this person. So I keep drawing him over and over, and then eventually I'm satisfied with one, and then I stick to it. I say, okay, this is the one. Let me forward on a little bit, and then I start tracing over the one that I like, and this becomes my final caricature piece. Once I'm done with this, I'm satisfied with the head. Now I move on to the rest of it, the body. So the way I do this, let's go over this one first. So I take one of my own references because I want to see how I can draw
This is really neat, although it does
clothes,
kind of give the
which
whole vibe
clothes
of like
suit
draw
him,
3
a suit,
circles,
tie,
then
or
draw
just
the
a t-shirt.
pirate sort of
So I
thing.
experiment with it
Not
a
really
little
like
bit.
super in depth of
I
like
first
how
put
you
on
would
a
actually like
t-shirt
draw,
on
you know,
him.
lines
Then
and
I try the
spacing
suit.
and things like that.
I
But
try
it's still
different
really
things.
neat.
Then I stick to one of them. And it's fun to watch progression because you learn from your own mistakes. By no means am I an expert in this, but again, this is for fun. This is not professional. This is not competitive for me by any means. And drawing on an iPad is good because you can undo your mistakes. So I keep drawing him over and over. And as you can clearly see, you have to be good at many things: sketching, line art, drawing clothes, bodies, faces, hands. And look at this hand, it's horrible. The fist doesn't look like the right hand. So I redraw hands. It's an art again. So I change the position around a little bit. Once I'm satisfied, I move on to the next sketch. So with this, I'm like, okay, let's place a bunch of USBs here and there because that's what social engineers do. They drop
Although at this
USBs
stage it
every
looks
now
more
and
like a
then,
whistle.
hoping that someone would pick them up and put them in a computer. So I go through this process. I readjust my drawings, the shoes and everything back and forth. Once I'm satisfied with this, I go to the next phase. I start drawing things around him. So I draw a bunch of USBs, I drop them on the floor, I try to draw the background, give this area some presence, some sense of where he's standing, maybe a parking lot with some zebra crossing or whatever. And once I'm done with that, I finish up the drawing and do some line art on this. So I start drawing it with a pen, a digital pen, and this will be my final artwork. So a lot of USB drops. And one last video that I'll show you is how I actually do this. The way someone would see me draw is basically on an iPad. I turn things around. I draw it in
short strokes,
short strokes, different motions, and this is the entire process of how I would go about drawing anything from beginning to end, starting with a rough sketch, refinement, then line art, and then eventually I would color it as well. But that's what I like to do in the little spare time that I may have. I may take this one step further, which I didn't in this case. I can color him, but he looks terrible here. Not him, but my coloring looks terrible. So I would leave it to this. This would be my final
I love that
artwork
the
here.
crossing thing, it looks like it's outside.
So that's all I had. Any questions you see in the chat?
Yes, we have several questions. Let me just go ahead and scroll back up a little bit here. Let's see. We're talking about how. Oh, I hate this. It looks so good with reference to your fishing, although I suppose that might work with the caricature too, given some of the feedback there.
I'll take it for the caricature.
Let's look for the actual. Here we go. Alex is off asking, when it comes to internal phishing tests, what is your position on them? Should one deploy the same tactics and templates they would use elsewhere to test internal users?
Good question. I get this every time from a client. I say run your internal phishing campaigns. I consider those at best basic or intermediary style phishing campaigns because those are pre-built templates. Those are the most popular ones out there. They don't require a lot of OSINT and a lot of background work. You may put some into it, but at the end of the day, they're still basic to intermediary style phishing attacks. You need a perspective from the outside, a professional trained social engineer to do those phishing attacks, a pen tester. Because when I do phishing attacks, my purpose is to get in. It's not to educate. I say this is a pen test. This is not educational. Yeah, a part of it may be educational, but my job is to mimic a hacker and get in. You cannot achieve that internally unless your employees who are doing it are pen testers or have gone through some social engineering training to do it. I do this for really large organizations and they have teams internally. and they're like, okay, we're set, we're done. I come in and do the attack, and I almost every single time I get through. All I need is one or two people. Basically, all I need is one person to submit credentials, and I'm in. So I say do both. Have a tiered approach, internal and external, but don't forget the external.
Fantastic. From Golgotha's here, we've got a question as to whether you've attended the Human Hacking Conference.
I didn't get a chance to go there yet, but I would have loved to. I've taken courses by Chris Hadnagy, the social engineering pen test, so I'm certified by him with that. But I would have loved to be part of the Human Hacking Conference. I just didn't get the opportunity.
All right. So switching it up a little bit, when drawing caricatures of people you actually know, have you had someone unhappy with how they were represented?
No, I haven't. And that's the fear of caricatures that I always had. So I never drew anyone that I knew in fears that they would look at it and say, hey, I look so ugly, or you made me look so,
You made
I don't
me
know, whatever.
ugly.
I just don't like
Now you must pay.
bad comments, feedbacks, and then they look at me in a bad light. So I draw celebrities and stuff, people I'll probably never meet. So I play it safe with caricatures.
Nothing wrong with that. Let's see. We have commentary. People like the USB drop aspect of the one that you have on screen right now. Pineapples represent Chris pretty well, apparently. And let's take a look if I missed any. And oh, yeah, I did. Well, this person earlier asked, is using homoglyphs cheating in your phishing?
No, not really. Homoglyphs won't work every time. Sometimes they'll look like weird characters. They'll expand to be some long characters and stuff. The focus should never be on the domain itself particularly. The focus should be on 5-6 different aspects of it. Sometimes I hide my domain by putting it in the name field. So if it says from LinkedIn security and in brackets it'll say linkedin@verification.com, I'll put in LinkedIn security and then some fake brackets having, whatever, no reply at linkedin.com. And then the actual email will be hidden inside those parentheses. Again, people won't look that there are two different emails in the header, and it'll fool them. So I've given up on spoofing emails, on trying to to combat some of the technical controls. I just focus on bypassing the human aspect of this, the human controls. I know the eyes will glance for just a few seconds on an email. That's how I see it. I've clicked on them too. Everyone can and will fall for it at some time. So if you focus on 5-6 different elements on the phishing attack, one or two, people may fail, but I wouldn't focus on just the domain piece of this. There are many ways to evade the human firewall.
So I'm going to be a little bit evil here and indulge myself as a blue teamer and ask you, what has frustrated you the most? What has caused failures the most in your workflow with respect to phishing?
I don't fail a lot, but no, joking aside. But usually, sometimes it's the email filters that get in the way. They have really strong email protection. They'll have multiple products in place, and they'll prevent the email from going through because the email will be flagged as fishy or spammy. So what I'll do is I'll have multiple attempts at those, and I'll figure out why it was spammed, why it was marked as spam. Was it the domain? Sometimes the domain is brand new, so I buy old domains, I let them age, and then it goes through. Or maybe the subject line was LinkedIn security. If I change that to your password or your account has been compromised, that doesn't seem as fishy as the first one, and then it'll go through. So it depends on what the email security is using to identify them. Once I figure that out, back and forth, it takes me 5-6 emails, then I'm in. And if I'm still not in, then I ask the client, can you please whitelist this email, because fine, your technical controls passed, now let me test your human controls. So then they end up whitelisting it. And when it goes down to the human controls, I don't think I've ever failed in the past couple of hundred attempts. Someone always clicks on something, and there's at least a small percent, 2 to 3% people who will actually submit credentials, and that's what I'm after.
And so, following up just a little bit, do you have any particular ethical considerations with regards to the lures that you might use?
In regards to what, sorry?
The lures that you might use, the
Oh, the
subject
lures.
lines, that kind of things.
No, because I don't use malicious subject lines. So remember, I talked about influence versus manipulation. I didn't talk about it much, but so my job is to influence them into clicking on a link, which is kind of positive in nature. It's not to trick them, to fool them nefariously, so which may end up making them feel bad. So it's not about a $50 gift card. I'll never send anything about money, anything about health issues, or someone died, or someone resigned, or you're fired, or something evil or mean that will leave a bad impression in their heart. Because at the end of the day, they're going to find out it was me or my company that did it, and our name or my name is going to get tarnished, that, hey, you did something evil that wasn't nice of you.
That's fascinating.
I never want that feedback. So in my report, I write that I'm going to use a very small subset of phishing lures, which are common amongst the wild, and they're not as dangerous. But I also say the hackers will not be limited to this. The hackers will do whatever it is in their heart that they desire to just get through, and they will use evil nefarious ways. So there's a lot of things I cannot do. I cannot mimic law enforcement. I cannot hurt someone's feelings. And so I have to be cognizant of that, because, hey, at the end of the day, I'm
I
an
would say all
ethical
hackers
hacker.
are ethical
I'm not
hackers.
just
Doesn't
a
mean they
hacker.
have good ethics, but yeah.
Fantastic, and I'm glad that you were able to address that so cogently. Someone actually was just asking that in the channel as you were speaking, so I'm sure they'll get that in just a second when that propagates. Let's see. We'll just wait for just a second to see if anyone else is going to submit a question. But now it looks like we're about done with those. Thank you very, very much for your presentation. I'm sure we've all had a great time, and have yourself a really great rest of your day. And I hope you've enjoyed PancakesCon so far.
So that was, let's go back to my notes here. That was, and by the way, I'm up to 5 pins now. I'm trying to get used to this, because while I don't want to eat through everything on my video, I also don't want to, there's sometimes I'm picking locks all week. Sometimes I only pick it once on the show, and then 2 weeks later I'm picking it on the show. So it's just sort of like, bleh, I have to get back into this, which means my hands are cramping. But that was, to scroll up, fishing with caricatures, and that was pretty neat. I saw the fishing stuff. That was honestly pretty impressive there with the demo and everything. The caricatures thing was fascinating, because I guess it like super focused on it. Like basically had the prerequisite that you know how to draw. And so I thought the character thing would be more of like a more step by step. Okay, here's how you go through like base drawing with with doing a character style, instead of just, you already know, you already know how to draw the turtle and the pirate. Here's the rest of the here's the rest of the here's the rest of now it opens with the city rig. uh here's just me doodling around. But that was really neat. And yeah, I can't wait to watch some of these over again, because there's some things that we missed. Up next, so again, I'm usually putting these let's see, to vote, but here's my problem. So the new track on track 2 is going to be running towards the fire forging career from crisis, and stroke awareness, and particularly stroke awareness. That's a really good thing. But the track 1 talk is about breached credentials and bourbon. And so between borking credentials and alcohol, I think that's the one we're going to check out next. We are for a little bit going to, provided they haven't switched over yet, which I'm actually going to check right now. Where are we? There's the main channel. So yeah, I think they're still, from what I understand, they're still covering the what was what was the other talk they were covering here? They're still doing the it was like a knitting thing. Um, yeah, Lucky Socks. So I guess that will end like I'm gonna just preload that just in case, you know. Uh, is this already on autoplay? What the hell was going on? I'm just gonna reload these tracks again, and then when it switches back over to the breach credentials and bourbon, we're gonna go look at that. But what I'm gonna do in the meantime is I'm gonna poke into Slack here, and what I realized is so Car Hacking Village actually has its own separate website in the Slack here, and we're gonna take a look at that. Let's see. With many conferences going virtual this year, Car Hacking Village has gone virtual as well, but that doesn't mean you can't hack cars. We have a number of cars across the globe connected to Raspberry Pis and allowing hackers to SSH and send CAN messages. How does that work? First, sign up an account and log in. Next, join queue on a car you want to try to hack. Once you're on the front line, you'll see the console appear with SSH instructions. You have 30 minutes with the vehicle to hack the car. So this is kind of interesting. So we'd have to make an account. And then I guess these are like some of the logs that are happening. Oh, this is neat. So this is I guess the user down here, and that's the live stream. Oh, they're on Twitch, so we're gonna follow them. And apparently, the guy who's up is John. And you can actually see the terminal in real time. So you know what? Maybe later we'll go in and try to hack some of these vehicles. Because I've always wanted to try that. I actually would really like to try that in Parrot, to be honest. But what I didn't know that they were actually like live doing this. So I think I'll just for the car hacking village, like where did my scroll bar go? There it goes. I'm just gonna leave it here. Shrink this just a little bit. There we go. And so you can kind of see the video up here, and then you can actually see in real time, as far as I could tell, John here going through trying to do all the stuff. I'm actually going to reload the page once just so it's like, oh, that's cute. I just saw the crochet thing. They crocheted the pancake stack with like the butter and everything. Let's switch over real quick. Look how cute that is. It's a pancake crochet. That's so cute. That is so incredibly cute right there. Oh, I think they have an Elmo. Hold on. Okay, we have to ask. Hang on a moment. Where is the Slack channel? Slack track 1. Oh, look at this person eating fancy food and wine. Try to scroll down to get caught up because we haven't been in here in a while. Maybe, you know what? I'm just going to type something that'll probably pop me down. All right, is that an Elmo camera? Should warp me to the bottom. I'm going to 100% that. And they're on Twitter inside PhD. Let's load up their Twitter because I think we're going to follow this person, especially because we don't really have many people who like. We've been wanting to do a knitting and crocheting thing at DEFCON 201 for a while now in person. And it seems like whether it's in person or online, it's really impossible to A, meet people who are in crocheting, and B, to figure out a schedule where they have time to show up during our meeting in order to do that, in order to teach that. So that's neat. So I'm going to hit the follow button on that. It's happening. That's pretty neat. So I guess we're following them now. Let's get the audio going here. So again, we're watching the end of the Lucky Socks thing, and then it's like the next one is about credentials and bourbon. So I figure one of those two will at least be interesting. At least they'll be GI Jack approved. So let's flip over to track 1 here, and then we'll look at Car Hacking Village in the Slack a little after some bourbon.
To be crochet, it will then tell you how to crochet socks and the actual pattern.
And one final question we've got time for now is there's a lot of focus on websites in terms of bug bounties for, just in general. Are there also bug bounty programs for hardware, firmware, and software that people can get involved in?
Absolutely. I'm talking a lot about websites because web is one of the most accessible ways to get started. But there are so many different options. Like Tesla's bug bounty program is not just limited to its websites. It's also includes things like their cars as well. But it will completely depend on the program. If you already know of a company that does those kind of things and you're wondering, just take out their scope page. They'll have it listed. Apple will pay for bugs retaining to hardware, for example, as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your time and for your amazing talk on 2 very different topics. There's some more questions, I believe, in the channel for you. So if you would take the time to answer some of them, I'm sure it would be very, very much appreciated.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, everybody, for having me, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
I've actually been really impressed.
All right. So next up, we have Nick.
No lag between the YouTube I'm running on the Nintendo Switch and the actual YouTube on the stream. It's literally only like a couple milliseconds to a second off, which I guess maybe that's the restream or whatever, because I know when we run stuff, there's like a 8 billion year delay, so that's pretty nuts. So here we go. Credentials and bourbon. Let's go.
And hopefully you can see the presentation.
Looks awesome.
Perfect. All right. Well, welcome everyone, and thanks for sticking around kind of late in the afternoon to hear a bit about the things that I collect, breach credentials and bourbon. And before we get started, have to thank Leslie and the PancakesCon crew. It's been absolutely top notch. All the preparation, everything that goes into a conference, especially virtual. You can't say enough great things about what's happening here. And I think I've heard a few people say in the Slack just how much they're enjoying the second part of people's talks, because some of this stuff is, not things you get to talk about at conferences. And, Griffin Payne, who I work with, presented earlier on things that I didn't even know he was passionate about. And so this is, I think, the coolest format I've ever seen. And I'm super excited to be able to present today. So before we jump in to the topic at hand, a little bit about me. So my name is Nick Britton. I go by Nerbies on Twitter, Slack, several of the other social media sites. My credentials, I have my OSCP, my OSWP, my CISSP, a bunch of things that end in P. But I'm really a red team novice still. I've been in the industry about a decade. But I spend most of my time on phone calls these days and Zoom meetings. I'm the practice development lead for a firm called Protivity, which means I talk with my clients mostly about what they want out of a pen testing program and whether they're building it in-house or having us help with those types of things. Most of my work these days is theoretical. I'm a health and fitness enthusiast. I love working out. And the keynote talk this morning was really amazing. Listening to somebody else that's kind of in my area, that's a power lifter and is, doing some of the same things that I've always done, and had no idea that there were others in InfoSec that were so interested in that.
Like the giant liquor collection in the background.
And then last but
kind of a
not
pattern.
least, I'm a collector of things. You're going to hear a lot about the stuff behind me, bourbon, obviously, breach credentials, and I'm a normal person, so obviously I have a shelf full of old cables that I can't get rid of. My house just seems to accumulate things, and I've always kind of been a collector of different things, even as a kid. So we'll start off with breach credentials and my journey to becoming a hoarder of flat text files. So first, you may or may not know kind of what this topic is about, breach credentials, right? So have you ever gotten an email like this? Something from I just got from Google about a month ago. Change your compromised password.
I get those.
Google found
for
some of
our
your passwords
personal
online.
email system.
And you
Those
kind
are
of
my
make this face in the
favorite
corner
phishing
and say,
attempts. They're like,
what?
the admin
What do
has
you mean
changed something,
you
and it's
found
like
some of my passwords
the
online?
admin is right
How is
next
the
to
company
me.
doing this? What are they looking at? What is what is a password doing kind of floating around out there, and how did they tie it back to me? Or maybe you've seen these types of headlines, and this is all from about a month ago, a new breach compilation called the Compilation of Many Breaches, or COMB, COMB. And this is a large collection of breached credentials, about 3.2 billion records, that's just floating around the dark web and now the clear web. And so what are these things? So these breach credentials lists have been floating around for a number of years, and I really started tracking this around January of 2019. Essentially, they are flat text files with username and password pairs that have been accumulated from past corporate breaches or websites that have unintentionally leaked data. And around 2019, I started seeing some news coming out from sites like Troy Hunt's Have I Been Pwned and Krebs on Security, talking about these compilations that attackers or threat actors were putting together of all these previous breaches, and how attackers were starting to use these things to be more targeted in the way that they conduct password guessing attacks. And so collection one in January 2019 was really kind of my first foray into trying to download one of these. Then I'll talk about how I did that. But since then, I've continued to track the news and track these being released, and have continued to download and query these things, both for kind of my personal joy and for things that I do at work. And it's awesome to be able to go to a client, kind of show and tell this as an example of why passwords are not always a great security control. So I mentioned, first of all, what are these things, these breach credentials list? If you've never gotten your hands on one of these, this is the directory structure that you're typically looking at. They come in a compressed file that when you decompress, it's a directory structure by letter and by number. And this is the first character of that password. And it's, several levels deep because there's so many of these text files and, 3.2 billion records, that it has to be fairly embedded. And there's several directories in this tree to be able to fit all these text files into a single compressed folder. And then when you actually look at some of these files, and I'm just tailing a specific file here under the n/o directory, it's quite literally just a collection of email addresses and associated passwords for those accounts that have been seen somewhere out on the internet. And so that's great, right? Cool. So you got a text file, you got a bunch of old usernames and passwords that we think might be valid. Who knows? Some are from 10, 20 years ago, from breaches, from random sites that people may not use anymore. So kind of why, right? Why does it matter? And a single attack really got me interested in this kind of username and credential list collection and querying. And it was, I'd say probably 3 years ago. And it actually didn't stem from a collection list. It came from this time-based exchange weakness, or kind of the way that Microsoft Exchange used to work in querying users. And I was actually doing a penetration test against a large regional bank, and I came across this tool by DAFTAC called Mail Sniper. And one of the functionalities in Mail Sniper allowed you to execute essentially brute force attacks against Microsoft Exchange looking for valid usernames, and it was time-based. And so you could give it a list of possible usernames, and it would time the response from the server. And there was a large deviation from the time that it took the server to respond for valid usernames versus invalid usernames. And if you did enough of these, it could kind of start to look at and analyze the time for each and tell you when you had identified valid usernames. And the usernaming convention for this bank was the first initial of the first name and then the last name. And so I essentially created a dictionary of possible common names and things that I had found on LinkedIn, and was able to identify, I think, close to 200 valid usernames. And from that, I then started doing some targeted password guessing and some credential stuffing attacks, and was eventually able to compromise several valid users and their passwords, and was able to take that, log into their exchange, and from there, steal some data and get onto their VPN portal, and eventually, got internal access and got, privileged access, and was able to exfiltrate data and prove all these really interesting things. And So how do I go from here to breach credential lists? So I started to think, there's got to be a better way than doing this time-based exchange attack all the time, especially as people are moving to O365 and looking at VPN concentrators and Citrix environments. You don't always have that nice ability to enumerate valid usernames. And so I started to think about all the news articles that I had seen from these collections and realized that I could use those to essentially create a known username list for companies that I was pen testing. And then I could password spray with known bad passwords. We all know users are particularly bad at setting passwords. So I could use things like the season and the year, so winter 2021, or the company name and a number or a set of numbers. And using this, fairly rudimentary technique, gain access to email, VPN, Citrix, VDI, whatever, really more than half of the time. And it's sad to say and sad to see, but it's a very easy and very common attack. So about a year into doing that, something happened. And it was during a penetration test, and I was helping one of our junior analysts who was running the test. And something interesting popped up as he was doing his analysis of the breach credentials list. We had written a number of scripts that would automate much of the querying of the data and then the password spraying. But this potential or this person, being so smart and being curious and having that pen tester mindset, wanted to do it manually and wanted to see how it all worked. And so he was actually going through and combing through the breach credentials list that we had identified and the usernames and passwords, and identified that half of the passwords for this company all were the same thing. And we started to think about how that might be set. And it wasn't a weak password. It was actually a quite good password that was 16 characters and had alphanumeric and special characters. And it was very odd to see that many people with that very unique password. And what we identified was there was actually a trend for that organization. They had an IT admin who was setting new users' passwords to this, really good password, but he set every person's password to the same thing and didn't require them to reset their password. And so what we ended up with was about half the organization that just stuck with this password because it's what they started with and they thought it was a good password, so they never changed it. And so we were able to compromise, a huge swath of people at this organization. And it was really a training issue about, how to go about setting unique passwords for individuals and requiring resets. And, it really started to be kind of the next step in this kind of breach credentials list attack that I was using. So let's talk a bit about how, I've talked about the theory behind it, how I use it, and what some of the things you can do are, but, how do you actually get your hands on these things? Because you can't just, Google, give me breach credentials. You have to kind of know where to look and how to download it. So first things first, where do you search? So as soon as you see one of these news articles come out about one of these new compilations, the first things that I do are look on torrent sites, download sites like Mega, and then some common forums. And there's an excellent write-up on threat intel hunting at this getsignal.info site. And I'll have a link to this later in the presentation as well. But it talks about both some dark websites and some open or clear websites where you can kind of go onto a forum and search for some of these threads where people share links for breach credential collections. And you can see a few weeks ago, I looked here and found the comb list as well as the password that was set for the encrypted file that was containing those sites. So downloading and storage. So I prefer to download either in an EC2 instance in AWS or on a VM. You're going on some fairly sketchy forums from time to time, and you're going to be downloading some things that could potentially be malicious. So rather than using your actual host, I prefer to use a segmented distro like Lubuntu that is lightweight, easily trashed. It has a web browser, but you're not putting necessarily your host at risk. I also like to run my VMs on one of these Samsung T5 or T7 SSDs, and these actually have really good read and write speed and are perfectly fine for running VMs. And the reason I do that is because some of these compilations can be absolutely huge. I was running an S3 bucket in AWS not too long ago and had over a terabyte of data of just these flat text files. And part of the reason for that is because these aren't deduplicated. People are just constantly adding things to these lists, and no one's going through and curating and making sure that it's unique or even valid. And size is really the name of the game here. And so having something that you can add space to, add a large VM to, and just constantly be adding to is, I think, really important. A lesson learned for everybody: make sure when you spin up your new VM, you give your VM enough hard drive space to not only download these compressed files, but also expand the files. If I had a nickel for every time I downloaded one of these compilations and either failed to download or failed when I went to expand because my VM was set to like 50 gig, I could retire. I do it literally every time. I did it when preparing for this talk, and I will continue to do it every time. But if I can save you that heartache a single time, I hope that helps. So you've gone out to a forum, you found the link to a torrent site or to a mega download. You've downloaded this and you're storing it on, a Samsung T5 drive or on a VM or EC2. Then what do you do? Well, you could go to the cloud. Like I said, you could store it in EC2 and jam it up into an S3 bucket for easy querying with something like AWS Athena, which makes it very quick. And I've, again, dropped a link here for Fracture Labs, who has a really great tutorial on how to put everything up in S3 and query it with Athena. Or you can query it directly from that VM, which is, quite frankly, the easier route. And so what I've done is dropped in, I'm not going to do a live demo because I don't want to tempt the demo gods, but we have some videos here of how you can actually query these breach lists and some of the things that you can see from these. So let's start here.
Ooh, that font is too small. This is why we jack up all
So you can
of
see
our
the
fonts.
folder structure here for the compilation of many breaches. Has a query bash script, which is essentially just a quick bash script to look for a specific name and domain. And that points it to the correct folder. As I said, the folders start with the first initial or the first letter of the email address. And so here I've actually queried for one of my old email addresses. A good point here. One of those things was a valid password that I used about 10 years ago, before I knew anything about security. One of these is not a password I've ever seen or used before. And I think that just goes to the fact that some of this data is completely random or wrong. It could have been somebody else trying to enter my username and password on a website or brute force it. So you can only trust so much of this data. But 50% certainly not bad here, especially for pen testing, and size is the name of the game. So we're going to try to query as much data as we can. And so
Size
this is just one way you can use these files.
Again, size is the name of the game. I'm starting to notice a pattern here with the speakers at PancakesCon.
Maybe yourself or your friends and family, to try to make sure that they're not using a password that's weak or still using an old password that's been breached. But as pen testers, we need to go beyond that, right? We can't just query for a single person. It would take all day. So, there's a kind of a better way to query, and that is by domain. And so here, we'll do the same thing. We'll go into the data directory of this compilation of many breaches, and we'll just run an ls to show the directory structure. And then we'll run just a fairly simple grep. And I'm going to search for blockbuster.com. Hopefully no one's still working for Blockbuster. And what you'll see is it will iterate through all these files and look for usernames that have that @blockbuster.com domain. And you can tell, this has only been 10 seconds, but it's already finding just a huge number of blockbuster.com emails and passwords that have been associated with those. And I won't let this run because it takes, like I said, about 5 minutes to go through all of these by doing it through this VM. But you can see here, we've got lots of email addresses, lots of passwords that we could potentially try. Some of these are, most definitely old, but some of these could well be still valid. And if nothing else, you have a starting point for your password spraying attempts because you have a list of usernames. But like I said, you can take it a step further. And after I ran this on blockbuster.com, I actually saved everything to a results folder and saved it to a text file. And if we just cat that file, what you can see is there's actually a trend that's emerged here. And this is only the second company that I ran this on as I was doing my demo. And you can see Blockbuster 1 appears several times. And so if you go back and cat this again and do a grep for just that password, of all the results that we got for Blockbuster, we got, probably 20 or 30 different usernames that have the password of Blockbuster1. And, could this be coincidence and users were just setting bad passwords for their Blockbuster accounts? Sure, absolutely. But what it could also mean is that there was a poor practice by the IT admins or the help desk, or maybe even HR for onboarding, where they were allowing people to start in the organization with this bad password and keep the bad password, and not reset it once they started. And so it's unfortunate, but we see this all the time with organizations, and you can almost always find a trend like this. And if you go back and password guess this password against every user that you find, either in a breach credential list or in LinkedIn scraping, much of the time you'll be successful in compromising at least one account and getting into something like O365 or a VDI, or even VPN. So what's next? So you've analyzed your organization or yourself for your testing targets. You've enumerated a list of possible usernames and passwords, and you've identified, maybe some cool password trends. Maybe it's Blockbuster1, maybe it's something different. And then, you're going to either conduct credential stuffing or targeted password guessing attacks, which is a whole talk in and of itself. So I won't get into those, but there's lots of tools out there to do it, or you could even do it manually. And then, you may run into things like multi-factor authentication. And I've had many clients who have told me that, everything I've talked about up to this point in the presentation doesn't really matter because they've got MFA deployed or multi-factor authentication. And unfortunately, that it isn't always the case, right? Either organizations haven't deployed MFA or their MFA is weak. Just last week, we had in a pen test, an organization who fell victim to credential stuffing attacks using this exact attack path, and they felt that they were protected because they had MFA. Unfortunately, their multi-factor authentication enrollment portal was facing the internet, and they had several users who hadn't yet enrolled. And what that allowed my team to do was simply use the valid username and password that we found, register our phone numbers for that account, register our MFA token, and we had a completely valid account, and it looked completely valid to the organization because it was tied to a phone. So that's just to say, this is going to continue to be a problem for organizations moving forward. And so, the more we can do to help organizations get better by sharing this knowledge and, demonstrating the ways that password and breach credentials can be used against organizations, I think is really important. So I've dropped some useful resources here. The first three are things that I talked about during the kind of past few slides. The last one I think is really important. What I've talked about today is really the process by which you can go through and actually collect these types of credentials. There are a lot of tools out there that will automate all of that. There are also third-party paid providers and some free services that will allow you to directly query these types of breach credentials without actually collecting them. But just like everything else in InfoSec, I think it's so much more meaningful if you go through it the first time and actually manually do some of these steps and manually collect the credentials so that you know where they're coming from, the format they're in, how dirty some of the data can be, and how you can better use it. So I would advise you, and this goes for breach credentials and everything else in InfoSec, before you skip to kind of the easy button, the easy mode, and run directly into a tool that can automate everything, go through it once and just kind of see how it all works before you go that route. And that way, I think you have a better appreciation for all the work that goes into collecting those, and how awful it can be to find some of these trends manually. Cool. So we're going to switch now to my other passion.
Here we go.
Is
Jack's favorite
bourbon
thing.
and becoming the whiskey guy. And this is my actual whiskey shelf in my house. I have about 100 bottles of bourbon right now, and I've been collecting for about 2 years. So we are going to take a quick second. And if you do have any bourbon or whiskey or wine or water or coffee, whatever, I'd encourage you,
what to
to,
do,
to pour yourself a glass and maybe, follow along. So first
Day
things
drinking
first,
for the win.
kind of what is bourbon and how do we understand the whiskeys of the world? Because bourbon, I think, is really misunderstood, as are many whiskeys. And so I have this really great chart that I've shared here, and it outlines the difference between bourbons, Irish whiskeys, Canadian whiskeys, ryes, scotches. There's a lot out there in the whiskey world, and these are all very unique and different. And bourbon in particular is uniquely American and has some very strict laws on what makes a bourbon versus maybe just an American whiskey or a scotch. So I wanted to talk just briefly about, what is bourbon and why does it really matter? So bourbon is a barrel-aged distilled liquor made from corn. And you'll hear that corn kind of theme continue to pop up. People think that, bourbon is American in a lot of ways because it is. Bourbon has to be made in America. But it's also, uniquely American because the United States Congress actually passed a bill years ago making, a set of very legal requirements for what bourbon has to be. And it's one of the few things that, in the 1800s had the FDA essentially was regulating what could go into bourbon and what couldn't go into bourbon. And so bourbon has to be at least 51% corn. And that mixture of the different grains that go into it is called the mash bill, and we'll talk about that as well. Bourbon must be produced in the US. It must be stored in a charred new oak barrel. It must be distilled to no more than 160 proof, which is something we'll talk about as well, which is the percent of alcohol that it is. It must enter the barrel at no more than 125 proof, and it must be bottled at more than 80 proof. And those things are all very important, and we'll talk about why here just shortly. But bourbon is so much more than just those things. And it is for me, especially. I talked about collections, and bourbon for me is something to hunt, is something to enjoy and experience, something to relax with. And most importantly for me is something to share. My brother, my family, my friends, there's nothing we enjoy quite like sitting down and having a glass of bourbon and sharing stories and being together. And the last year with COVID has really accentuated that. And bourbon has been a nice escape, whether it's over Zoom, in person, in the rare occasion where we can make that happen safely. It's really been kind of that pressure release valve for me to be able to have a
Yes, we've
moment
all
and
become
take time away from the
sad
computer and from the Zoom
alcoholics during the
meetings
pandemic.
and just be with friends. And so, bourbon over the last year has definitely been something that's important to me. So why collect bourbon? Right? I could just go to the store, get a bottle of bourbon, drink it for a few weeks. When I'm done with it, go get another one. But to me, bourbon, there's some element of the thrill of the chase. If you've been following bourbon or if you're familiar with whiskey at all in
Waiting
the
for him
US,
to
there's been
marry
this
his
boom over the
bottles.
last 10 years. And what we're seeing is a number of kind of limited releases and older bourbons and what we call dusty bottles, things that have been on the shelf for years that maybe weren't popular 10 years ago, but are getting popular now. And there's emerged this whole community similar to the InfoSec community that's all about sharing information and sharing reviews and making bourbon and the community of bourbon bigger. And so Whiskey DFW is a subreddit that I follow. And it's a daily occurrence that you'll see somebody saying something like, who's out hunting today? Or sharing where they found a specific bottle that everyone's looking for and, what liquor store it's at, who to ask about it, and, how many bottles are left at a specific time. And it's become this, kind of this hobby that can really grab a hold of you and take a lot of time. And so with that, I'll issue a caution or a warning. If you're going to get into the bourbon community and you're going to start collecting, be careful. It can get expensive. It can also take a lot of time. There are definitely people out there that spend a good deal of time looking for and buying bourbon. Some don't even drink it. There's a secondary market that's emerged where people are reselling some of these bottles, even the bottles behind me, for 3x or 4x price because people are so interested in buying these rare bourbons. So I'll start with this. You don't have to search high and low or find this rare bottle or a specific type of bourbon to find a great bourbon that you'll enjoy. And so you go into the liquor store, and it can be intimidating if you're not a bourbon person, you're not a whiskey person. You see this wall of 200 bourbons. How do you select one? And so I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the process that I go through to select a bourbon that's readily available that I think I'll like. And so we'll start with the grain mixtures or the mash bill, like I talked about. And the three things you'll start to see the most in that bourbon aisle is, the word bourbon, of course, which is because of the corn, a bit sweeter and more caramel-like. It's very smooth, almost a dessert drink. You'll also see the term rye thrown around, and that can either be a rye whiskey or a high rye bourbon. And what that means is there's just more rye in that mash bill, that mixture. Maybe, close to 50% or even over 50% in a true rye. And that rye grain brings out a spicier and more savory flavor. And if you're not used to drinking bourbon or whiskeys, that can come across as a bit more alcohol forward or hot.
I'm actually
And so I would,
at
maybe
this
warn
point
you if
where
you're
if
new to
Jared is
bourbon,
not
maybe
in the
don't start with a
PancakesCon
rye, but
Slack and
instead
wants
start
to
with
ask the
something
guy
that's a high
questions, I'll
wheat
relay them.
content, because that comes across as more smooth and mellow. And Maker's Mark is a great
Or make
example of a high
statements.
wheat bourbon that was very easy on the palate, very easy to drink, and obviously readily available. So proof is the next big thing that I think a lot of people make the mistake of when they get into bourbon. The lower proof, and this is alcohol content, lower proof is most of the bottles on the shelf. Lower proof is usually between 80 and 90. It's a mellow taste and easy to drink, whether it's neat or on the rocks or mixed with whatever you want. It's easy and approachable for a new bourboner. But as you continue down your bourbon journey and you've started to develop a palate for bourbon and for whiskey, most people find themselves shifting into either bottle and bond or barrel proof. And bottle and bond is exactly 100 proof. So it's exactly 50% alcohol. And it legally has to be this way. And the Bottle and Bond Act was something that was passed in the US that, again, put even stricter requirements on what bourbon had to be. And so if you see a bottle, we'll start to pull back here. If you see a bottle like this that actually says Bottle and Bond on it, there are legal mandates on what that means. And so anytime you get a bottle of bourbon that has that Bottle and Bond labeling on it, it has to be exactly 100 proof. And what's going to come with that 100 proof is a little bit more complexity because it's a little bit less watered down out of the barrel. And that makes it a great choice for cocktails without, losing the complexity when you're mixing it. It also makes for a very great neat drink as you're getting more accustomed to drinking whiskey, how to drink whiskey, how to enjoy it, and also developing your palate. The next step up from there is what you'll see referred to as either barrel proof or cask strength or full proof. And these are the highest proof bourbons out there. And these are often 110 proof. This is 122 proof. These are not significantly watered down after being aged in the barrel. So these come with a ton of flavor, a ton of complexity, but they're not for the faint of heart. So if you're just getting into whiskey or just getting into bourbon, one of the big mistakes I see is people read reviews from people that do nothing but drink bourbon, and they get pointed towards something like a barrel proof or a full proof, and they get it, and like the guy in the picture, they're breathing fire, and it turns them away from bourbon. And it's awful to see because they just picked the wrong thing, and it's not where they should maybe start. They should start on the lower proof rather than going straight for something that's 60% alcohol, right? The next thing that you'll see, and this comes a lot with that secondary market, is age statements. So this is part of what is so romantic about bourbon and why so many people are in love with searching for and finding bourbon, because bourbon is in many cases aged over 10 years. And if you think about, the amount of work and the amount of time and thought that goes into that process, it's hard not to fall in love with the idea of bourbon. You can see back here, I have a bourbon that, very clearly says it's been aged for 10 years. And these 10-year whiskeys and older are often highly sought after just because of the amount of work and passion that's gone into them. I'll warn you though, some whiskeys are meant to look like they've been aged for a long period of time, but you need to read carefully. A great example is Jack Daniel's Old Number 7. A lot of people getting into whiskey think Old Number 7, right? It has to be aged for 7 years, but in reality, that's not the case. It's not an age statement. It's just a number on the bottle. So be very careful as you look at bottles and at the age statements. Read carefully on the label because they can't legally say it's an age statement unless it is. So you can start to get a lot of good information by really diving into the details of what's on the label. And again, when in doubt, you can go back to that Bottle and Bond Act. Anything with that Bottle and Bond label has to legally been aged for at least 4 years or longer. And so there's a minimum there. And this age, again, adds complexity. So the longer the whiskey's been in the barrel, the more seasons it's gone through, and the heating and cooling of the barrel in regions like Kentucky or Tennessee expand and contract those barrels and the liquid. And as the liquid soaks into the wood from the barrel and then back out, it just attracts more and more flavor and more complexity. The last thing that I'll talk about is batches. And so if you've been to a liquor store and you've looked at bourbon, you've seen probably labels like small batch and single barrel, and it can be confusing, right? A lot of people don't kind of understand what it all means. And many people think that single barrel is always better than small batch, and that's not always the case. It really depends on what you're looking for. And so a small batch is something that comes from a small selection of barrels that are mixed to achieve a consistent flavor. So this Elijah Craig is, just a classic small batch bourbon, and it's one of the most consistent bourbons that I've found. The distillers are finding a way to pick specific barrels from their warehouse, and each barrel has a unique flavor because of the location in the warehouse and the way the weather affects that location in the warehouse. And a good distiller is going to find a way to pick barrels from throughout the warehouse and mix them to achieve a consistent flavor. On the other hand, if you get something that's a single barrel, it is, each bottle comes from an individually aged barrel rather than a mix. And so what this allows the distiller to do is to cherry pick or hand pick specific barrels that they feel taste the best and release them for a unique experience. What that also comes with is a different experience for every bottle you get, because every bottle might come from a different barrel. And so some of these bottles you can actually see on the label will include the warehouse or the rick house that they were aged in and the location of the barrel in that rick house. And so you can start to see, even within the exact same bottle that was purchased, a time, 6 months apart or a year apart, it might have a completely different flavor because of where it was at in the distilling process. And the last thing I'll mention is single barrel select. And this is one of the coolest things I think in bourbon. So a single barrel select is when a group gets to select their own barrel to achieve a specific taste profile. And so typically that's a liquor store that has a whiskey expert that actually gets to work directly with a distiller to taste several different barrels or even request a specific taste, and gets to decide which barrel that they want to barrel and sell for their customers. And some of these are also done for online communities. And I mentioned, the bourbon community is amazing. And there's actually an R Bourbon subreddit that has a group of people that are able to select their own single barrel offerings. And so this is an Elijah Craig single barrel select offering that was made specifically for the R Bourbon subreddit. And I was able to pick up a bottle of this, and it tastes, drastically different than these other bottles of Elijah Craig. And again, that's just because of where it was in the warehouse as it was aged, the time it was aged for, and the specific seasons during that time period. It may have been super hot or super cold one winter, and that really affects the complexity and the taste of that bourbon. So the last thing we'll talk about is how to drink, and that's not completely a joke. There's a lot of people that drink bourbon incorrectly, and part of what I see when people are turned away from bourbon is that they don't understand how to correctly sip a bourbon. Instead, they're just trying to chug it like they're back in college and
I have no idea how they
trying to
got that
just
picture
get
of G.I.
hammered.
Jack.
And that's not what bourbon's all about, right? Bourbon's about, sipping, enjoying the complexity, enjoying the drink, and being able to sit and enjoy it together with people. So there are lots of different glasses. You can get these small sipping glasses, some that are a little bit larger, that are meant really to help with the aroma of the bourbon and help as you're drinking to really share that aroma. I prefer just a good old highball glass. I don't put a ton in there, but you're supposed to really take small sips and not guzzle the thing down. So in summary, whether it's breach credentials, bourbon, whiskey, scotch, Pokemon cards, whatever it is, find something you enjoy and dive in. And that's something I've really stressed to the people that work with me, or people that come to me and are asking to get into penetration testing or security is, you can't make progress if you're just thinking about the best first step. Just find something you enjoy doing and just dive right in. And whether it's, credentials, bourbon, take the first step. And even if you end up, in a year realizing that you've been moving in the wrong direction, at least you've been moving. And so, that's the one piece of advice I'd give anyone starting out is just, start moving. I think we have a few minutes for questions if there's any. And if you don't mind, I'm going to
you have some
take
questions.
a drink.
Yeah,
Oh,
take
sweet.
a drink and I'll
All
queue up your
right,
questions.
so I don't know if G.I. Jack wants me to relay a question in the Slack unless he's in the Slack already. If he does, you'll probably see him run out and yell at me.
With collecting stolen credentials, providing you don't use them without authorization.
I wish I knew the answer to that. I'm certainly not a lawyer. So
Yeah.
not that I'm aware of. These are all things that are publicly available and out on the internet. And assuming that you're not using them for malintent, I would think that it was probably okay. But again, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah. Neither of us is a lawyer. We don't play one on TV. So yeah.
Yeah.
The next question is about bourbon and whiskey. In the whiskey community, there's often a disgust for bourbon. I don't understand this. Do you have any insight to why that is?
I didn't know there was such a disgust for bourbon. This is news to me. I'm devastated.
Me too.
Is that the international whiskey community? Because I could see that.
Yeah, maybe the question asker will clarify this. Yeah, and the next question is very specific. So I don't know if you're going to have a guess at this one. Are there any credential dumps you know of available of PIN numbers from the Asia region? Asking because there's a research project ongoing.
I would have to do some research. I would definitely point you back to that blog post that I shared around the threat intelligence hunting. Just about everything that I've ever sought to research, I've been able to find a good thread through one of those kind of platforms. There's always someone that's kind of looking at the same thing as you, even if it's not for the same purpose. There's so much good information out there that I would point you back to that link into that threat intel hunting.
Awesome. Your commenter about the whiskey versus bourbon thing has mentioned that is an international, non-US thing. So might be something not visible to us in the United States.
Right. Yeah, that's
interesting.
Yeah, interesting. You'll have to explain to me after. And
that was
the chat will still be
some
running. So
Jack had
if
something
people
to
want
say,
to ask
but
you
I
more
guess he's
questions,
tested too
are
much
there any
whiskey
more
already,
questions?
so we're
I
just
don't
going to
see
go
any
back
more
to
in
the
the
video.
chat. There's 11 people typing right now, so they might be debating about bourbon versus whiskey. It just says several people are typing now.
Yeah, and I can see the international part, right? Because it's, the US is a younger place, and bourbon in particular is much newer than things like Scotch. So I can definitely see that it's just doesn't have the international following.
Okay, a couple more questions. So do you have a personal favorite right now, bourbon?
I do. So I don't have it with me. I got so many favorites. So I actually just found a new one, and I am out of it. So a very affordable and easy to find bourbon is from Redwood Empire, and I'll paste a link in the chat later. They also have a mix of bourbon and rye that is amazing, and the labels on them are really, really cool. It's some awesome artwork, but it's what I've been going to as kind of my easy, daily drinker that you can always find in the liquor store. So I'll post a link for that.
Cool. And I think we've got time for one last question. Do you put together breach credentials in your own personal database for quick searches, and how do you do that?
Yeah, so I posted a link to a tutorial about how to move everything to the cloud. We didn't have time to get into it, but that's actually what I've done. Is I've started collecting all these breach compilations and pushing them all to S3. And you actually don't push them to a traditional database because it's very kind of dirty data. The formatting is not perfect, but there's a way to use S3 as essentially an unrelational database and query it directly with AWS Athena. And that link that I posted, and I'll post it in the chat as well, has a really good tutorial on how to do that. And it also saves a lot of money because, like I said, the size of these can get really unwieldy. I think I have terabyte or 2 terabytes up there right now. And the querying could also take a long time. So I'm able to get through that query in about, I think, 4 minutes, even running it through, over a terabyte.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing both of your very interesting talks with us today. We can see from the chat that people were very engaged and have a lot more comments and discussion they want to have with you. So thank you again for your time and for being part of the conference today.
Thanks, everyone.
And that was credentials and bourbon. It's funny that it brings up credentials because one of the reasons why I moved away from like Gmail or using Gmail for a serious thing is because they had a breach like that, and essentially because so many of my accounts were connected to it. There's Hacks for Pancakes, I believe. Yep, that's Hacks for Pancakes. That basically I got a lot of accounts compromised because everything was daisy chained together because that's what Google does by default, and that was the beginning of me many years ago de-Googlefying from Google. Let's quickly look up who's going to be talking next on here. So the next two talks is, remember, we're going to end this around 6, which will give me 2 hours before Master of Unlocking starts. We only roughly have like an hour and a couple of minutes left. So we have Avoiding Murky Waters, which is by Emily, which is Threat Intelligence Communications and Watercolor Painting. And then there's GNU Linux Tools for Blue Teaming and Big Kid Rockets. This is actually the one where probably I'm going to need chat because I like rockets and I think blue teaming needs to be more of a thing. But I also really like Emily and Threat Intelligence, as you can see there, and also like painting. So if anyone in chat has any suggestions on which one we should watch, please communicate that in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to take a quick look at. Let me actually get rid of Libre Planet here. I'm going to take a look at the Car Hacking Village. Okay, so that session closed. I think they rebooting their stream or something. Let's do a refresh. You know what we might do? We actually might jump between the two talks. That's something that can also happen. Like, you know what? Actually, maybe what we could do is, well, let's look at both, and let's look at the blue teaming tools, and then what we can do. I guess they're offline for now. And then what we can do is we can go back to the because I'm really interested in the watercolor paintings. That's gonna be really cool, like threat intelligence communications is a thing, but I've seen so many tutorials on that. But like the blue teaming tools, let's see, because sometimes I'm also really excited about, like there's a crazy cool topic we should watch, and then I find out that the presenter is really boring, or it's stuff that even I, a complete newbie, know, and and it's all like bleh. So we'll see what this is. So yeah, if he has a terminal going, let's check out some blue teaming tools, and then we'll flop over to watercolor. So let's do this.
We have a decent idea that it's doesn't look like much of the legitimate code I've ever seen. There's a lot of obfuscation going on here. So it's not telling us a lot offhand, but it does look a little sketchy, hence sketchy.jsc. One other thing I want to show you about that file command.
Tempted the demo gods. This guy loves to live dangerously.
http.pdf. I'm going to run file on that. And you might say, oh, it's going to come up as a PDF or something. Nope, it comes up as a PE32. So we've got a Windows 32 executable because file is looking at the headers of the file, not just the extension. So if you have things that are hiding malware in PNG files or something like that, file can actually give you a much better read than you're just going to have with your eyeball alone. So we know that sketchy.jsc file looks kind of weird, maybe something we want to poke at a little more. What a lot of analysts will do, especially new analysts, is take that and upload it to something like VirusTotal. And VirusTotal is a great tool, but usually it's a pretty rookie mistake to accidentally at some point upload sensitive data to VirusTotal or something that kind of hints that your organization is being targeted. Maybe it has strings of your domain name in there or something. It's definitely not something you want to get in the habit of doing. So a much safer option is to do the SHA-256 sum or MD5 sum, and I'll just show you those quickly. So SHA-256 sum, MD5 sum. By the way, quick little Linux tidbit that I took an embarrassingly long time to learn myself is tab complete. So I have MD5 sum as the command I want to run. I'm going to type in just the first two characters of the file name, and I'm going to hit the tab key, and it will complete that. So especially when you have things like really long installer names or something, tab complete is a great way to not have to, hunt and peck for every key. MD5 sum for sketchy.jsc gives me the MD5 sum. Pretty straightforward what these are, but what I can do then is just take that out of my terminal window, pop it into VirusTotal, and now I haven't uploaded the sample. I've just looked at what someone else's analysis has said. So it's a much safer way of doing analysis without giving up your files or accidentally uploading sensitive company information. All I'm giving VirusTotal here is the hash. So I have some analysis. I can see, some of these AV agents are calling it Nemocod. Interesting. Somebody here in the community, some do-gooder here has told me that this sample connects to this IP address. So I'm going to take that and pivot to a couple other tools. Back to my terminal, I have this IP address that I picked up from the VirusTotal analysis. I'm just going to do a quick whois on that. So whois not only works for domain names to give you the registrant information, but it also will give you some data about most IP addresses. So in this case, I've just done a whois for the IP address. I can see this is a King Servers branded server sitting purportedly in the Netherlands. Of course, you can do a trace route if you want to trace route that out a little bit. So I know a little bit about this. This doesn't look like a party I maybe want on my network necessarily, just me personally. Maybe you do, I don't know, but I'm getting context. I'm making a guess. So if I want to take that and let's just pretend for a second I don't have my fancy analysis tools, my elk stack or whatever I really want. Let's just say I'm kind of in the field doing some analysis. Well, maybe I have a firewall.log file. I'm just going to take that IP address and use grep to go look for it in the firewall.log file. I'm going to use the -f switch. That's for fixed. So by default, grep will do a search that can include regex. By using fixed, I'm giving up some of that capability, limiting it to only fixed characters. So I can't do these kind of pattern matches, but it runs faster, especially on big files when you're starting to talk about multi-gigabyte type files. So in this case, I have 6 hits in that file. Now you might ask, how big was that? This is a pretty small sample. I'm going to use word count -l, wc-l for the firewall.log file. oops, what am I doing wrong here? Word count -l firewall.log. There we go. That file has 3,600 and change rows, and I just picked out 6 really quickly. It could just as easily have 1,000,000. One great thing about these Linux tools is a lot of them were written ages ago when memory was really precious, and they'll run on really big files. They're very memory and often CPU efficient. So great way to kind of do a kludge lookup on some of this. I've used this in programs that have had zero budget for whatever reason. Maybe you have files that you can get, logs you can get, but you don't have the analysis. You don't have any budget to go get analysis infrastructure. You can just use this with a $10 a year Linux host. So let's pivot for a second away from IP addresses because those are pretty straightforward. Let's say I have a domain name I want to look at a little deeper. In this case, differentia.ru is just one IOC I've picked for a demo today. I'm going to use the dig command to do a DNS lookup on it and see this resolves to 2 IPs. Of course, you can do the whois, learn a little bit more about the context. What are those IPs? Maybe a tool's telling me this is, related to an alert that I want to look into. I can get my own context. I don't have to just inherently trust my tools. So the whois tells me this is sitting out in Google Cloud. It's not tied maybe to a service provider that I know I'm doing business with legitimately. Gives me a little idea. Maybe I want to nmap it and just go see what ports are open. You can definitely use some red team tools. Great tool sets like this. You can be a little more flexible in your tool set when you don't actually have the attribution of the IP address to worry about. You can blow away these machines, start them up wherever you want. On that subject of blowing away machines, starting them up, that can be a real advantage too. I've had some investigations, for instance, where there's geo-targeting. One that stands out to me was a phishing email that purported to be from a Mexican, phishing lure, a couple Mexican companies written in Spanish language. When you investigated the link that it included, if you were in the United States or most other countries, it would send a HTTP 200 response with a fake 404 error page. If you tried it from within Mexico, it would return malicious code. So geo-targeting, and it's really easy and inexpensive to go spin up a machine in Mexico for $10 for a month and go test that theory. And in that case, that's exactly what we did, and it worked out to be an interesting find and add a lot of valuable context for really cheap. So I know port 80 and 443 are open. I'm going to just curl that really quickly to see what's actually out there. What's answering in this case, Synchold by Cryptos Logic. So curl, another great, very, very flexible command, 1,000,000 switches. Another one in the same line, let's say I'm doing some threat intel or I'm in one of those situations where I have no budget and I need to build a little IOC search or something like that. I need to get into threat intel IOC processing. Well, one thing I'm going to try here is, oops, not Cryptos, didn't copy the right part. wget is another command in the same vein of curl, except this is just a little simpler and it always saves to disk. You don't have to worry about the switches and all the fancy stuff to direct it. I'm just going to wget rules.emerging threats. So this is Proofpoint emerging threats list, a bunch of block rules of compromised IPs. wget it, it pulls it down, and now I have compromised IPs.txt sitting right there. So I can get data onto my machine that way. That's pretty easy. There's a lot of great lists you can pull just that way, dedupe them, track them over time. Super flexible tool. Let's say I wanted to add a little more context. One thing I can do is take a list of data and use other tools outside of the terminal and then bring it back to the terminal another way. One of my favorites is Excel. So what I'm going with here is if I just do head of that compromised IPs list, it's just a whole bunch of IP addresses, one per line. Well, let's pop that over to Excel and see what we could do, or not Excel in this case, Google Sheets. If I have a list of IP addresses, one of my favorite things to do, you can literally just cat the list of IP addresses, copy it straight out of PuTTY or whatever your terminal is, paste it into an Excel or Excel-like spreadsheet tool, and then use this concatenate command to take that data, in this case, what's in cell A2, I'm inserting into a command, who is space, then that data, and I'm taking the output and directing it to an output file. And I'm going to do sleep one,
Pew pew
sleep one
laser.
to, sorry, behind me, threat button map decided to turn the sound on. So who is data to an output file, sleep one, so I don't just completely overrun the speed of who is and start getting myself on block lists. The brilliant part here is once you've written that once, you can just double click, it'll copy down. This could be, in this case, it's 3 IP addresses, but it could just as easily be 3,000. Then you can just copy all that back out, head back to the terminal, and paste them in. You can paste them into a script, run the script, let it sit, and just walk away, have lunch, and come back, and it's run however many commands, just whatever the delay timer is. It's a really great kludge way to do large scale work and not even take the time to write a script. Nothing against scripting, but sometimes the troubleshooting can make it more time, more trouble than it's worth. So concatenate, copying back and forth between Excel, really quick way to get some work done. What if I did want to write a script? Bash scripts are very easy to write. I'm just going to use nano to look at what's in this lookup-geo script. So I have an IP list really similar to the one I just pulled down, and I'm running it through a while loop where it's reading in and having an IP variable for every line. Then using curl to hit an API. This is a geolocation API that outputs data in a CSV format, inserting the IP address and passing some fields that it once returned. You can do a lot more than just this, but basically I'm building an API integration straight from the command line here and being able to run it from a bash script. I'm appending the output to this IP result.csv file. And then because this particular API has a rate limit of 45 lookups per minute, I'm using a sleep timer within the loop just so that I reduce my my rate of run. So in this case, sleeps 2 seconds. So therefore, if the script just runs instantaneously, I have 60 seconds a minute divided by 2, I'm running 30 queries per minute or less because the query itself will take time. So that's just how I'm staying within my API rate limiter. Really simple way to do it. So you'll have to deal with permissions. I already have this one as executable. And so I am ready to just run it as such. /lookup-geo. So it will run. And in this case, I'm not suppressing the output or anything. I'm just dumping it directly into the IP result file. So I went ahead and killed that for a second. And I wanted to take that output. I've already run it before. And so I have IP result final, which is the final version of it. I'm just going to cat that out, show you what it looks like really quickly. So it's giving me a location, an AS number, the IP address. So I've successfully run my list against an API, got a big output file. Everything's great, right? Well, what if I want to massage that a little bit? We already looked at grep a little to find the needle in the haystack. Another cool thing you can do is have the hay that's left over. So let's say, for instance, I have an organization that's particularly interested in or particularly based in one country. Let's say my organization is based in India for this example. Maybe I want to find all the IP addresses in a set of traffic or a set of IOCs that are outside of India. Maybe I'm concerned about traffic outside of my own country. Well, for that, we can use grep and use the V switch. And so in this case, I am grepping for every line that does not include India from the IP result underscore final CSV and outputting to the IP result dash outside India .csv. It ran that quickly. And now if I look at that file, all the stuff from India has been removed. I'm left with just the original. I've used this for separating, taking log files that have a lot of internal communication or a lot of communication with particular known good destinations and removing all that traffic. And so you can take what is a very large log file and start to trim it down by removing known good traffic and then have a much more digestible set of data to look through. So hopefully that is helpful and has taught you something new in terms of command line tools. Once again, great tool set for basically free. Runs not only in cloud, but a lot of times if you're on site and trying to do some analysis, you can spin one of these up, or you may already have easy access to a Linux terminal and go run this tool set. If you wanted to follow up on anything that we looked at today, github.com/bengors/presentations. I've posted all those files so you can go pull it all in. If you're curious, this is the script I've been running through. It just runs through all those specific little commands that I just did. So feel free to go out and grab that, spin up a Linux server, have the same experience, and have a lot of fun. So that's the work fun I do. Let me switch now to Big Kid Rockets. When I was little, I used to love model rockets. I started building them in Scouts. Went on to build them at school, fly them to my local schoolyard.
Okay, so as much as I really want to test out the rockets, literally and figuratively, we're going to hop back over to see about the watercolor paintings. So it's either going to be, we're either going to get the end of her threat modeling talk, Emily's threat modeling talk, or we're actually going to see the watercolor paintings. So it should be, I think she's doing the end of her talk right now. And then we're going to do the water. So we just split a talk into two different things. That's kind of unique. So let's all enjoy this. And then hopefully I'll get a break in order, because the reason I haven't been talking so much in terms of the stream is because literally the talks happen like 30 seconds after they end. So I have no spacing, for as much as they screwed up Libre Planet, you can talk like, what do you call it?
Really sure what the opposite of a soft skill is.
Between each of the talks, so I have like 5 to 10 minutes to talk, but with this it's like everything's just back to back crammed through, so that's why I've been talking less, which is why we kind of took that hour break earlier, so that way I can like actually do things. So, and by the way, I'm on this odd master lock knockoff Chinese lock that's been like confusing me, so let's watch the rest of this one.
To key stakeholders is important, and it shouldn't be written off as a soft skill. To start off, let's define the difference between a news report and an intelligence report. And just to clarify, I'm not knocking news reports. I actually have a degree in journalism, and I started my adult life working at a small city newspaper. There is a hugely important role that the news plays in our industry, but it's a different role than that of intelligence. So what role does the news play? To put it simply, the role of news is to inform. A lot of times, this is done in a somewhat purposefully generic way, as the audience of a news report will vary hugely in background, industry, skill level, interest level. Some news reports can include some generic mitigations. For example, a news report about Patch Tuesday might include the generic recommendation of patch. But for the most part, a news article you will read is just going to let you know what is going on. An intelligence report should take this a step further. An intelligence report is still informing the audience about the thing that's happening, but what sets an intelligence report apart from a news report is that it helps decision makers make decisions. And that's what intelligence boils down to. To do this, an intelligence report needs to contain actionable information. And while we're on the topic, I will bring up a phrase that many of us have likely heard, which is actionable intelligence. I bring this up because I don't want to hear this phrase again. If intelligence isn't actionable, it is just information, not intelligence. Secondly, intelligence reports need to include tailored information, mitigations, and next steps. This is critical for the help decision makers make decision aspects of intelligence. I can already predict some people maybe pushing back on the statement, so I'm going to pre-clarify. By tailored, I don't necessarily mean written for one specific company or one specific recipient. I don't mean that every intelligence vendor should write a different report for each of their clients with information about how TrickBot or whatever has affected them. What I do mean is that a report should be as specific as is required for the audience. If you're an embedded intelligence analyst working with a SOC, this likely does mean that you need to tailor your report to just your company. Don't write about Emotet in general. Write about whether it's affected your industry, or write about an incident that you saw in your own telemetry. This also means that you need to include tailored recommendations to help make decisions. Are there specific security controls that your organization should enforce to help stop this threat from affecting you? Should incident responders put in blocks for specific indicators that you're seeing? If you are a vendor, this probably does look a little bit different, but it doesn't mean you aren't still writing tailored intelligence. Part of what sets a vendor like CrowdStrike or Microsoft or Proofpoint or any of the myriad other intelligence providers apart from a security news blog is our ability to tailor our reports with internal data and telemetry. We can write specifically about how we've seen threats used, what we've seen them lead to, what the consequences have been for other companies, and importantly, what our own customers should do to avoid the same fate. Whether you're an embedded analyst or a vendor, after your intended audience reads your report, they should walk away understanding both the threat to their organization and what actions they need to take. In order to make sure that people understand your report, there's an easy formula of questions that you should be answering. What is the threat? What is the potential impact? And what do they need to do about it? For the first question, you're answering what is the threat? And to do this, you're describing what is happening, or you're informing the user. And this aspect of your report is actually very similar to a news report in a lot of ways, which is why reading the news is actually so helpful for intelligence analysis. When you're describing the threat, make sure that you don't just mention a malware family name, for example, because malware by itself isn't a threat because it doesn't have, intent or opportunity really. An example of an answer to this question could be something along the lines of, our organization has recently seen a surge in incidents related to TrickBot. TrickBot was originally designed as a banking Trojan, but has evolved over time to become a prolific modular malware that can be modified to suit the attacker's specific needs. It is frequently delivered via malicious emails or is dropped by other malware variants, especially Emotet. That was a pretty vague answer to that question, but depending on the length of the report, I might add more for the audience, but you get the idea of how you would describe the threat. The next question to answer is, what is the potential impact from this threat? And this can be a mix both of things that you have seen in your own internal telemetry and stuff that's been reported from other organizations. For example, for TrickBot, using that example again, you may not have seen it leading to reuse in your own organization, but that's still a potential impact, so it would be worth mentioning in your report. However, if you have seen TrickBot in your own organization leading to Cobalt Strike or hands-on keyboard activity and data exfiltration, you would want to include that as well and make it clear that that's already impacting you. For example, you could say, while TrickBot can be used in a variety of ways, we have seen attackers leveraging their foothold from TrickBot in our organization to deploy Cobalt Strike beacons and perform reconnaissance, and it's likely they will attempt exfiltration of data. In addition, TrickBot has been widely reported to lead to ransomware, especially Riot. The final question to answer in your report is, what should the audience do about the threat? And the answer to this question will vary depending on who the audience of your report is, which I'll talk about in my next slide. But in general, it's important for your audience to walk away from the report knowing what steps they need to take. Do they need to block certain IOCs, patch a vulnerability, hunt in their own environment for a certain type of malware or a certain threat, make large organizational changes such as group policies to disallow entire threat vectors? Even though the length and audience of a report may vary widely, answering at minimum these 3 questions will help your audience understand your intelligence report a lot more than them trying to glean those answers as they're reading it buried amongst all the other data in your report. In fact, for longer reports, I recommend having an introductory section or a summary section at the beginning that answers these 3 questions before you move on to a larger technical analysis or more details. So this brings me to my next point, which is audience. If I am a vaccine scientist writing a scholarly peer-reviewed research article about my latest findings, I'm going to write those findings a lot differently than if I'm writing them for an article in the New York Times. The same logic holds true for intelligence communications. Different audiences need different types of information, amounts of data, and levels of detail. Let's say you're an embedded analyst who has just heard about a new malware threat to your industry. A report to your incident response team may just include a brief summary of the threat and a list of IOCs to block, maybe, depending on how quickly they need to react. A report to your CISO regarding the same threat is likely going to look a lot different than that. A list of hashes probably isn't really helpful or interesting to them.
Let me refresh.
What they want to understand is the impact to the organization and what next steps need to be taken by the larger security organization. He's just painted on watercolor paper, so I wasn't devoting an entire canvas or board to this painting. That didn't feel like I was wasting money.
Yeah, it's a
or
weird thing
something if I
about
messed it up.
YouTube is that if you don't refresh it, it
Also,
rewinds.
one
So
pro
you
for
think you're
watercoloring
watching
is
the
that
latest thing, but you're
it's
not.
really easy to mix the colors. So my bird has
Apologies
both
out there.
blue and purple feathers, and they mix together nicely. Versus my crow, the white detailing on his wing, it didn't blend very well. It just looks like lines. One con for watercoloring is that you cannot paint light on top of dark. So for my bird's beak on the right, I had left space for the orange beak, but you can see where it touches his, like the blue paint, it kind of melded together and doesn't look great. And then also the budding leaves that I had put on my tree branch, you can see the branch through them because the light green is significantly lighter than the dark brown branch behind them. So if any of this sounds intriguing to you and you're interested in getting started with watercoloring, there are some supplies that you're going to need. And you can buy the majority of these in a starter kit, which is what I did. I bought a watercolor starter kit from Michaels, and it was super affordable, and it had enough supplies for me to determine if watercoloring was something that I was actually going to be interested in. Once I decided it was, I did end up switching out some of these items for higher quality versions of them, but I'll talk about which ones I switched out when I get to them. So the first supply that you're going to need is paint. This seems pretty obvious. There are 2 types of paint in watercoloring. There's paint that comes in a tube that is like a gel consistency. It looks like what you might expect acrylic paint to look like, but it's watercolor. And then there's paint that is dry and it comes in a palette, like what you might remember from like elementary school when you had those Crayola paints in the palette that you could paint with. I have only used the tube paint. So this is an example of the 2 types of paint that I'm talking about. I've only used the tube type paint on the left there. I have not used the palette paint yet. So all of my recommendations here are based specifically on the tube paint. I don't know if they would be different for the palette paint. So just something to keep in mind. I will say the paint that came in my starter kit has proven to be good enough for me for a beginner. I am aware that nicer paints will make nicer paintings. However, as a beginner, I'm really still learning the techniques of how to paint with watercolors and what I really enjoy doing. And having nicer paints isn't going to make me a better artist yet. And so I have found that the starter kit paint is more than sufficient for someone who's really just starting out in this hobby. The next item that you're going to need is thick paper. Obviously, regular paper like printer paper won't do for watercoloring because it's water. So the paper will get all messed up and wrinkly and wet. So you have to buy specifically watercolor paper. The paper that came in the starter kit that I tried was good enough, but I will say it was a very small ream. And so once I decided that I liked watercoloring, I wanted to get into it more, I ended up going out and buying more paper, like a bigger ream of paper. And while I was there, I just bought thicker, nicer paper. Additionally, you're going to need one nice brush. I have found that the starter kit came with like 5 brushes, and I tried them all out, and it was nice to be able to try them, but I didn't end up needing that many brushes, and the nicer the brush you have, the better it'll be able to hold on to water and paint. And so it actually does kind of matter to have a nicer brush. So once I had tested out all the brushes from the starter kit, I went back to the store and bought a upgraded, much more quality version of the one that I actually ended up liking and using, and it has helped significantly. I will say though, this does, kind of depend on the fact that I have been doing very small paintings. I'm not doing like these huge scenes, and if I was, I would probably need a bigger brush as well to paint the background. But because I'm just doing little flowers and stuff, I haven't needed that. And the one brush is good enough for like doing small details with the tip of the brush, and I can push down more to get like leaves or bird feathers, if you will, just whatever I'm looking for. The next thing that you will need is a palette. The palette that came in the starter kit is the only thing that I will say that I was not a huge fan of from the starter kit. It was kind of small and flimsy, and it really only had room for like 6 colors, but not a lot of room to mix them together. So I did actually go back to the store and buy a better palette. I actually have it right here, and you can see that it's a mess right now, but it has room for 5 colors. But what I like is that it has this like trough area, and I have used that for mixing the paint colors together, usually with a white, and so I get a gradient of that color in the trough area, and then I can just pick from the gradient for what I'm looking for, and I can do something like what I attempted with these attempted cherry blossoms in the left of my slide there. I just kind of picked, it's all just one red that I mixed with white, and then I just picked different pieces of paint off the gradient to make which color flower I was looking for. The next thing you're going to need is actually 2 jars or cups. If you've done painting in the past with like acrylics or oil painting, you only need 1, but with watercolor, you actually need a clean water source as well. So you will need 2, just something to keep in mind, and you won't want to contaminate your clean water with dirty water. So that's all you're going to need, but there are some optional items that you can add if you would like that I have found have made my paintings more professional looking, or in general just more fun. And the first one is washi tape. So washi tape is very inexpensive, and it can be purchased almost anywhere. I got mine at the art store. And what it does is it adds a nice crisp border. There we go. A nice crisp border to your painting. So you can see what I did here was I had 2 scenes from kind of the same painting, and I had taped around both of them. So it kind of gave it this like comic book feel where there's like 2 frames from the same scene. And in addition, it gave it a nice crisp line around the outside as well, because without that, you wouldn't really be able to achieve that with watercoloring, since water is wet and it'll just go all over your page
Like
otherwise.
Donald Trump said, water is wet.
Additionally, it is very satisfying when you have finished a painting to peel off the tape and reveal that very crisp line below. It's worth it just for that. Additionally, another thing you can add to your painting is pens and ink. So I heard about this online when I was researching watercolor. I saw a lot of people posting art that they were saying was like watercolor and ink, and they were using the ink to add a lot of details to their painting. So they were adding like strands of hair or petals on a flower or what have you. So I decided to try that out, and there's probably some kind of artist's ink that you may use for something like this, but as a total beginner, I wasn't going to buy that. So I just used pens that I had in my house, and I tested out a couple of them to see which one worked best or if any of them worked. And I found that they did work, at-home pens. So this is not the best painting, obviously, but the one on the left is my attempt at using a Bic pen to use a rose. The one on the right is a Papermate gel pen, and you can see that the Bic pen worked just fine. I feel like for a starter who's getting started in watercoloring, this worked just fine. And I used it to draw the whole flower. I don't think it added much to the stem or the leaves, but I will say for the petals of my rose, this would otherwise just be a red blob, and the pen gave it an outline. The Papermate one, I did the same thing, but it mixed with the water and made all of my colors this very murky gray, ugly color. So just watch out for that. Another thing I will say is that I haven't done this very much because it requires the ability to draw, which I don't feel like I'm good at. And again, I think this is maybe a perfectionism thing, but I don't like when I draw something and it doesn't look perfect. And so I prefer not painting with pens, but it is an option if you want to add more details and you find that you're struggling to draw certain, flowers or something that need more detail because the water just mixes together. So to talk about the actual painting itself now, there are two main methods by which you can watercolor. And the first one is wet on wet. And this is when you get just clean, plain water on your brush, and then you brush that water directly onto the paper first, and then you get the watercolor paint on your brush and then paint on top of the water that is on your page. And this can achieve a very smooth, watery effect. So you can see from my example painting on the right there, the top blue paint area was wet on wet. And you can see it's fairly smooth. You don't see too many brush strokes really. It kind of the edges are very smooth at the bottom edge where I didn't have any tape, and it looks pretty nice. And if I had used a lighter blue, I used a darker one just for the example, but if I had used a lighter one, it would have made a good sky or a background color. However, wet on wet is not good for details. So if you see the red smudges below, that was wet on wet. And I was trying to make little dots. And I did this just to highlight that if you are going to be using watercolors to paint something specific, you won't want to use the wet on wet technique. Wet on dry is when you skip the brushing on of the clean water and just paint your paint directly onto the dry page. And so for my red dots on this example, you can see that they didn't spread out at all. So it's a really good way of getting detailed detailed drawings in your painting. But for the blue section at the bottom, you can see that it looks a bit scraggly. You can see some brush strokes. The top doesn't look very clean. So I would not recommend necessarily using it for a wide area if you're painting a background or something. And these two techniques can be combined. So you can paint a background using wet on wet, and then add your detailing on top using wet on dry. And for that beach painting that I had shown a little while ago that I have right here, so that's what I had done here. The sand and the sky were painted on with wet on wet. And then once they had fully dried, I added the bushes and the water on painted the sand using wet on wet. And then once they were dry, I painted the bushes on using wet on dry. So as with any hobby, when you first get started, you're going to mess it up. And that's fine because that's how you learn. But there are a few things that I have done that you can learn from my mistakes and hopefully not make the same ones. So the first mistake I made was being left-handed. I have been left-handed my whole life, and yet somehow I always forget. And really what this mistake was is that watercolor paint is wet. And I'm not used to painting at all. So when I first got into it, I've been used to, using a computer or writing or doing things that won't transfer. And if you touch the paint, it's going to transfer all over your page. So just something to keep in mind if you're brand new to painting. If you're really happy with what you're doing and then you drag your hand through it,
because we're almost at the end here.
It will make a mess and it will be frustrating. So just keep that in mind. If you're left-handed like me, you may actually want to start from the right side of your page if you can. The second mistake I made was just using way too much water. This painting on the right was supposed to be a flower,
too much water.
And it does not look obviously anything like a flower because I used just an inordinate amount of water. So for the 3 circular purple flower heads I was trying to make, flower buds, I had way too much water on my brush and I didn't realize it, and I painted directly onto the page. And then the second mistake I made was touching the stem directly to the flower. So then all the paint ran together because water touched water, and it made this horrible, murky, brown, disgusting color. There's a lot of ways to combat this. The first is not to just get so much water on your brush in the first place, but secondly, I have found that it's very helpful for me to dab my brush off on a paper towel to get some of the water off. And then third, let it dry a little bit before adding more details. And then fourth, if you are adding those more details, don't touch them to the other wet part. And then the last mistake I want to talk about is don't just dive right into it and try and do a huge painting. I think this was the very second painting I attempted when I was watercoloring, and you can see it's just not very good. It was very frustrating for me because I was like, yeah, I'm going to be great at watercoloring. And I tried this huge painting and it was bad because you really need to allow yourself the room to start small. Learn how to watercolor before you try to do a huge painting. So just give yourself room to learn. So just as a final note for watercolor painting, it's super easy to learn the basics. And to do this, I will show you my very first painting, which is quite hideous and embarrassing. It was supposed to be a bird. It is terrifying because it's not very good. The beak just went into the feathers. It looks awful. But you can see a mere 2 months later, I was able to paint these flowers and they look significantly better than the bird. There's still room for improvement, but you can see how far I was able to come in just a short amount of time. I'm not going to say that it's easy to be an amazing watercolor artist, but it's certainly beginner friendly for doodling or having a mindless hobby during, winter. It's also a really nice way to make gifts or cards for your friends or your family. If I painted some of these flowers, I could send it as like a birthday card to a friend, and that would be very nice. And that being said, whether you like watercoloring or not, I recommend giving art a try. There's so many different mediums of art out there, and different people will like different ones. I know my sister is a huge fan of gel pens with coloring books. Digital art is really popular right now, and there's free software like Krita or whatever that you can use to try it out. Some people might want to go the Bob Ross route and do oil paints. Experiment with several types of art and find one that works for you, because really at the end of the day, it's a very relaxing and fulfilling hobby to have. So with that, I think I talked almost up to the minute, but if we have any questions and any time for them, I'd be happy to take them.
Yeah, we're about out of time, but there are a few questions in chat. If you could hang out with folks for a little while and answer some of them, that'd be very much appreciated.
Definitely.
It was an amazing talk, and your art is beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
You're definitely more talented than me. So thank you so much, Emily. All right. So
I'm gonna. Ooh, sorry, I was looking for something earlier that for some reason I can't find now, which tells me that I'm going to have to look for all of that later. So it's 5:30 now, and I think let me just recheck our schedule here. Because I said around 6 because I want to give myself 2 hours set up for the Master of Unlocking, which is my show that I usually do on Sundays at every first and third Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I teach how to pick locks. And I'm going to be doing something really experimental and weird this episode. Oh, cool! You actually came from the Slack. Hi, hi from the Slack. Yeah, this has been actually tricky to stream because not only do we have to juggle between two YouTube streams, and again, YouTube has its own, I guess we can't Zoom, its own particulars, or it's really slow to Zoom. Okay, but we also had the issue of that, I forgot. Also, this happened last PancakesCon too, where there's no pauses between any of the talks. Everything just rapid fire goes insane. It's just absolutely really goddamn nuts. Okay, so it seems like with these two here, let's see, is it Hugo? Okay, the last two things we're gonna look at, because I believe the car hacking village has already packed up and stopped, but it was cool to see it while it was happening. Yeah, I think the stream stopped and everything because I saw there was a tweet where they were like, "We packed everything up." We'll drop into Slack for a little bit, but I guess we'll spend the next half hour doing. Okay, doing one of these two talks, which I'm currently seeing on the TV right now. One is called "Containers Are Built on Castle of Lies," and black and white analog photos in your bathroom, or "It's Not Magic: Insider Threat Detection and the Perfect Cup of Coffee." Now, if Neo was here, I would probably go for the perfect cup of coffee. Maybe we'll hop into that. But I think that first one with containers and then photography in and you're doing it in your bathroom, uh, might be a kind of an interesting thing to sort of look at. So I just want to pop back into the PancakesCon Slack for all of you who are watching and don't know. We are DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group that's based out of Jersey City, New Jersey. If you want to learn more about us, you can go to one of the links down here at defcon21.org. That's our website. We're also on Twitter and Instagram and a bunch of different things. You can go to our website and get those links. We're watching what's called PancakesCon. This is actually their second one. It was one of the first conferences, very unique conference done by famed hacker Hacks for Pancakes, in direct response back in like March, April, due to the pandemic, and that all of like the conferences were closing down and had to either be postponed or just not happen that year. So this was like one of the first remote hacker cons that has ever happened. So we're sort of checking this con out, kind of like how yesterday we were checking out Libre Planning. We were supposed to check out um we were supposed to check out um DEFCON China, but what happened is that geez, is that let's see if I have thumbs up for this post. Uh when you're trying to do it Chinese Central Time, and I think China passes like 3 or 5 time zones, it's really tricky. So we didn't know if they were a day before us or a day after us, and it turns out they were the day before us, meaning it happened the night on the Friday after our meeting and not Saturday. We did have a workaround for that, so we're actually going to debate if something happens, it'll happen on Sunday. Of if we're gonna do a thing like maybe like a look back at DEF CON China, because we put it this way, we have like all of like the information and stuff like that for DEF CON China. It's just we never got to do it. I have screenshots of being in the VR room. And I guess the CTF is finally ended. Where was that? It was like I hovered over an icon. It was matrix code. That was neat. But yeah, it was like a F it, do it. It was like a F it, we'll do it live thing, and it just didn't happen because of the timing. So that's that was the whole thing here. We're just like, okay, we'll focus on Libre Planet, and we'll focus on PancakesCon. Who I died? Or Jack say that someone died? I read that as run pants instead of run parts. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do in the meantime? I'm gonna at least turn the audio on for this talk. I'm gonna reload this page, make sure. Okay, we're gonna reload this. I'm gonna at least put the audio on. We're gonna look at the Slack a little bit, and then we'll actually properly watch this talk, and then we will kind of hang out for a couple of minutes, go ready to stream, and then we'll be on our merry way. So the last one we're gonna be looking at today is going to be um, containers are built on a castle of lies, black and white analog photography in your bathroom. And depending on how the photography thing go, we might jump over to the perfect cup of coffee, because I'd love to replay that for Neo, unless there's going to be automatic replays on PancakesCon, like at our next meeting, just to watch him go absolutely mental. But I think we're just going to stay with this talk, and I'll just go. I'll if there's hopefully there'll be archives on their YouTube that I can go back on. So anyhow, I'm going to turn the audio on for this. We're going to look at some posts from their Slack channel, and then we're going to go back to the talk proper. So here we go.
Alfred counts the rooms in the secret caves which are filled with weapons and weird tech or not. And another question, how high is your electricity bill? To answer this, Alfred will have to keep track and deduct the power consumed of each machine, and deduct the power consumed by whatever Batman machine has. And on modern Linux kernel, we can also ask the operating system to lie to the process exactly the same way Alfred lies to the guests. When the process will do a system call, Linux will remember that someone asked it to lie to the process and will answer the lie instead of the truth. So, for example, we can ask Linux, can you tell it that there are no files here? Or can you tell this process that I'm not here? Please make it believe this process is root. Or even, I don't want this process to know I have a second network interface which is able to reach internet. I only want this process to have access to this network interface, which has access to the local network. And Linux will start to lie, and we'll have to keep track of all the lies it told to know which lie was told to whom. Because, for example, if a process A has a child B, Linux should tell the B the same lies it told A, because if it does not, A and B will start to understand that something is wrong and won't behave correctly. To make it easier to know who should be answered what, we are going to introduce a lie group. Everyone in this group will be lie the same thing. If a process in this group has a child, the child will automatically be part of this group, and the group will be destroyed as soon as there are no process left in it, because there is no, it's not useful to keep track of all the lies we told if everyone who heard it are dead and destroyed. So a lie group is a non-technical term, like it's something I made up. In the real world, we call those groups namespaces. And today there are 8 different kinds of namespaces supported by Linux. I won't describe them all because it would be boring, and I would just provide a poorer version of what you can already find on the internet. But basically, you can lie about absolutely anything. You can lie about the network, the files, the process, the users, the time, the host name. You can lie about a lot of stuff. But the Batman analogy is not over yet. You might know that Batman has a sidekick, which is called Robin. And in fact, Batman had multiple Robins. Each time a Robin stops being Robin because he wants to do something else or dies, Batman will enroll a new young people to help him with his activity, and this person will become the new Robin. Those people know who Batman is, but they don't have full access to the manual resource. For example, they cannot ask Alfred, hey, I want to buy everything. I want to buy Tesla, for example, and I want to use all Batman's fortune. They have the information, but they cannot consume everything. And this pattern, we'll also have it in the Linux world. We want to be sure that no one is exhausting all the resource. We don't have a manual. We have a machine, and this machine has a given amount of resources, and we don't want any process to consume them all. So we are going to introduce something called a control group, and this time it's not a term that I made up, it's a real technical term. And this does exactly what its name says. It controls processes which are in this group. Limitations will apply to the whole group. This means if you create a control group, a C group, to limit the memory to 4 gigabytes, the sum of all the processes in the group will not be able to go over 4 gigabytes. If any process would request a memory allocation that would break this rule, this will result in waking the out-of-memory killer, and someone will get killed to free more memory. As for namespaces, there are a lot of different C groups, and there's a twist. C groups were implemented in 2 versions, versions 1 and version 2. You can find a lot of extensive documentation on the internet about this. With everything we've seen so far, we can imagine a way to start a process and make it believe that it's the only one on its machine, and give it a false network interface, its own little disk, and restrict its access to only a part of the machine resource. And in this case, we would call this process a container. So we start by creating its file system. It's basically a directory containing everything you would find on a usual Linux distribution, so /bin, /user, /atc, /lib, and so on. If you take all those files and put them together into a single archive, this is called an image. And that's exactly what you're pulling when you do a Docker pull and give an image name. You're basically putting a new file system that will be used as the container file system. Then we are going to fork and create a child process and put our child process into new namespaces, and especially a namespace restricting its access to the file system, and tell it that there is only this file system existing, and point it to the image. Then we are going to create C groups to limit our child memory or all child CPU consumption. And we are going to create 2 virtual network interface and link them together. We'll put one in our child network namespace and one in ours. And through this interface, we'll be able to discuss with our child, and our child will only see this interface, so it will talk to us using this interface, and we are going to forward the traffic to the outside world. And when we'll have response, for example, if it does a HTTP GET, we are going to have the response and set it back to the process. So we will control all the traffic going in and out of the container. If you're used to Linux system administration, it's basically using IP tables and implementing a NAT using IP tables, exactly as you would do on any corporate network. Then everything is ready to start our containerized process. So we ask our child living in the namespace to transform itself into the process we want to run. So for example, I want to run an Nginx HTTP server. So I will ask my process, hey, can you morph into an Nginx HTTP server? And there is a Linux system call for that, which is called execve, and will allow any process to turn itself into another process. So your child will ask Linux to, hey, I want to become Nginx, and Linux will kill your child and start Nginx instead. Once done, there will be no trace left of our child, and we'll have a process running in its own namespace with its own file system. And its only way to communicate with the outside world would be through the network interface we manage, and we'll have a container. Now we finally have a technical definition of what a container is, but what does it mean from a security point of view? First, it means if you're Bruce Wayne, you can see everything happening inside the containers. You can fire htop and see all the process running. It's the opposite of a virtual machine. Like you will be able to see this process is running, have this child and is running in this namespace,
especially like the
and has this
Bruce
can access those resources,
Bruce
for example.
Tim
So
animated series
basically, when
Batman
you're
stuff,
root
Neo approved,
and on the host, you can see everything. You can enter namespaces. That's really useful to debug or to perform lateral movements. You can ask Linux to open a new shell and say, I want to view things as this container sees. And you will have pop a new shell, and this shell will be restricted in all the namespaces and C groups. So you'll be able to understand what the containerized process sees. If you're in a container and privileged enough, you can even ask Linux to get out of your namespace and get back to the original namespace. And that would mean getting out of the container, and that's the thing we want to avoid. And there is a last thing, which is a bit difficult, but we are lying to the process and making it believe it is root, for example. And if we are doing that, we'll have to follow the rules of a root user. This means if we are going to give access to a resource to the process, and the process wants to do something, it will do something as root, even if from the host point of view, it is not root, which is running its user 182, for example. When the process will, for example, try to write something on a disk, it will write as root, because from its point of view, it is root. And Linux will act as if the process were root. So this means if you give access to a resource to a container, and something in this container is running as the root user, it will be able to perform any action as it would have been able to do as a root user on the host. So this might be a security risk. To conclude this introduction to Linux container, I will cite Elias Goldfuss, who perfectly summed up everything in a single sentence. Containers are processes born from tarballs. Tarballs are the image, anchored to namespace and controlled by C groups. And with this, you should have a definition of what a container is and how this works. If you want to go further, you have two Linux CLI tools you can use. One which is called NSEnter, which allows you to enter any namespace, and the other one which is called unshare, which allows you to create a child and put this child into a namespace, already existing one, or create a new one. If you want to toy with everything I said, I built up a small getting started to create a container using only Bash and Linux primitives. So here's the link and I will post it in the Slack chat after. And thank you very much. That's the end of this part of the presentation. And I'm going to, I think if we have time, we're going to take the questions after. So I'm going to move to the second part just now, which is black and white analog photography in your bathroom. I started 8 years ago by taking my dad's old camera and buying films at the nearest store. And at that point, I had no idea how to take photos, nor how to transform the film into a printed photo. I was just buying the local photo shop and giving them the film, and I got back 1 week later with the film and the negatives.
Well,
and
everyone
the
know we're going to
USB
end
key
directly at 6
with all the scan
p.m. just so
photos.
that I have clearance time.
Then a friend started to develop his photo himself.
Thank you
and
for everyone
I
who
gave it a
watched
try,
me
and
watch
it ended
this
up
in this weird recursive
being
stream so
as
far.
interesting as taking the photo. So during the next 10 minutes, we'll talk about developing black and white films at home in your bathroom. Why would you want to develop your own photos? First of all, it's a really nice do-it-yourself hobby. It has a lot of technique you can learn and improve, so you always have this feeling of I learned something new or I'm getting better at it. And it's something which is really rewarding. And by comparison with the digital photography, you don't have any instant or free feedback. You have to wait and put some effort in order to convert that piece of film into something meaningful that can be shown to people, which is the final photo. And the delay between when you take the photo and when you can finally see it contributes a lot to the reward feeling you get. So by waiting, that's kind of weird, but by waiting 1 week, you're way more rewarded than if you had the photo instantly on your screen and have been able to post it on Facebook. It might sound weird, but analog photography is kind of cheap compared to whatever costs a decent digital camera today. Yes, you will have to buy $100 of chemicals and pay for the films, but with it, you should be able to take about 500 pics. So if you're not...
Oh, this is in New Jersey. We know where to buy chemicals.
This will likely cost less than buying a full-featured digital camera. The last benefit is the cultural aspect of taking photos. And the talk just before talked about having a hobby and an artistic one. And it kind of goes in the same way. Because photo is both a technique and an art. By studying the technique, you end up exchanging with people with an artistic background. And that's something really interesting when you're coming from a technical background and working with computers all the day. That really gets you out of your bubble and allow you to do and try more creative stuff and discuss with more creative people. Analog photography is a 4-step process. Basically, we take the picture, that's the fun part, everyone already knows about. Then we develop the film. This is the process of getting from the film in its metallic case into something that won't get destroyed by light or time, that will be called a negative. By looking at negative, we can choose the best photo. This can take a lot of time because we have a lot of photos and those are really small. And when we finally decide which one is best, we can print them either by scanning the negative or using a more classical way of printing photo. I will get back to it later. The first half of the steps can be done easily without too much equipment. That's the part I will focus on, as in my experience, the easiest way to get started with analog photography. To take the photo, you need a camera. It costs around $100 today, black and white film, and a way to measure light if your camera does not have it. If you don't have a way to measure light in your camera, you can use a phone app for this or buy a light meter. The camera is composed of a lens, an obturator, and a film. The lens is taking all the light coming from the object you want to take a photo. And redirecting it to the film, and the obturator is here to block the light from hitting the film to avoid burning the film. When you press the trigger, the obturator quickly opens and closes, and it lets a small quantity of light hit the film. At this point, there is an image on the film composed of microscopic black dots.
All in on the Batman
Those dots
stuff.
are
That's
so
just
small,
great.
even the most powerful microscope would not see them. If we had a steady subject, we could keep the obturator open for several hours and the paper would slowly turn dark and we will start to see the image. But as you might have guessed, it's not really practical to ask someone to say, to do not move during 2 hours in order to take a single photo. So we have to get another way of making this picture visible, and hopefully we are going to do it using chemistry. This part, making the photo visible, is called development, and it's a multi-step process. The goal is to go from a film in its metal roll with an image we cannot see and which is still light sensitive, to a film with a visible image, not reacting to light anymore, and that will not be destroyed by the time. And we call this result a negative. We have to move the film from its plastic case into a light-proof tank, where we'll be able to pour the chemicals in. The issue is the light burned the film. So even the red light you see in the movies will burn the film and you won't be able to see anything if the film sees light. So this whole process should be made in the total obscurity in your darkest room without any windows by night, likely in your bathroom or like in the room with the less light you have in your room, in your house. Once you're in the dark, you have to pull the film out of the case and start rolling it into a reel. The reel is a thing that avoids your film to touch any border in the tank, to ensure that when you will pour the chemical will be in contact with all the film surface, and there will be no spot where there will not be chemicals on it. That's a really tedious operation. You will have to put the film in and start reading. The biggest risk is the film to twist and not slide properly. When it's over, you cut the end of the film, put the reel into the tank, and close the tank, seal it, and then you can turn light on, and the other part is over. Then we can grab our most beautiful lab coats and start the chemistry part. The first thing we want to do is to make the image appear on the film. So for this, we'll use a chemical called the developer. It will make the film turn black, but it will react first on parts already hit by lights. So it will widen those microscopic dots we had before. This means the more we let it react, the wider the dots will be and the darker it will get. So if we wait too much, we will end up with a completely black film. And if we don't wait enough, we'll have a transparent one without any contrast, and we won't have any picture on it. So the result depends on which chemical is used, how much time do we wait, which film was used, the temperature, and if we are shaking the tank or not during the process. The community is sharing a lot of recipes online, and most of the time I just end up Googling which film I have, which developer I have, and I will always have dozens of recipes and with a picture of the kind of result I can expect, and we'll choose one and apply. When the reaction is over and the film is revealed enough, we have to stop the reaction. If we don't, the film will continue to darken. And this can be done by either rinsing with cold water or using something which is called a stop bath. Basically, it's just vinegar. So we put cold water or the stop bath, so it completely stops the reaction. And at this point, we have a film with an image on it. And we might want to put it out of the tank and look at it, which we should never do, because we would not have issues during the first 2 or 3 minutes, but at some point the film will turn darker and darker. It's because the film is still reacting to light the same way it was reacting when it was in the camera, and we still have microscopic black dots appearing on the film everywhere. And after a day, the film will only be black and we would have lost any trace of the picture we took. So to avoid this issue, and we need to get rid of everything that has not reacted to light yet to make sure there is no chemical that will continue to react. And for this, we are going to use something called a fixer. And the fixer will remove all traces of silver from the film and will make sure that the film will be able to be exposed to light without turning black again. There is no recipe for this step. You basically dilute 1 quantity of fixer with 4 quantities of water, put this into the tank, wait 10 minutes, shake a good time, and get back the fixer, because you can reuse it up to 5 times. Then you have to rinse, and you will never rinse too much. Really don't be impatient. Usually you should rinse during 15, and it can be up to 20 minutes, because if you still have chemicals in the tank, it will, when the film will dry, it will dry on the film, and you will have a taint, like it will turn red or yellow, or it won't look like what you want it to look like. When it's been 20 minutes and you're sure absolutely all chemicals have been removed from the tank, you can perform the last pass, which is called the weighting agent. It's basically dish soap and water. The goal is to avoid water to stay on the film when we will hang it to dry, because if you still have water droplets, when they will dry, they will leave traces. So you don't want to have water droplets. So we put soap on it, and then we put it to dry. It dries, it takes maybe 4 or 5 hours to dry, depending on where you are, and we hang it using weighted clips. So if I sum up, the price of everything that was needed until now is between $90 and $150. It should allow you to take between 500 and 800 photos, which can be quite consequent. And of course, I have issues with the slides. Sorry. So we want to choose which slide were the best ones, and for this, we have to look at the negatives, and as its number indicates, the negatives are the opposite of what the photo, what was seen when we took the photo. So if we had an object which was black, it's going to be white on the negative, and the opposite. So the light, everything which was light will turn dark, and every cheese which was dark will be light on the negative. So it's really hard to see what the final photo looked like. So at this point, you can grab your phone camera and take a picture and put it into Photoshop or any photo editing tool, and perform the invert filter, which will basically turn all black into white and the opposites, and you will have the photo as it would look like in the final product. You can also bring the negatives to your local photo shop and ask them to scan them. They have high density negative film scanners, and they can give you digital versions of the photo you took. That's a nice way to have all the photos, to know what they will look like, and you will even be able to share with the people you can send the photos on Facebook or send them by email to the people who are in the photos. And then the last step is to print using a classical printer, or print it in a more traditional way. I'm not going to detail the whole printing process, but with everything we've done right now, until now, we should have a way to find a way to get all the colors inverted again and have a real picture. We can take a photo of our photo, and because minus and minus gives a plus, if we invert everything again, we are going to get back to a normal photo. And this is done by taking a photo of the photo again. So we use something called an enlarger, and it's basically, we have a source of light, we put the film behind it, and the light goes through the film, and there is a lens, and it's going to project the photo on a paper, and you're going to print your photo on the paper using your basically taking a photo of your photo, but instead of a film, you're going to use a paper. Then this paper, you will do the usual steps, like you will develop it, then use a fixer, then rinse it, then use a stop bath. And this whole printing process requires way more space and tools than just developing the photos. It can still be done in your bathroom, but it requires a bigger investment. And I really don't advise trying to do everything at once. Mastering the development process and making your own negatives is already a complex first step. And maybe waiting to be familiar with everything before trying out printing your photos is a good idea. And I think that's all. If you're interested in doing this yourself, you can find a great step-by-step guide on how to do it on Instructables. And if you want to go even further, you can make your own developer. And instead of buying chemicals, you can use instant coffee and C vitamin to make your photo appear and react. And on the plus side, you will be able to throw everything in the sink and not pollute, and not have to keep everything in a drawer because it pollutes. So thank you very much. That's the end of the second presentation.
If you don't mind, there are some questions for you.
Yes, sure.
So the first one is regarding containers. What are the privileges that a process needs to escape a container? And have you ever managed to simulate it?
You can have, you need two things. You need to be able to, you need to run as a root user in most of the case to be able to escape. That's the first part. So if you're running as a non-privileged user, you will not have the permission to perform the Linux system call to go back to the original namespace. And the second thing is there are things called capabilities, and you have to be able to perform certain system calls, and there are, for example, a lot of syscalls allowing you to change namespace or put under what is called a capability. And when you're creating containers, you can tell Linux, I want this capability to be available, and by default, this is not the case. If you're running on Docker or on Kubernetes with the privilege flag, you're explicitly saying Linux that you want this container to have capabilities of doing everything and, for example, get out of its own namespace. And the last thing you will need to get out of your namespace is to view, to be able to view the original namespace to get out of it, because you're not getting out, you're entering again the namespace you were before being containerized. And yes, of course, it can be used, it can be done. And in fact, that's what I'm using today if I want to debug a container in production and I have issues on the hosts and I don't have SSH access to the host. I'm going to run a privileged container and I will attach in this container, and from this container, I will go back to the host file system and it will act as if I had SSH root connection on the host, even if in fact I'm just opening a container on the system and getting out of it. So yeah, it's totally feasible to get out of a container. But by default, most of the system do not give you the capabilities to do so.
So we have a bit younger audience in some of these cases who aren't used to film developing, and they want to know why the red lights.
Okay, the red lights is used on the second port, the printing port, because it would be kind of tedious to print. You have the paper and you want to print on the paper and be able to, and you want to be able to know where the paper is and put it in the next bath and everything. And in this case, we use the paper does not react to this red light. So to avoid being on the dark all the time, we use a specific red light that will not burn the paper. But this is not the case for the films, the one you have in the camera. This one reacts also to the red light, so they would be burnt by this light. But when you're using paper, the paper is not burned by the red light, so it allows you to do everything as if you would be in the dark, but in fact, you can always see something.
And the next question is, do you have a favorite 35mm film that you used today?
I love the Kodak 3X. The original, they stopped producing it.
Camera.
It was one of the must use film because it gives you this really retro grain, like you have really, it's not pixels, but you see really dots of black and white, and you know this grunge effect, which is kind of authentic. And yeah, 3X really gives you this this effect while being cheap.
All right. The next question is a fun one. Who is your favorite Batman villain and why?
Yeah, see, did it.
I don't really have. I think it would be, yeah, I know it's mainstream, but I love the Joker.
Who doesn't?
Poser.
Yeah, the way it was depicted in the films is a really interesting way of treating the character. So yeah, it would be the Joker.
And the final question I have for you from the people in the audience is, what camera do you use currently to shoot film with?
I'm using both so I'm doing black and white on my main camera, which is Canon A1, which looks like a Canon AE1. And I also use a lot of I don't know, disposable cameras for trips, or each time I don't want to take the camera because I feel it's going to break or I'm not sure about the weather or anything, I will just take disposable cameras, and I use a lot of them.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for sharing both of these topics with you. I've seen so many comments today that this is the most approachable talk on containers people have ever seen. So thank you so much for that, and also sharing your photography knowledge, because it's a dying art, and hopefully we can get more people interested in it. Yeah, thank you so much.
I mean, eventually Kubernetes is going to probably be like a dying art or something like that. It's also kind of funny. It's kind of similarly themed because when you think about it, all a photograph kind of is just like a real life image that's being containerized, being saved and containerized, and is now trying to escape out. Well, I would love to literally stream this all day, despite me falling asleep, which I'm by the way, I'm going to about take the fastest power nap I think I've ever done. As well as get some food and even do a lot more preparation because oh boy, this tonight's show, it's probably not going to be that long of a show, but I've never done this particular thing before, and I have to be like completely aware and awake, as well as just the setup. I mean, I already have some stuff out there on the couch, as you can see back there. So that's going to be a whole trip. But one is that I don't, and unfortunately the conference runs until slightly past 8, and that's going to conflict with my show. But the second thing is that as we saw with Libre Plan, I don't want to stream the entire show. This is more of just me checking things out, just seeing my reactions and everything. And I'm going to flip back to the face cam right now to kind of, we're going to wind down. We're going to go rated channel on Twitch, and then hopefully you'll see me in a bit. And I'll fix this chat system on the side. So unfortunately, there's no chat on which side? On this side right now, but that will be fixed during the live stream because for some reason Restream chat just went freaking bonkers when I kicked 2 spammers out. So, we probably got hacked or something, but well, no big deal. So anyhow, that was our view on PancakesCon 2. If you want to watch more of PancakesCon 2, because again, it goes all the way to 8, and then right when it ends, you can jump over and watch Master of Unlocking. When I say 8, that's 8 p.m. Eastern Standards. That's our time, just because they're on Chicago time, so they're an hour behind, like most Chicagoans are when you speak to them. But if you want, check out more of the con. It is free to stream online. As you can see, we've been watching on YouTube. They also have mirrors at their website. Also, if you can't get YouTube to run. PancakesCon 2, and that is the link to the attend that has both their YouTube links as well as the mirrors, and then has the links to the rest of your schedules, to their schedule. See, this is why I need to sleep for like 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna probably sleep until Friday this week. So, yeah, because it was our meeting and we streamed. That's like our longest meeting stream ever. It was like 6 to 7 hours, and then yesterday we did all of Libre Planet, including I wanted to do even more of Libre Planet, but apparently, it's like, a bunch of people who run at Massachusetts Cambridge in a snooty elitist college sent out a half-ass login system where you actually have to be a paid member, essentially being elitist, knocking all the poor people out of the convention. Huh. Huh. So yeah, Free Software Foundation. And then we had PancakesCon, which in my opinion has run a lot better. Especially since, as much as I don't like to use Slack, at least all of the content was in Slack. We could see where everything was. There was like no, once we got into the Slack channel, there was no confusion whatsoever. Also, their website. And remember, there's some volunteers, but this is all managed and run by one person. So I just want to shout out to thanks to Hacks for Pancakes for putting on this con twice. Like, we can barely put on DEFCON 201 meetings live streamed. I have no idea how that amazing person can actually do full on two this time. Last year was one track. This year, I think, yeah, last year was one track. This year's 2-track conventions back to back, just an entire day. That's just nuts. And a CTF. And at the last minute, they got a hardware hacking village, which we might invade if they're still running, and a car hacking village. So yeah, no, I out of the two, like I said, at least the first day and parts of this day, I think Libre Planet might have had more kind of like hot topic stuff and really good presenters. I will say that if there's one thing Libre Planet particularly got well this year, I did not see a weird or bad presenter. Everyone was awesome. In fact, there was a couple of presenters where honestly, I wish instead of listening to old SSF people just bringing them out of their sarcophagus and talking, I would rather have them keynote. Like there was one particular lightning talk that like I'm like, dude, like they need to contact him for next year and have him keynote. We want the keynotes for Libre Planet, because if they don't do that, then I have even less faith in the Free Software Foundation than I normally do. Which again, I like the stuff Free Software Foundation does. They have good causes. It's just elitism and shit. So in PancakesCon, again, I can't believe this one hacker runs this entire convention. Because for example, like NahamSec, which we watch and we restreamed. Like we didn't do this live streaming, but we like shared it on our Twitch. Like, that's, I mean, it's named after the dude, but like he has all these like huge celebrities and a lot of help. This is just one woman and like, one hacker and like I think it was like 5, maybe 7 volunteers that like all come together at the last minute for this. Like I'm always legit. I was impressed last year. I am legit impressed this year. And of course, what could you go wrong with pancakes? So I just want to say again that thank you for Hacks for Pancakes for running this convention. I post that link in the chat so that people can check the rest of it. And hopefully at the end, which I will also type in the Slack channel, I am doing the show tonight. So if people want to like relax with ASMR stuff, which again I'm going to experiment with doing this lock picking, that's something hopefully will instead of ending with like a giant loud party, which is basically how we started, we're going to end this week with kind of like a softer, more relaxing thing, especially for me. So yeah, that was that. And thank you, Nick Loop TTV, for doing that. You're one letter away from OTV, which is a reference to the movie Hackers. So thank you for following us on Twitch. Again, if you like the content that you see here, if you're on YouTube, you can hit that bell to make sure you get the updates. But follow, share, like, and subscribe on our 3 main channels, Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. We also have Facebook out there. Hi! Unfortunately, you just jumped in right when we're about to end the stream because I have to set up for my usual show, which is Master of Unlocking, which will happen 8 p.m. tonight Eastern Standard Time. So in roughly 2 hours, and rough is the word because that's my brain right now. It is rough. It is so rough that the dog catchers show up because it thinks it's barking. That's how rough it is. But I hope to see you at the ASMR thing. It's going to be a very interesting experiment at 8 p.m. Yeah. No, I was doing that. I was doing that too. Oh, nice. See, the only reason why we didn't do the CTF on the live stream is because between this and the HomSec, it's a common thing with a lot of CTFs. They have a rule where basically they're like, do not share the answers to the CTF, and it's just like, because I want to live stream this stuff. Like I've made a prototype for an intro video where I want to work with other people and we just try like the public stuff, the stuff of try hack me and hack in the box and some of the smaller CTFs that don't have that rule. Like I would love to live stream that. I know people who live stream stuff like that, but it's just like I don't know if it's because of lockdown or whatever, but it's just there's been lots of rules restricting like how you stream this stuff. And the thing is, I'm not even interested in winning prizes, so I just want to tack and show off cool hacks. But good on you for the 22 and CTF. If there's I hope there's a PancakesCon 3. They actually said in the Slack that they're worried that, especially if the COVID thing, we actually get over this hump, that means all the physical cons are going to come back, and it's going to be really difficult to like find the schedule. I recommended, which is true, it's always in March. It's like there's like a mini spring like hacker thing where it's like there's like a Mac convention by the people I forget their name now, but there's a huge Mac security convention, and there's usually just a bunch of security conventions that happen in March for no reason. Usually also March, and then starting in the summer around like June, July, all the way to at least say November, with the peak being like June, July, and August, especially August. You have Core Hacker Summer Camp, which is August, and then you have the overall Hacker Summer Camp, which again is from like June to November. So I would hope to see PancakeCon in either like January, February, maybe April, because I usually don't really see that much in April. So that would be kind of neat. Nick Lupal said, I want to learn a bit more. Same, it's hard to stream if it's all blocked. Yeah, I got an HTB 3-month voucher. Nice. Cool, yeah. Reach out to us. I'm actually going to type a thing. So info@defcon201.org. You can send us an email on there. I don't check it personally as much. I try to check it at least like 3 times a week or something. But if you send us an email or you just DM us on Twitter, our DM should be open if you're on that platform, or Instagram. Yeah, I would love to do a collab with that, trying to do more CTF stuff, because I'm a newbie at this stuff. Like I'm usually really good at like the web challenge. If there's like website cracking challenges, I'm usually good at that. But like I've been learning CTF for the past 2 years just by doing CTF, and I'm still learning a crap ton. Not only of my own skills, but CTS in general. And it's always unique to see like the different themes and philosophies behind creating them and stuff. I just want to read out loud that, because you can't see the chat, that when he brought up the guy, when the speaker brought up the camera, Jack pointed out that he shot a lot on a Tri-X40, and that he also uses a Nikon FM2. So just throwing that out there before we end. So, it was nice to talk to you, Nick Loop. Unfortunately, as you can see with how my eyeballs are falling on my skull, I have to go. I have to do a power nap and then sit up for all of this Master of Unlocking stuff. Thankfully, it's not going to be... It's a lot of setup, but the actual episode itself is going to be relaxing, unlike the repinning episode where I was going absolutely nuts. But it was nice to talk to you, and thank you everyone for watching this. Again, you can hit that bell, like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Also, shout out to the people out there. I hope there's people still streaming on PeerTube, because I know at one point we have a disconnect, and PeerTube is really finicky. So as soon as there's like a slight thing that might look like a disconnect, it just ends. So we might have to do the thing where we type in the YouTube URL and it'll mirror all the stuff we streamed over, and then I guess we'll hide the YouTube channel portion. But yeah, if you sign up for it, not only do we get alerts during the live streaming and we cheer you on, but we also get just say it we also get alerts for when we stream, such as our hacker meetings at third Friday every month. I believe next month it's going to be April 16th. I don't know what time it's going to be on, and I'm still setting up the themes for that. And of course, like I said, at 8 p.m. this Sunday, today is going to be Master of Unlocking, and next Tuesday at 7 p.m. is going to be Archfile and Linux Perspective, where you get to watch our co-founder G.I. Jack do Arch Linux hacking crap, and then also play awesome video games. And this upcoming Saturday is Crypto Barons, and I forgot to say this yesterday, so I'll make this shout out, and it's going to be a big post. We're going to actually contrast blockchain, because that's what Crypto Barons is. We look at blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies as technologies on the show. We're going to actually contrast all the blockchain and cryptocurrency stuff we've been talking about, and keeping the theme of Libre Planet and this was close, because I'll put it this way: if PancakeSCon happens next year for Crypto Barons, I will do Pancake Swap, which is an actual thing of exchange swapping tokens. I wasn't able to fit that, but what we are going to do is the Libre Planet theme this year, and we're going to have the folks on from GNU Taler, and we're going to talk about GNU Taler and how it's an encrypted money system. And I think a great way to show like how that works, because it's not a blockchain system and not a cryptocurrency, but still has some of like the advantages that cryptocurrencies and blockchains have, and they can explain it better than I can. Basically, we're going to have them on, and we're going to kind of contrast that with cryptocurrency and blockchain technology and show what makes Taler unique. It's honestly I will admit this, it's one of GNU's, in my opinion, most advanced, most developed, successful projects they've done since probably like the Libre Linux kernel and I'm probably forgetting something else because they have a lot of failures. Again, you have to break a lot of eggs before you can make an omelet. And at this point, I think basically GNU has become like KFC with how many chickens they've ruined before they've made a good chicken. Anyhow, that's it for the special live stream. Again, thank you for all watching. If you want to know more about us and again get those alerts and stuff, you can hit and follow and like us on Twitch Live and YouTube. If you want more about who we are and stuff, you can go to our website at defcon21.org. And again, if you want to see our social links, such as on Twitter at defcon21nj or on Instagram, GitHub. We have a .onion instance, a mastodon.social. You can go check out that link tree that has all of those links. And finally, if you want to continue to watch PancakesCon, because it's still going to go on until 8, then you can jump over to our show. There's the link to PancakesCon 2 at pancakescon.com. If you type in /attend, that's where you can find the 2 live streams as well as the schedule. So again, thank you for watching the stream. I'm going to go dirt nap for about 20 minutes and then run around like I'm on fire to set up for the show. So I hope to see you at 8 p.m. tonight for Master of Unlocking. It's going to be a weird experimental episode we're going to do with Locks. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey Represent, and I can't believe it took that long to get pancakes. And even though I'm thinking of having chicken dinner, like I want a chicken something to eat for dinner, I feel like more pancakes. And what really sucks is that KFC used to sell chicken and waffles, and it was really good, and then they just stopped. And then the only place I can think of where you can get chicken and pancakes, besides maybe walking all the way to the VIP Diner in Jersey City, is the freaking IHOP, which, as I said before, is a giant is like right now, no one can properly social distance, even though everyone's wearing masks because it's so freaking crowded. So I'm not going there anytime soon. So Roscoe's, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's any in our area, so that too. But thanks for that suggestion. So anyhow, hope to see you at 8 p.m. tonight, and long shot to Hollywood. Yep, and hope to see you at 8 p.m. tonight. And yeah, thanks for joining the stream. Hack the Planet and go check out PancakesCon. Peace. Enjoy the music. We're gonna look for someone to raid, so hang on if you're on Twitch.
And of course, the oops is your vulns, and that's what you're interested about. Okay, so a modern vulnerability scanner can cover tens of thousands of CVEs, so known vulnerabilities. They can have more than 100,000 of plugins or whatever they call them. So that's little.